So I do investment. So this investment that I'm doing, I'll also request, or not request, it's a must that we're able to achieve this going forward. The minimum grade we are supposed to get from Form 1, Term 1, up to the KCSE level. Do you know the marks we are supposed to give? Do you know any? Who knows any? Because I would have expected we have a chorus. Is there anyone, maybe a show of hands? What's the minimum grade? Huh? At C minus. The minimum grade that we expect in this program, because we are doing investment, we don't expect any scholar to get less than a B plane. You understand? That's the minimum that we expect each scholar to be able to get every term or every exam that is actually done. It should be a minimum of a B. And some of us are not writing. By the time unakuja, unatoka shule, those who get anything less than a B, we normally have a discussion. I think Kisumu, they understand, isn't it? Huh? Even Willis was telling you here. Yeah? We normally have a discussion. Those who normally score less than a B, we normally have a good discussion. The good discussion is how do we able to improve on the performance, right? If we are not able to do this, then we find forums to enable us to be able to help us. And I've got maybe some reasons as to why someone has not performed well. Remember, we're monitoring your performance from Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, till the day you'll be able to finish. And that's Willis has attested to it. When he used to perform well, he was rewarded, isn't it? Huh? And when he's not performing well, yeah, he thought, can you improve here, especially the areas that we're not doing very well. So there's minimum expectation. Those minimum expectations, those ones are a must achieve. Remember the contract. The contract, if someone breaks that contract, what happens? Yeah, if one of us breaks those contracts, maybe you are not be able to maintain the minimum marks required, you are expelled from school, something happened to you, you decide to maybe say now, this scholarship, I don't need it, then we suffer the contract, okay? But as we don't want to go that direction, we want to make sure that all our scholars are actually excel. And the scholars, the statistics that we have, over 95% of our scholars normally transit to the university. 95%. So when I look at all of us here, I'm expecting almost 100% to be able to transit to higher education. Not only getting grades that when you look at it, you look like someone who was not actually given a sponsorship. Remember back home, the community are looking at you, isn't it? But as now we are amechukuliwa na Equity, Caroline, amechukuliwa na Equity Bank. Let us see. Remember, someone left during the time we were doing the selection. There were so many people who came for the interviews, and some of them did not get. And what we did, the list, especially for the scholars that were selected, we sent the list to the churches. The names were already there. We sent them to the schools. We sent them to the market. We sent them everywhere. So tulitangazia kila mtu that you are sponsored by Equity Bank. So they'll be looking at you. Oh, Joseph. Well, the one who was actually sponsored by Equity. Later, Simia was not sponsored. Yeah? And then the competitions are, they'll be looking at you. So at the end of the 4th year, they want to say, you are sponsored by Equity Bank, they want to see the grade that you got, isn't it? Please don't disappoint Equity as a bank. Every time we do in Equity as a bank, this is the best bank in the country, the leading bank. And when you go in the village, the bank that people normally get proud of is Equity Bank. So can you be a scholar whereby in the community you are in, everyone is proud of you? Because remember, you represent our eyes in wherever you are, from the family, from the school, from the village, and wherever you are coming from. Now this program, what we expect you from school, schools normally have got so many activities. And those activities that we normally have in school, we expect you to participate in all of them. Because we are training you as the next coming leaders. So maintenance, especially in the school, I've got so many programs like the clubs, they have got games. We want you to participate in all these activities 100%. Yeah? We don't just be there, we just call us there, just like any other. Because we are doing a lot of investment. So we want to see a lot of activities. By the time you come and we have a discussion, I want to hear that you are a team leader, you have been given maybe a role, maybe you are a class prefect or something like that. Those are the minimum expectations that we normally require from you. Because we want to take leadership role. That's why we are bringing you these forums. To train you, to make sure that you become leaders of the future. So the only way we can be able to make sure that you become a leader of the future is to start now with you, groom you to make sure that you reach where you want to be able to reach. So I want us to be able to take leadership program wherever we are. As we continue with this program, I want us to be able to have growth mindset. Are we growing? Yeah? And growing, I mean, you want to grow mentally, you will also grow physically, and as we grow, we look at our future on how we are able to move. And what I'm looking at, we want to look at scholars who are brave enough. And the brave means you are able to take risks, and those risks are well calculated. Right? Some of us normally say they fear some subjects. And this subject is a very difficult one. This is meant for other people. Okay? I cannot be able to take this one because of that and that, so many reasons. We want scholars who are able to take risks to make sure that we support you to be able to achieve your target, irrespective of where you are coming from and even the background. Those are the things that you want to go with. Well organized. Are we well organized? If you're not organized, we'll have problems. Because I normally see, by the time you come back to the school, Reverend, what I normally say, give me the true picture about the scholar. And we normally have procedures discussion. And those discussions tells me whether this scholar is organized or not organized. Some of them come and with so many stories. Yeah, I was not able to do these exams, I was not able to do this paper because of these reasons and the other. And what we normally do, especially in our place, if the performance is certain level that was not expected, first of all, you are supposed to do a letter to give us an explanation. You put it in writing. And as you put it in writing, you also remain with a copy. Yeah? So that you keep on revising. These areas you have not done very well. And we also give commitment the following term. Which grade are you promising us? Because we are investing, so we'll be keeping on following every time. We'll be following you to make sure that we're able to move well to the next level. Now, I also need consistency and persistence. Yeah? CRT, term 1, or form 1, or form 2, you're doing well. Now you can pick up form 3. Now the grades I'm seeing a different kind of grades. What I require, we require consistency from each scholar. Consistency is performance. If you've been getting A, let it be A throughout. Because I don't want to see you like letter W. You know letter W. Huh? You are here. Tomorrow, the following time, you are not there. You are W, isn't it? Huh? W is written like it? Isn't it? Huh? Today you are here, tomorrow you are nowhere. Today you are here, tomorrow you are nowhere. So consistency on performance, that's what we require from you. There are some materials being distributed. Writing materials. I'm sure some of us don't have, that's why some of us were not writing. They are being distributed, there are pens, there are notebooks. Those materials will be given, you will be able to use them from today and tomorrow. And as the speakers will be coming, we'll be taking notes. Good students normally take notes, so that after this program, at least we're able to go and revise back. Because when you go back, I'm sure when the scholars back home, your parents, even the other people you contract with, they'll ask you, you went to Macedo for a congress, what did you learn? So imagine you're not writing anything. So please make sure that we are able to write something scribble on the notebooks those we are given you. This is an investment, isn't it? Even if you look at those copies, look at that color, how it is. Those are investment we are doing. So take good action. Write what we are supposed to need to write on them to make sure that at least something after this forum, you at least go with something back home. So make sure that you get a copy as they are being distributed by our chaperones going forward. Now, failure. How do we deal with failures? I'm sure the school is not very easy, isn't it? But it's also not for, everything is for the tough people, because what I believe is that we are made for the right things, because we perform well, that's why you are here by right. You are not here because you fail, because you are here because you pass, and that's why you are picked. Okay? So how do we deal with failures? Some of us, your performance, when you look at them, because we need to be candid here. Imagine a scholar and you are getting an E in subjects. You are getting E in mathematics. By the way, in corporate world, especially if you apply for a job, because I normally receive a number of CVs, and the first thing we normally look at, what did you score in English and mathematics? The first two. And most organizations, that's what they do. Those first two things. Are you able to talk well in English and mathematics before we check any other grades that you scored? You might have scored well. You might have scored those other subjects A's. But this animal, we normally hate mathematics. But mathematics is not for me. I'm telling you, if you score mathematics less than a minimum of a C or a C+, even if you get everything A, we'll be able to question that. Because if you're an all-round student, those are the kind of things that we really look at. Make sure that these two subjects we normally hate, English and mathematics, those ones are the minimum. By the time you write an application, the first thing we normally look at, even the ones we normally employ in the bank, the first thing when they write the CV, those are the first things we even check. Even before we check what grade, which university did you go to, and which course did you take, is we check on those two subjects. So make sure that those two subjects do whatever it takes, because they'll follow you. Even by the time you want to, whatever you want to do in your career, someone will be looking at it. So I've given you a secret, so start it now. Don't wait until you reach Form 4. It's when now you want to start looking at the mathematics and English. And this one does not mean you leave others, because if you leave others and focusing on them, then your mid-grade will not be the right one, okay? Now, as we are working in this program, even from our institution, every year, we set our goals. And these goals, we must set goals that we are able to achieve. Yeah? If you know you are a B material, you aim to become a B material. If you are a C material, you aim to become a B material. I'm sure I don't have D materials here, because if I had D materials, would have not been this particular program. Yeah? So I want us to be able to set goals. Every time, let's be able to have goals, and those goals, we meet them and we work on them, not just setting them and we're not meeting them. Otherwise, we'll be having very candid discussions. Right? So let's ensure that we're able to follow these ones to the letter, because we have started seeing some elements that we were not seeing before. And what we are wondering is that, are we doing enough? Because this program, I'm sure any scholar would have wished during our time be able to get this. Because imagine we give the transport, I want to hear a problem in transport. This package contains quite a lot of things. It gives you the books we normally give you. We normally give you all the handbars that are required. And what we don't give you, yeah, we normally say the parents be able to give. But now, if you're able to take all the financial issues that a scholar needs, so your work is to be able to perform and deliver, because those are the minimum standards that we require you as a scholar. I want us also to connect when we are learning in school. Let's also come up with some people in the society you want to be. When you are asked, by the time you grow up, you want to be, what do you want to be? Yeah? That's why we are exposing you to this kind of forums, to make sure that you learn more. You want to bring people who have excelled in life. You want to bring people who have actually done well. These people are going to help us to make sure that you work towards that. Somebody who has achieved something. I want us to be able to say who wants to be like Dr. James Mwangi. We want to see people who must become leaders. Somebody must inspire you. Those are the kind of things that we are looking at to make sure that we're able to make it well. In this program, there are some people we don't want to forget. We don't want to forget about the teachers. Information that we get, yeah, are quite good, quite pleasing, yeah, because we already sponsored. Whatever the respect we're not giving the teachers, the other scholars, those kind of things, because now you are in scholarship. Please, once you are in scholarship, the minimum respect that we require from you, please make sure that you bring the teachers next to you, because these are the people who are going to support you to be able to excel. As there's only one part that we can do, and that part is the simple one, the smallest one, that is sponsoring you, only that. But the rest, remember, respect the teachers, to make sure that the teachers, whatever they tell you, please have those ones and take them very, very seriously. For the next 4 years, we expect those who are in Form 1, and the next 3 years, those who are in Form 2. We are not promising that it's going to be very easy. It must be perseverance, because what we're discussing about here, I'm sure even those who are not sponsored, maybe somewhere with their parents, okay, they may need minimum performance. When you go home, when you perform poorly, then you have a discussion. But remember, to me, this is a contract. This is a third party we are coming on board. And when I mean by third party, what I talked about, the minimum performance grade I talked about, it requires you to persevere a lot. You have to work very, very hard.
Work again 30.
Because remember, third party is now demanding from you before you go home. Imagine before your parents or your guardian back at home looks at your performance. Remember, now will be the one looking at your performance first. So there'll be a lot of perseverance from you. Yeah? You really need to work extremely hard, because there are two people looking at your performance. That is the sponsor, your parents back at home, the teachers, the society, and everyone back at home. Yeah? So it requires a lot of perseverance from you. Those are the kind of things that I'm looking at to make sure that things are working. What I'm happy with this morning, I've seen punctuality. Yeah? If we're able to maintain punctuality even in school, not only in this particular time we are here, keeping time, I'm sure this is going to help us to make sure that by the time we leave here and by the time we're in school, we are able to make things working in good time. Punctuality is the key thing for us to be able to perform and deliver in our performance. Honesty. This animal called honesty. Yeah? Are you someone who is, when in school, you are missing something, you start looking for others? Unaangalia kama umepoteza pen, even the time we are here, maybe umepoteza the notebook we have given you, na unajua that one is not yours, then you say, let me pick this one and be able to go with it home. So I expect a lot of honesty from all of us going forward. This program, we don't want to have scenarios, situations, whereby us as a bank are being called that this particular student had got these issues in school, because we have started having some of those kind of things. So I request a lot of honesty from you. Yeah? A lot of integrity. Be someone with a lot of integrity in school. Still, somebody should not be topped every time. Joseph, why are you doing things on? Every time we keep on asking you that stop this, stop this, stop that. Right? I want us to be very competitive. And we competitive now. As we are in school, I know sometimes we normally compete in class, isn't it? Huh? The competitiveness here, I mean, if maybe someone who is number one, look at how he scored and became number one. Yeah? Be somebody looking at, you want to know more every time. This is the only way you can enable us to be able to reach and perform well better than how we have performed before. Because if you're not competitive, then it becomes very difficult to say, no, me, this is only my performance. I cannot be able to do better than what I've done. Please, let's make sure that we're able to become competitive to enable us people to make sure that things are working well for us. Another animal I want us to talk about is being thrifty. Thrifty. The word thrifty. That's right, the word thrifty. Yeah? We are spending money, isn't it? Huh? And what I mean here, being thrifty, is to become conscious with money. We normally give you pocket money, isn't it? We give you transport. And as you are in school, spend it wisely. The money you are being given, spend it wisely. Yeah? I remember during the time when we were in school, there were some scholars from where we were. Some had already opened even Kinyosi. Walikuwa naenda shule. During the break in the afternoon, or in the evening on Sundays. Unakuta ameweka a very long line. And now wanafunzi they are making money. And I was wondering, you know, you look at ways on how you can be able to save money so that you don't use money on where it's not necessary. Because the money you are being given is not that much, isn't it? Huh? So I want us to be very thrifty on everything we are doing unto you. Like now when we are here, we are also very thrifty in terms of our expenditure. It does not mean we have excess money. We can just keep on throwing left and right, isn't it? Huh? We are also thrifty in our resource management. We are not loose. We don't just throw money left and right. Yeah? So as we are in this particular program, I want us to be able to be very thrifty with our finances that are being given to make sure that you don't lack, you don't miss. Because imagine situations or scenarios whereby you are in school and you are lacking bus fare. And you are sponsored. And remember, that's what I've said. We give you transport from school, and from school to the branch, and from the branch to back home. So if you are not thrifty, if I don't tell you that, and then we start misusing the funds we are giving you, then it becomes a bigger problem. Okay? People will be wondering, is this a sponsored student or this is a different kind of student? So I want people to make sure that be somebody who is thrifty when it comes to cash and cash management. Now lastly, as we move forward, we have started getting some incidences which are not very good for us, maybe as our sponsors. If you've already been suspended from school, maybe with one reason or the other, then you go and stay at home. One term, you stay at home. Me, I'm expected to get the result, I'm not seeing you. Yeah? Then, funnily enough, some of us, because they sneak in to the bank, because we give them the shopping hamper, they sneak in and they get the shopping hamper, but me, I'm not getting the result. So we are not paying the school fees. Some of us, what we have done, we have paid school fees, but only to realize that for the last 2 terms we have not been in school. Now we have paid that money. We only realize that kumbe, you are at home. Maybe you are suspended or expelled from school, and we are not aware that you are even at home. The only time we realize that you are not there is either the shopping hamper we normally give you has not been picked. Then we check the list. Where is this particular scholar? Yeah? And remember, we have paid school fees. Because some of the school fees we normally do, like now, we are going back to school in a week's time. Next week, we are starting preparing for the payment of the school fees. So we pay school fees in advance. So immediately, imagine after paying school fees and then you don't report, you don't go to school. And we already paid. The school will never refund us that money. Yeah? So this issue of, something happened to you at school, you are not reporting to us. I only come to know about it maybe after 2 terms. Maybe we are paying money for you in Form 1, in Term 1. I was expecting to see the result in Term 2. I've not seen the results in Term 2. In Term 1, we wait for you in Term 2. To see you, we can't be able to see you. And some of what we have done, we even send even our champions to come to find out at home where you are. Only to go at home and find, this is a girl, she messed up somewhere or something happened to her. You leave that and then you go and register in a day school somewhere. Yeah? Because the other school you were expelled. She really, and remember we had the contract of this particular program. So I'm appealing to all of us to be able to take this program very, very seriously. Because what we have seen is either some of us are not respecting the scholarship. A request is being made for some of us, for the scholars who are not feeling well, and our Equity Afia team. The doctor had requested for them to be taken for further examination. There's a van waiting somewhere up there next to the administration block. So if you are referred to get maybe specialized treatment, there's a van waiting at the admin block up there. So kindly, let's be able to move. If you are given a referral, the van is waiting that other side. As I was saying about the issue of being suspended from school and we are paid, let's be able to look at our behavior in school. Because some of those behaviors, when you look at them, in fact, I'm happy that they changed to me. They normally tell me exactly what happened. Because remember, if you don't tell us exactly what happened, then we cannot be able to help you. And those kind of reasons we are getting, they cease from those kind of things. We expect somebody from this program to be somebody of the highest, honest, with high integrity. Yeah? Atulienda ukapigana, you went and took more ratio in the dining hall than others. Really? Imagine if you are discussing that one in the manager's office. Yeah? That during wakati wanakula, you normally take more ratio than compared to the rest. Really? Yeah? How do you expect me to discuss with any teacher? Huh? That this is not, oh, you are the Equity Bank, no, this is your scholar. Come over. You go and see what is happening. Yeah? This one, I've got these issues. And some of those issues, you even wonder now, these are the scholars, we normally take them through. This particular program, when we expect them to be good leaders of tomorrow. Really, really, really. Those are things I want us to improve to make sure that we don't get caught up in scenarios whereby you are saying at home because you took more ratios than the rest. Yeah? Just took enough ratios to make sure that we are happy and where we are. So, as I conclude, I want us to stand. I know we have been sitting for some time. Let's stand. I want us to stretch ourselves before I invite the next speaker. As we are stretching, I'm seeing us stretching ourselves. I want us to spell someone's name, which is the beautiful name. We want to spell someone's name with our bodies. Which is the best name? Nani ako na jina mzuri sana? Huh? Who has got a very nice name? Huh? I come up, I'm seeing someone carrying his hand there. He has got a very nice name. Someone has got a very nice name. You want to spell? Have you ever spelled a name, written a name with your body? We have done that, huh? Yeah, so we want to spell. I don't know what is his name. Maybe you can come over, round, not other side, so that you don't fall down. As we prepare for the next speaker. So you tell us your name and your school and the class. That's the way we start. And what's your name?
My name is Fidel Castro Kidiwa.
Fidel Castro Kidiwa. Which?
St. Stephen's Menara. Yes. I'm in Form 2.
Yes, he's in Form 2. So he's going to tell us now to spell the name. Which name? Fidel, with our bodies, huh? Yeah, so they must say how F is spelled. Huh? First of all, I want to look at it that after he has done is when we're able to repeat, isn't it? Huh? So Fidel is F, isn't it? We start with F, isn't it? Huh? So they must say for us F. How is F written with your body? How do you normally write F? Yes. With your body, assume you got a pen, you got a pen, huh? You got a pen. Huh? When you can have ground ni karatasi. Sasa ibu andika F. With your body, I want you to go with your body. You are a pen. Eh? When you want to see all of your body, you are a pen. And the floor here is the paper. So write F. Did you get the F? Huh? So, we'll just put our hands like this. That is F, okay? Let's go F. I, is it, huh?
Lopez.
Small letter I is in a small letter. So I. That is I. Yeah? I am D. I want to spell D. You spell it na kiuno. Sawa sawa. So you could spell D in small letters, huh? D. E. I want to spell E with our bodies. E, small letters, huh? How do you write it? Do an L, small letters, huh? Otherwise, thank you very much. We can take our seats. Let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. At least we have searched ourselves. As we invite the next speaker to come over. And I hope the ones who have been called for to go for a specialized treatment to check on the man is waiting, and I'm sure they have already moved. And in case any of us have those such problems, let's be able to get in touch with the OIP to have you to support us in that particular area. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Java. Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Java Nude. That one is not enough. Someone who can help us clap better. Who? A volunteer? Anybody? Kuja. Come and show us how to appreciate our team leader. Tumpigie makofi.
Hi. So we are going to do it like this.
Your name and branch?
I'm Valeria Akoth, Kisumu branch, studying at Uganda Girls, in Form 2. So we'll do like this.
Thank you, Valerie. Tupige makofi. And I'm aware Uganda Girls is one of the schools that when mentors goes for mentorship, the turnout is always 100%. Let's clap for Uganda Girls. Our next speaker is our regional coordinator, Mr. Evan Sainga. Karibu sana, Mr. Evan Sainga. Tumpigie makofi. Tunapiga makofi hadi afike. Let's continue clapping. Clap, clap, clap. Tupige makofi. Karibu sana Mr. Evan Sainga.
All right, thank you very much, Trevor. Yeah, I was just trying to test your patience and how obedient you are. Good morning. I'm very, very happy to see you once again this morning. And I know yesterday we started off very, very well. And today we are going to take it to another level as we shared yesterday. So I want to talk to us about, as our host BGDM has already taken us through, the whole issue about this Congress is to mentor you to become leaders, and leaders of integrity, leaders that society can bank on and rely on to be able to move forward and to take us to another level, greater heights in our lives. So today, I'm going to talk to you about, just to introduce mentorship, and specifically mentorship in schools. That's what I'm going to talk about briefly before we break for tea. Just by a show of hands, I just want to see, what do you understand by mentorship? I just want to see any person, any brave student, any courageous student, what do you understand by the word mentorship? Because we can be talking about mentorship and yet we are not communicating. What do you understand about mentorship? Maybe you can raise the microphone a little bit. What do you understand about mentorship?
Breeze.
Mentorship. Thank you very much. Anyone who wants to give a try? I can see a hand there.
It is a process of seeing one's potential.
It is a process of seeing one's potential. A clap for her. Anyone else? I see a hand the other side, and I can see another hand in front here also. Maybe we have that one, then we will have the third person.
Relationship is a structure. Mentorship, I mean, is a relationship based on structure, on developing mentors, skills, and creativities.
Change.
Let's clap for her. Last, there's a scholar in front here, and you can also tell us from which school you come from as you respond.
Change akipa mic.
My name is Deborah Momanyi from Kisumu Girls High School. So from my own understanding, the word mentorship means the ability or the spirit put into someone to do something much better.
Change.
The ability of the Spirit put into someone to do something much better. You can also clap for her. Thank you very much. I want to talk about mentorship. Thank you for all that I've tried. And even for those who did not get the opportunity to try, I know if we given the opportunity, you will have also shared your understanding of the same. Now, mentorship basically is a structured relationship. It's a structured relationship between an experienced person, a more experienced person, and a lesser experienced individual aimed at developing one to be able to become a better person in all facets of life. Can I come again? Yes. Mentorship is a structured relationship between a more experienced person and a lesser experienced individual, a more experienced person and a lesser experienced individual, aimed at developing the full potential of the former in all facets of life. Don't worry about the terminologies, but the point is, can I come again? Hello? Let me come again once more. Let me make it a bit simpler. Mentorship is a structured relationship between a more experienced person and a lesser experienced individual aimed at developing full potential of the former in all facets of life. So basically, it is an ongoing relationship. It's an ongoing relationship. You can describe it in your own words, but the idea is, or the point to take home is, there is a more experienced individual. For example, a more experienced individual could be your teacher, could be more experienced in terms of even age also. Somebody more older than you or more experienced in a particular area than you. It could be in academics. It could be in a school setup. It could be in church, wherever. Somebody who can walk with you through a journey until you realize your full potential.
Change. Acha tu hapo kwanza.
All right, I'm being reminded that there is a scholar. If you had some fresh wound on the leg yesterday, you are requested to join the team at the van, the other side, so that you can be taken or referred to a more specialized attention. So basically, I was saying mentorship, the idea is more experienced individual, it's a relationship, and it is a journey that you walk together for quite some time. For quite some time, to help you be able to realize your full potential. A mentor is an advisor, a mentor is a counselor, a mentor is also a teacher. You see, he helps you, or the mentor helps you, or she helps you, whichever the gender, to be able to become a better person than you are, based on the experience he or she has. You can gain something from the mentor. You can learn something from the mentor. So basically, that is a mentorship journey. And mentorship occurs, it is an everyday thing. Sometimes we don't realize that we are being mentored. But at any particular point in life, I know there is always mentorship going on. But now, for our purpose, it is a structured relationship. Why am I saying structured relationship? Because we have a structure and a platform through which we carry mentorship. For example, in this platform today, there is a lot of preparation, there's a lot of resources that have been pulled together, both human and financial, just to ensure that there is a form and an order through which we take you through the sessions. So it is a structured kind of arrangement. And also, we have got 3 sets of mentorships that we normally carry out. We normally carry out mentorships at 3 levels. We have, let me start with what we are going through today. We have what is called Annual Education and Leadership Congress, which is where we are today. This is one of the levels of mentorship. One of the ways through which we carry out mentorship. Annual Education and Leadership Congress. And then we have what is called school-based mentorship. When you are in schools, there is mentorship that normally takes place. We call it school-based mentorship. And then we have branch-based mentorship. When you come to the branch, when you have issues, when colleagues at workplace, they talk to you, when you bring your report forms, there is some form of mentorship that takes place. That is called branch-based mentorship. Now today, I'm going to talk majorly about school-based mentorship. School-based mentorship. Somebody say school-based mentorship? Yeah, that is what I want to talk about today. How many people have attended mentorship in school? By a show of hands, let me just see. How many people are mentored this time? I can see majority of you. What were you mentored about? Anybody who can be able to respond? What were you mentored about? What was the topic? What was the topic of discussion? Maybe we can give a microphone to 1 or 2. 1 or 2. There's a microphone that was being passed around. Where is it? Yeah, we can give 1 or 2. What were you mentored about this term that I just ended?
I'm Otieno Wisniza from Friends School Sigol Girls. The last mentor that you were given was, the topic was about, if it is to be, it is up to me.
If it is to be, it is up to me.
Change.
You are mentored by our team. Any other?
Moving on, say. Change.
I'm Deborah Mumanyi from Kisumu Girls High School. Our last mentorship was on values and ethics.
Values and ethics.
Change.
Did you hear anything about values and ethics? And okay, thank you. Yeah, so our topic for this term, mentorship for the term that just ended, was on values and ethics. And there's a lot of discussion that went on within that topic. I know we sent mentors to the school, and they took you through the topic. But now I want to emphasize a few things about the school-based mentorship. Number one, school-based mentorship we normally carry out through a vehicle called Best Me Club. Somebody say Best Me Club? Best Me Club. In each and every school where we have scholars, we have initiated a club called Best Me Club. That is the platform through which we carry out mentorship. For those of you, maybe you've not attended the mentorship session for one reason or another, make use of this opportunity. I'm bringing it to your attention that in schools, we have a club called Best Me Club. That is just a club like any other club in school. Be it wildlife club, be it... Which other clubs do you have in school usually? Yes? Geography. Journalism. Which one else? One person. One person. What are some of the clubs you have in school?
French club.
French club. Next.
For gay club.
4K club. Third one and the last one. Third and the last.
Debate club.
Debate club. Yes. So, Best Me Club. I'm introducing Best Me Club. It's also another club, just like any other club that you have in school. Now, the Best Me Club, the purpose is to carry out mentorship, and as the name suggests, it is aimed at helping you to realize the best version of you. The best version of you. Hence the name Best Me Club. From the name itself, you can already see the purpose and the intention for the club. It has a lot and everything to do with helping you realize your full potential, to achieve the best version of yourself. And now this club, just like any other club, it has got officials. It has officials and representatives. Ni wangapi wako kwa Best Me Club by a show of hands? Wacha nichague mmoja hapa mbele uniambie officials wenye wako kwa Best Me Club kwa zile shule ziko na Best Me Club. Kuja tu mbele hapa. Just come. Yeah, just come. Somebody you can give him a microphone. You tell us the school and you tell us the officials in that club.
Move na. Hapo.
Your name, school, and the official, and then you tell us the club, the officials, some of the officials you know about the club.
I'm Justin, and my school is Captain Boys. The officials
Ongeza volume kidogo.
We have the chairman of the students, and secondly, the first one is the mentor. Our mentor is Madam Florence. Then our chairman is Kelvin. Then I'm the deputy. Then we have the members. The members are my fellow scholars.
Let's clap for him. Yeah, in each and every club we have officials. We have the chairperson, just like any other club. We have the chairperson. We have the secretary. And then we have the treasurer. And depending on the kind of school that we have, we can have a school that has got all types of our scholars. We have Wings to Fly, and then we also have Elimu scholars. So in such kind of a school, we will also have what we call representatives. Program representatives for various scholarships. Sawa. We have, for example, we can have a LIMU representative, and then we also have Wings to Fly representative. And then for each and every class, we have to, not each and every form or category. Let's say Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, and Form 4. We also have got representatives. And then we have got the members. Sawa. That's just an overview of the structure of the club. It has got officials, and then as one of us has said, in that club we also have a patron. We have a patron, and usually in the schools, the club is normally patronized by a teacher responsible, whom we call a gender champion or a teacher champion. Gender champion or a teacher champion. Just one of the teachers in your school designated to be the patron of the club. Sawa. Are we together? Yeah, that's just an overview of the structure of the club. Now, I want now to talk about various pillars about the mentorship at school. Various pillars about the mentorship at school. And I want you to pay attention now, because I'm going to discuss very, very serious points. Very serious points. Now, in schools and all across our mentorship programs, we have researched and studied and established pillars, various aspects that we thought if you can inculcate in your life, then they can help you achieve the best version of yourself. We have got pillars, just like a structure. If you look at this dome tent, pillars are the supporting beams, the supporting structure. In any building, be it a story building, it is normally supported by pillars, isn't it? Hello? Nikisema we, unasema wa. Sasa, we. We. Sauti kidogo, we. Thank you. So, in every structure, be it a story building, when you are constructing a structure, when you are building a house, be it a commercial building, you see very, very big structures in the cities. You see malls in the cities, for example. There are support systems in those structures, isn't it? Each structure has got support systems. And it is upon the support systems that the structure derives its strength. It is on the support systems that the structure derives its strength and integrity. The strength of a structure is determined by the pillars that support it. So. And so we looked at pillars ourselves, and we say, in Best Me Club, if we want you to become the best version of yourself, then there is need for you to build your life upon very serious support systems. And these are the systems I'm going to talk about today, the pillars I'm going to talk about today. So that across your life, if you can enlist and embrace and inculcate these pillars in your life, then about the leadership that we are talking about the goals you so much desire to achieve, it will be very, very easy for you to achieve the best version of yourself. We Are we together? The pillars are very, very key in building. Just like you build a house, you are also in the process of building yourself to become the better version of yourself. To realize your full potential. We say mentorship is supposed to help you to realize your full potential in all facets of your life. Your spiritual life, your social life, your academic life, and so on and so forth. All facets of your life, including your health, your physiological health. And today we are privileged because we have Kenya Red Cross here. They will be able to talk to you. So you see, the whole idea is to help you build yourself 360 degrees. You become healthy spiritually, healthy physically, healthy psychologically, healthy academically, and then you will just realize the best version of yourself. And that's why we are talking about the pillars. You need to embrace these support systems beginning today. You need to embrace these support systems beginning today. The following scholars, you are required urgently to see Mwaniki at behind the tent. We have Beatrice Hatenje Agola from St. Barnabas Girls. And then we have Noel Awur Odhiambo from St. Cecilia Aluor. So one of the pillars, now I'm discussing the pillars. One of the pillars that you need to inculcate in your life if you're going to achieve the best version of yourself, if you're going to be the leaders that this program wants to develop in you, that society also looks up to you to become. Number one is academic excellence. Somebody say academic excellence. Academic excellence is the foundation, is the very reason for which you are chosen into this program in the first place. So never lose sight of that. In the course of your interaction with one another, with your fellow students, with your peers, with your siblings at home, with your guardian or parent, with your teachers, never lose sight of academic excellence. Remember, you are chosen into this program because you met certain threshold. Sawa sawa. And we expect you, and the program expects you to keep the standard and set it very, very high through continuous improvement for you to be sustained in the program. Not only because of fear of being terminated from the program or being disqualified, but now because I'm talking about mentorship, I am saying it is a foundation very important for you to realize the best version of yourself. You need to excel academically. Nowadays, in the world, even if you want to be relevant in the present world, there are basic benchmarks that you need to meet. You must be able to communicate with people. You must be able to interact and associate and relate with people. And you can only relate with people of a certain class if you have been empowered, even academically. You have knowledge, you have understanding, you can understand the language they are speaking. You can communicate also. You can be able to reason at a certain level. So we are saying academic excellence will provide a platform for you to be able to move to the next level. To be able even to move from high school to tertiary institution. To be able, for those of you who aspire to be global scholars or even go to universities abroad, academic excellence will again become the benchmark. And when we are talking about academic excellence, I'm not only talking about passing exams. Of course, we use exams as a test of academic excellence. But then, make sure that throughout your life, throughout your education, you are always learning something, keeping something in your life. You are always increasing in understanding and knowledge. Remember, they say it is one thing to go through school, and it's yet another for school to go through you. You know, you can go through the system. You can come and say, today I'm in Form 1. Tomorrow I'm in Form 2. And then you say, I have done KCSE. Or I've done whichever, examination. Now I've finished high school. But the question is, yes, you've gone through school, but do you have knowledge? Have you increased in knowledge? That is the question. And that is what will be the differentiating factor at the end of the day. That is what I mean by academic excellence. I don't want people who later on in life, they begin to forge documents because they cannot fit, for example, in the workplace. They cannot fit in a certain category of people where education and knowledge is required, simply because you just passed through school. You know, you can have people whom you find even in other offices later in life, they are holding key dockets, but they are not able to do very, very simple tasks. Even writing an official letter, somebody is not able to write an official letter. Now the question is, how did you transition through school life? We expect after a certain duration, you are supposed to have a certain level of knowledge. Sawa? We? Are we together on that? That is what we mean by academic excellence. And that pillar is very, very key, because that is what will differentiate you at the end of the day. And people, when you want to become a leader, we are looking at people who have knowledge, people who have understanding, people who can reason, people who have certain level of rationale. Academic excellence. The second pillar I want to talk about is what we call living a value-centered life. Living a value-centered life. I've said the objective and the reason for all this mentorship is to help you to become leaders of tomorrow. But then, I've said academic excellence is one of the pillars. Now I'm saying the second pillar you need to inculcate in your life is living a value-centered life. Dear students, it does not profit if you will only excel academically, but you lack morals. It will short-circuit your dream. If you pass your exams, but you are smoking bang, how will you become a leader? It will short-circuit your life, because very soon, bang will start affecting you even psychologically. And I'm glad Kenya Red Cross is here. They can explain those to you very, very well in greater detail. It will begin affecting your sense of reason, interfering with your brain. And then you become a nobody in society, despite the fact that you excelled academically. That's why we are saying you must augment academic excellence with value-centered life. And when we talk about value-centered life, we mean you need to live a life, for example, and inculcate virtues, certain virtues, like integrity, for example, like discipline, proper time management. Those are values. Values are the attributes that are important to you. And these attributes, they are supposed to be, they can be the principles that govern your mannerism, your life, and your lifestyle. You know, somebody who lives certain values, who lives up to certain values, for example, later on in life, or even during this time, there's a lot of peer pressure sometimes. People want to influence you in the other direction. But if you're somebody who has integrity, who respects yourself and others, you can say, for me, I respect my body. I am not going to engage in a girlfriend-boyfriend relationship at this level. And you will find that you will be able to shield you, to shield your life from certain situations, for example, like unwanted pregnancies, early pregnancies, which can short circuit your dream, even your academic life. We don't expect you to short circuit your life because you lacked values. We don't expect you to disrupt your academic life because you lacked values. Yes. If you excel academically and you are good in IT, then you come and crash the IT systems of Kenya. When you unakuja, you are very good in IT, but you are using your knowledge in the wrong way. You want to hack the systems of Kenya, of the government of Kenya, for example. You want to hack the systems of the institution. Then what value are you adding to society? Is that how to become leaders of tomorrow? Now, will that excellence, academic excellence, that prowess in IT be of benefit? If you use it negatively, we are saying for you to become leaders of tomorrow, you must live a value-centered life. Work hard, excel, but inculcate with your values, so then you are able to use the knowledge you have for the benefit of the society at large, the benefit of your community, the benefit of the nation of Kenya, the benefit of the global world. The third pillar. The third pillar that we so much value and treasure, and that we want you to inculcate in your life, is to become transformative leaders. Transformative leadership. Now, I've given the first two pillars, which I normally say they are the foundation of you becoming a transformative leader. Excellence academically. Augment with values. Then, automatically you become a leader, even though you might not have a title. You need not necessarily have a title to be a leader. We encourage you, number one, in schools to take up leadership roles. Begin to practice some sense of leadership. Become the school captain, become the class representative. It's a form of training, and we encourage you all scholars to become leaders. The whole mentorship is supposed to help you also become leaders. So make use of such avenues available to you at your level. But we are saying, in every school or institution or every setup, not everybody can have a title, can be a school captain. We can only have one school captain at a particular time, isn't it? We can only have one school captain at a particular time. But are you going to sit and say, now that he is already the school captain, or she's already the school president, now I don't have opportunity to become a leader? No. We are saying there could be other leadership roles you can take up. But the most important that I'm saying, even if you don't have such avenues, I'm saying academic excellence augment with value-centered life. Automatically you are a leader. You are a leader though you don't have a title. Why? Because the society is looking for reliable people. The society is looking for people of integrity. The society is looking for honest people. The society is looking for people who can be entrusted with the resources. People who don't exercise corruption. People who can handle and manage resources responsibly. So once you have these values, you have also knowledge. You can make informed decisions. Then automatically you will have the power of influence. And leadership is about influencing people towards positive change. Positive? Positive what? Positive what? Leadership is about influencing and changing your environment and the people around you towards positive change for a better society. So if you have knowledge, you have wisdom, and you are honest, you are reliable, you are a good time, pregnancy haitakushika. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu kuna value. Si ndio? Wakati wengine wanavuta bangi pale na sasa wanakuwa suspended from school because of indiscipline, wewe utakuwa umeponyoka. You will be towering very high. That is how to become a leader. Number 4, the fourth pillar I want to mention, the fourth pillar is having a sense of giving back to society. Having a sense of giving back to society. That's one of very important pillar and also a very important attribute of a leader. You must be able, just like the program has given to society. You've been selected with the program. You can only also appreciate that by, number 1, fulfilling the objectives of the program, excelling academically, and also being disciplined in school, being focused, attaining the grades that the program wants you to attain. But I'm saying you can also reciprocate that by also the good you have received, also give the good to others. If you have received good, do good to others. Sindio? Hata kwa Biblia wanasemanga, freely you have received, freely give. Sindio? So we are saying it is very important that you begin to practice the attribute of giving back to society. Giving back to society is reciprocating, and it need not necessarily be financial. You can say today, we want to, like I'm seeing the school compound here. When we leave this place, make sure you pick litter. And whatever litter around the school you come across, make sure you pick the litter. You can give back by saying, today we just want to clean the dining hall as a club in school, as the Best Me Club. You can say, today we want to go and visit a children's home. You can say, today we want to slash the compound. You begin at your level. It need not necessarily be financial. Sawa. Then society will see value in you. The school will see value in you. Because you are practicing attributes like environmental conservation. These are very, very noble undertakings. Very noble undertakings. Have the attribute and the heart of giving back. The last pillar that I'm talking about is what we call gender sensitization. Gender sensitization. Now, when I talk about gender, I am talking about societal roles that are ascribed to someone by virtue of either being male or female. That is what we call gender. That is what we call. It refers to societal roles ascribed to individuals by virtue of them being either male or female. It also refers to beliefs in society, taboos in society that are associated with a particular gender, either male or female. Now, the idea of gender sensitization is to help you to be able to overcome what is called gender prejudice or gender bias. Sometimes, probably you come from a background where people believe that maybe your community, or maybe you've heard people saying, okay, girls are normally good in languages, but boys, we are not good in languages. That is a bias. So we are here empowering you to be able to overcome the gender biases so that you are able to tower above them and realize your full potential. Some people say, okay, boys are good in STEM subjects, for example, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and girls, they say, for us, we are not good at those subjects. Now, if you have that kind of belief, then automatically it is in your mind, so you will not work hard. But here we are here to tell you, and part of this mentorship is to tell you and inform you that you can also excel in science, mathematics, engineering, and technology subjects, even though you are female. And you can also excel in languages, even though you are male. Now, let me give you another last example. Watu wanasemanga kwa Kiswahili, watu wanasemanga kwa lugha yetu na kabila yetu. I'm finishing in the next 3 minutes. Watu wanasemanga ya kwamba kwa Wajaluo Kiswahili si mdomo chetu. Wangapi wamesikia hiyo? Ati Kiswahili si mdomo chetu. But I want to tell you that how many people heard of Wala bin Wala? Wala bin Wala, very good in Kiswahili, but is from the Luo tribe, isn't it? My teacher who taught me Kiswahili was a Luo teacher. Now what I'm trying to explain is this. Hayo maneno ya kwamba Kiswahili si mdomo chetu, that is a kind of bias. So we are telling you, you are supposed to go beyond that. For you to realize your full potential, you should know that you have all it takes, whether male or female, to become the best version of yourself, to excel and compete at whatever level. If you come to professions, later on we'll have a talk with you about careers. Long time, people had a notion, there was a notion that only females can become nurses. Nurses were associated with females, isn't it? But let me tell you, you can become a nurse and an excellent nurse, even if you are male. So let nothing limit you from pursuing your dream. If you want to become a nurse and you are male, you are a boy, you pursue it. Know that you have the potential. I was surprised one day I watched the news as I finished. I don't remember the name very well, but I think she was a lady. Yeah, she was a lady. And this lady was a pilot. The lady was a... Now lastly, as I'm walking out of the stage, in the local church where I go, we have one of the members, and that member, she's pursuing plumbing. Plumbing, people thought it's a male docket, isn't it? But do you know you can become a plumber even though you are a female? And plumbers, it's not a dirty work by any way. Plumbers are well paid, let me tell you. Plumbers are well. I'm just using this example to tell you that you have all it takes to pursue whatever you want, irrespective of your gender. So that is all about mentorship in school. Those are the pillars that govern our mentorship. And we encourage you, even across this mentorship that will take place here today, and for this entire period, those are the pillars through which whatever content will be revolving about. If you can calculate those ones in your life, then you will become the best version of you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evan Sainga. Tumpigie Mr. Evan Sainga makofi. Better clap. Aliaona niliwaambia that we wish that we could be here for a whole month, but currently we are working on a tight schedule. Kindly, I wish that all of us will keep time. It's approaching 10. We are all going to take our 10 o'clock tea, but before that, kindly allow our visitors, our guests to move out first. Kindly. Wageni wetu kwanza waondoke, kisha tutawafuata. Maintain silence, kindly. Kindly, the chaperones can start the distribution of meal cards from the behind. Kindly, you can start leaving. The chaperones to distribute the meal cards.
Good morning, scholars. How are you? How is the morning session been? Imekuwa nice. What do you say to our speakers who have spoken? Tunafanyanga thank you hivyo. Haikuagi hivyo. Inakuwaga hivyo kweli. Tunasema thank you so much. Si hivyo? I want to go. Thank you so much. Na tuwapigie makofi jameni. So we are breaking. Unajua si asubuhi mliniambia kidogo na mnataka ingine. Si umeona sasa imefika. So tunataka tukimbie haraka tukunywe chai na turudi because we are going to have a very interesting session after tea break. Sema interesting session. Wow, thank you. So we want to live in an orderly manner as we go take our meal cards and then we go straight to where we take tea. I want us to take as short as 25 minutes. Are we together? Yani 25 minutes inawezekana? No, lakini sasa tutatoka in order. Are we together? Are we together? So leo, kwa sababu jana tulianzia nyuma, leo tutaanzia mbele. Sawa? Leo tutaanzia mbele kidogo wenye wamekaa mbele watatangulia kutoka, alafu kidogo mnatoka hapa, mnapita pale, kidogo mtapata meal cards pale. So unajua ni mbio. Kwa hall peke yake ndio unatembea. Ukishatoka kwa hall ni mbio. Sawa? So naomba tutoke. Just a minute after our guests have departed, we are going to leave. Tutaanza na this other row, na this row at the same time. The last row na this row. So this row watatokezea huku na hii row watatokezea huku, beginning with the front. Are we together? Tuko sawa? So maybe this row you can rise up until mahali the speaker iko. Wote hapo mbele hiyo row, acha kuangalia nyuma. Wewe amkeni. Na hawa pia hadi mahali speaker iko, rise up. That's the extreme row. Sio nyinyi kaini. Wale watu wa huko, simameni, simama. You rise. You leave from the front exit. From the front exit. The front exit. Wengine wakae. Wewe acha kutoka. Wewe toka. Wengine wewe usisimame kwa hiyo row. Sijasema hao. Toka haraka, you make a line. Kidogo huko uende chai. Sawa. Toka until where the speaker is. It's we be on our toes. Tunakimbia. kimbia. Thank you so much. Now this our until out the black pillar. Mtoke tumia the front exit. Tumia hapa ibele.
Before we proceed, I just need 10 scholars, 5 male and 5 female. Kindly hurry up. 5, 10, 5, 5. Hurry up. Muamuke tu. This is an opportunity. Kindly let's hurry up. 5, 5. Mkuja kwa podium. Let's hurry up. The number is enough. Sasa mwache. You want to dance? You want to dance? You want to dance, can you? The DJ, if you can play the chicken dance. The DJ. The rest also, you also will stand up and dance with us. We have the skills, and you are very tired, so you must be relaxed. You want to dance? DJ, kindly play the video. Thank you. We will play the chicken dance after our speaker will have completed his speech. I now request all of us to sit down. Thank you for your patience. Asanteni sana. I recognize the presence of Madam Alice, Bank Manager, Kisumu 2 Angawa branch. I also recognize the presence of Red Cross team. I recognize the presence of our mother, Madam Elmili, is also here with us. Our next speaker is former Chief Principal, Kisumu School. I will not take much time to introduce our speaker, because if I was to introduce him, it will take me almost an hour to complete the profile of our speaker. I now take this opportunity to welcome Pastor Bok, former Chief Principal, Kisumu School. Tumpigeni makofi. Let's clap until our guest gets onto the podium. Karibu sana.
The organizers of the Congress we have today, invited guests and the participants, good morning. Good morning. My name is Brother Dennis Abokalo. Brother Dennis Abokalo is a born-again Christian. I got saved while I was a student in Form 2. I'm an alumni of Maranda High School. This is my Bible. I testify about my salvation to help those who have known the Lord at a tender age, that it is possible to know the Lord when you are young, and that will carry you through. In December 23rd, I will be 65 years old on this earth. So, I'm talking as a grandfather, and it is said that when a woman loses a husband, the right person to sit close to her is the one who was widowed before, because she's having practical experience of what this one is going through. If you bring the one whose husband is still alive, they are full of theory. They say God knows what you are going through. But this one can have a flashback of what happened when the casket carrying the body of the husband was being lowered, and can say I was almost fainting and carry a chair to support the one that is widowed. They normally know that after a burial there is loneliness. They will come to visit. We are not in a funeral. I use that illustration to say I'm the right person to be close to you. I've been a student. I went through that. A teacher, and now we are paying back to the society. Allow me to recognize my classmate, Mr. Titus Obat. We were there in the same class. And he will tell you, during our time, academic work was challenging. Imagine we dissected cockroaches and displayed the digestive system. And now that one humbled us. I remember reading History East Africa through 1,000 years by Were. Very voluminous. You are the one to get the facts out. And when people are complaining that things are hard, we will share. Chemistry was challenging because the teacher introduced you into the practical for 1 hour. You're just being told, check if you have this, check if you have 1 hour. Then you do it for 3 hours. By the time you are out, you are confused. Allow me to appreciate the organizers, one, for inviting me to share with you, and my sharing will be from the bottom of my heart. You are being mentored. I'm not a motivational speaker, but I want to share with you certain things. I've known what you are, and then give you direction. The late Mother Teresa observed one thing. The world is more in hunger for love and appreciation. I don't know how many times you have told your mom or dad you love them. When was the last time? And even you, I know this is a period that is challenging to the learners. You carried home a report form. And some of you studied so hard and made improvement. And sometimes your parents look at your report form from far. There is nothing here, there is nothing. who had this vision of assisting you, and the vision aiders, so that such a group may be assisted. But I want to remind you, opportunities have wings. If not utilized, they fly. And the worst thing that they are recognized when they're about to go, you are told that my last station, I'm a retired person, was Kisumu Boys. It is possible for you to be given opportunity like this and you miss. Why? Number one, you take things for granted. This is not an opportunity that is given to any of the learner in this nation. And remember, I want to remind you of Rehoboam, son of Solomon, who was staying with the wisest person in this world. And he took things for granted. He never learned anything. When responsibility was handed over to him, he failed immediately. People are coming to tap knowledge from the Father, to see the display of the wisdom he was not able to see. So I want you not to take things for granted. I was addressing a group that is sponsored by Quisero CDF, and I had them complaining of minor things and leaving what could transform their life. Number two, that can make somebody miss this, is taking your background negatively. You reflect about poverty and other things that are there. Many a time, the learners have complained of a broken family. I like reading, and I would encourage you. I'm now reading the month of October. I must finish from Robin Sharma, the greatness guy. The problem we have with Form 4s and Form 3s, we have set books. Teachers are complaining the learners are not reading set books. They want us to answer questions using rumors, not facts. When you read, you'll be exposed and get the wisdom of people who are once living and they're not there. But the wisdom is why. Think Big by Ben Carson. Ben Carson is a person who never belittled the mother, a broken family. But listen to the mother when the mother said, you don't watch all programs on the television. You must do assignment before you go to play. And he was registered in an area library, not to be idle. That is where he learned about rocks. You know, some of us in school don't carry up their hands from Form 1 to Form 4. The day you carry up your hand, people are confused, including the teacher. Did the teacher ask those who don't know what is going on? Ben Carson carried up his hand, and even the teacher was not willing to give him opportunity because he was always at the bottom of the class. But because he was the only one, he was given opportunity. And he got the answer correctly. And the teacher just said, excellent. That one moved Ben Carson from the bottom of the class to the top of the world. So if you are seated there and complaining of a broken family, there are people who have gone through. We have in the Bible Jephthah. Jephthah was told, you are a son of a prostitute. You don't have any inheritance here. And it was not just being told. They chased him away. But he had a what? A talent. He nurtured that and they went for him. You may be born out of wedlock and you have the opportunity now. Just work hard. If you get that father of yours will come for you. I know there are people with potential here and they are behaving like Gideon. Gideon had all the wisdom and talent and everything. ability, potential to deliver the children of Israel. But he was hiding in the cave, just like the other people. Even when the angel of the Lord came and did not address him going by his behavior, he was cowardice in most of the things. But the angel of the Lord addressed him, "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." God does not see you as a person the way you see yourself. And even when he was told, "Go in the strength you have," he doubted. "I'm from the weakest clan and the lowest in my family." When he came to his senses, he made it. I want you to come up. Don't allow your background to make you sing. Already opportunities within. Another one, the third one. Some of the people are living in the past. You did certain things that is now having impact in you. And you have refused to forgive yourself. There are students, when they are studying, one page they can read for 30 minutes or an hour. They are just like this. And occasionally you get them clicking. When he says, "What is wrong, Mazebwana?" Nothing. Look at the vehicle. He's having two mirrors. The windscreen and the side mirror. Which is the biggest? The windscreen. Where you are going is more important than where you have come from. And every challenge in this life is giving us a lesson. That if you are somebody who is very keen, you will be able to learn. But what is the problem? The world has taught us to hide our weaknesses, which is very bad. Who will help you when you are hiding your weaknesses? Let me give you an example you understand. When, as a teacher, when you are giving out marked script, do you see how the student behave? So and so, they receive the paper, tap, under the lap. And sometimes, they are tired of that paper. They tear the portion having the name admission number and dump in to the litter bin. Don't be held back by your background. You have the opportunity to do something new. The last one is about the toxic people in this world. People will tell you, like now, they evangelize, there is no need to study because there is no employment. We are not studying for employment. We are studying to acquire knowledge. After that knowledge, you know how to use it. You are told here by the speaker who was ahead of me that you can acquire knowledge, but you are a problem to this nation. I'll explain it fully for you to understand. Now what is happening? We are now preparing the learners, including me in my retirement, to give you the best, because the world has become a global village. You can work for a company outside Kenya, and you are doing the job here because of technology. You have also the opportunity to go out of this nation, like Equity Foundation has done wonders. I saw some. University of here, they were given that one, another one from Kisumu Boys, Turkey. Now, we are not taking people who are thick. We cannot export people who are thick. There was a chance for nurses to work in Britain. Some failed language tests. That is why a problem with people who want to cheat. As a principal, and even now, I don't advocate for cheating. Because paper qualification will not make you compete with people. They would want to know what is in the brain, or compare the honor of the certificate and the paper. And write this, those who are saying there is no employment and you have not worked hard, when the opportunity comes, you will not merit it. So those who are pen, write this one. Let the opportunity find you prepared. Let the opportunity find you prepared. Not you preparing for the opportunity. Let the opportunity find you prepared. Not you preparing for the opportunity. Because it has wings, it will fly. I've seen helping the university, those who are joining university. Many of you are longing for holiday. They have been out since December. And some of them are drinking silly to perfect it at the campus. Those who are wise have gone through the computer packages. Those who are going to do BCom, some of them have started now after computer. They have done computerized accounting and they have started CPA 1. Others are going to sit for the exam. Then they join university. Adding to their CV. A wise person see a problem coming and avoid it. A fool runs into it and regret it. Allow me to quote Nelson Mandela in one of his books. He said, education is the greatest engine for personal development. The greatest engine. It is through education that a daughter of a peasant can become a medical doctor. A son of a mine worker can become a head of a mine. And a child of a farm worker can become a president of a great nation. His conclusion was very spiritual. It is not what you are given, but what you have that makes a difference between one person and the other. Not what you are given. When God wanted to use Moses, he asked, what is it that is in your hand? Aaron. That was the beginning point. When there was need, the story of a widow who had the issue of death, Elisha asked her, what do you have? Little oil. That was the beginning. What you already have. Write this one also down. There is a potential to be great in every learner. There is a potential to be great in every learner. There is a potential to be great in every learner. Now, when I reflect that one of Nelson Mandela, when I was a principal of Kisumu Boys, I started with learners from the slums. Learners who were needy, dirty, and they didn't have enough to eat. Their mothers were going to sell in the evening when municipal officials had gone back because they were avoiding ladies. They only knew one meal in a day, supper. Breakfast, they were carrying their books to school and surviving on water up to supper time. I saw people who were needy. I came in and told them, I'll provide. You look at their dressing. The long trouser is spiked, some are torn. When they go to do something on the board, they don't face it fully because they are partially naked. When they walk and they put on a red innerwear, it's as if it is a vehicle indicating where. But they listen to me. Close to me now are 3 medical doctors. The one I visited who was in a pathetic state is an engineer, structural engineer. And I told the wife who was sitting close to him, I know the story of this man. Don't mess him out at this stage. Opportunity is with you. So, there are people who only know how to study when they have failed. And they ask, can I be taken and given another chance? There are people in this life, they only know how to live when they're about to die. One of my uncles, I went to see him at his deathbed. He told my wife, leave us with Brother Bob. I was wondering what he was going to tell me that my wife need not to hear. And he told me this. He's my uncle. Your mom used to tell us to do certain things. I didn't listen. You listen. Now I'm about to die. I want you to pray for that this God of yours give me for 5 years to take care of my children. He did not know that he had children. The following day, he passed on. Now I want to remind you, high school is a very important stage in life. And the devil is aware of that. Fighting you every day. And some of you are not closer to God. The devil has easy time dealing with you. You are a surgeon. 2 things that you must get before leaving this stage of high school. And I'm happy I'm talking to Form 1 and Form 2. For Form 4s, it is almost over. They are coming back to wind up and go. Going to universe, whether you are prepared or not, out of the system. You will not be a Form 1 again unless you have chosen to repeat at a cost. Number 1 thing, academic excellence. You must have a good certificate. Now some of us are sponsored and we are giving B-. Today I'm on you. You don't have stress that our students are having. When I talk to students like you, one came and saying, my dad has raised alarm that next year I'm going to be a day scholar. I started being in boarding school right from primary. And I'm going to be a day scholar in Form 4. When principals are making announcement of people going home for school fees, you don't have any stress. And yet some of us are more comfortable than the sponsor. The Bible records, the eagle started the nest so that the eaglet may learn how to fly. When the nest is so soft, that skill will be missing. And I want to tell you, when I'm in the city, I'm seeing buses taking our children, going to school and dropping them. We trekked 3 kilometers to reach school, to and fro 6 kilometers. When you sum up the distance you have covered from primary to secondary, you are approaching the ratio in terms of distance. This education you are being given is the best. I never got the comfort of sleeping on a bed like you. We were on a mat. A mat, when you sleep on it in the morning, parallel lines are on your cheek. Only to disappear around 3. Food is there, but you are restricted. 1 cup of tea and 1 slice of bread. When you are through, you are not asked, are you satisfied? Are you finished? But there was hope that work hard to sleep on a comfortable place. Work hard. We were having role models to motivate you. Some of us have reached. And when you are told to work hard, you don't want. And a quick reminder. Our mothers used to put pressure on us. Until one day I asked my mom, which position were you getting when you were in school? I was very notorious before salvation, and my mom talked about it during my wedding. Because I was a person who was not moved by cane. When you are caning me, I don't respond and ask you, are you through? You know my mom, all our parents were either number 1 or number 2. I was either number 1 or number 2. And we had to accept because we could not prove. But you, today I want you to know, your children are going to download your result. Are you aware of technology? Every check what money has got, they only get the code. Mathematics E, chemistry E, daddy, maths E, chemistry E. They are facts. When you are putting pressure, they tell you this is genetical, we cannot change it. A serious thing. Don't allow bad grades to be recorded in your certificate because you will not remove it. I learned in 1970, we were with him. We are still using the certificates that we got in high school. Every time there is a contract, submit your academic and professional certificate. It's not like a report form which you can hide. When you get that certificate, you will be photocopying it and showing the world. Some of the people, just to qualify to be shortlisted, will be a challenge if grades are not good. So work hard, you have the opportunity. If you miss it, it will not come again. Number 2, good character formation. We are concerned about your character. That is why they are talking about mentoring you. Why is that one important? It is the character that sustains any achievement. I was invited to talk to prisoners in one of the prisons. They were having tension. That is the first time I realized prisoners also can go on strike. And imagine bad people put together going on a strike. Do you think it is easy? And listen to the point. There I got principals like me. Engineers inside. Doctors who did abortion and the people they handled passed on there. You are 35 years and you are in there for 30 years. That knowledge is not useful to us. You are restricted. The values we are going to talk about will bring a difference. In which way? You become a solution to the problem of this world. There are teachers here. They are acting on ignorance. We have medical doctors. They are dealing with health. But if you have knowledge that they were talking about, the person hacking, or you become somebody who is a potential demonstrator, you will force the government to budget for tear gas, to budget for handcuffs, to budget for bullet to silence you when you become dangerous, to budget for food for prisoners. That is not the purpose of this program. Be a person who is a solution to the problem of this nation. Why am I talking about the two? Good academic certificate and good character formation. Now, the character formation will be coming in bits. Like when you are being talked to like this, there are people who don't write anything. And even when they are called for a meeting in the hall, they go without any paper or pen. Then they ask their neighbor to give them a piece of paper, which they tear and give them a pencil. The same paper will be on the floor of a classroom. And boys are not very keen about tissue paper. The one who want to go to the toilet, pick that paper and begin manufacturing toilet. The knowledge is taken to a pit latrine. The next stage in life is university. And I want you to listen to me. There is no assembly at the university. Some of you, I thank God I wrote in my journal, and it's now when I'm understanding. I put it through the knowledge of the Holy Spirit that every assembly is a blessing. That is the time when teachers make observation and give direction. Some of us are absent-minded at the assembly. A teacher crack a joke, people are laughing, and one is asking them, what are people laughing at? Hallelujah, wave unto me if you are getting me. After this, you will be in Chuka University, very far away from home. Girls, there is no sneaking. Now when people want to reach you, clearance. University, when you want to leave, security officers at the gate, they open for you to go. Nobody will tell you to bathe. If you don't want to bathe, boys, you will smell like a he-goat and the Susan. Nobody will wake you up, even if you want to sleep 48 hours. Sense of responsibility. So now wake up, if you have been sleeping, and be serious in everything you are doing every day, and take charge to learn every day. Now what I've learned with some students, they don't know where they have come from and where they are going. Like now holiday, Students are very keen going for holidays. You close the school 10 minutes, the compound is clean. On the day of reporting back, you see the learner, both trekking and those ones who are in the vehicle. The face is not expressing joy. It's as if they are going for a funeral of a person they love. Now somebody made observation. Birds in the cage are longing to be free range. And birds that are free range are longing to come into the cage. The birds that in the cage say that there is a lot to eat. You choose what to eat as opposed to the one being given in the cage. But what is it? They don't know there are scavengers outside there. That you are longing to eat your best and you become a meal yourself. The ones that are outside want to come in. They don't know for you to survive in the cage, you need discipline. So it's not easy either way. Not easy. So do your best. It is at this stage where somebody will say, I became a leader in high school. I dropped out of school in high school. I became pregnant while I was in Form 2. My virginity was broken in high school. I started smoking bang in high school. I changed my mindset in high school and started working hard. The stories are outside there. Now there is one thing. Paul made an observation. Allow me as a Christian, I know Muslims are also in our midst. The book of Ephesians, chapter 5. Ephesians chapter 5, from verse 15. See that you walk carefully, not as unwise, but wise. What is the reason? The days are evil. During our time, the society was morally forthright. When you are seen making a mistake, they will correct you. You could not be allowed to be close to the bar, not inside, close. You are caned. They loved us in the evening when we were seen having a problem. They have to find out. We had role models. What is the order of the day? Grown up like Brother Abog are the ones messing up other people's daughter when they are blessed with a vehicle. The vehicle is only for doing damages, and family members can only use the vehicle when they are being taken to hospital. That instead of using the wisdom God has given me, I'm destroying Pamwakan. You must be wise. The book of 1 Chronicles 12:32 talk of men of Issachar who understood the times and knew what Israel should do. And I'm telling you, you must understand the times. Things have changed and the society don't care. When you want to smoke bang, it will be given to you. If you want to be pregnant, even in Form 1, you will get a baby. Men of Issachar who understood the time. And listen to this illustration. There are some men who remain in a supermarket. I hope you know a supermarket. Not with the intention of stealing things that were there. What they were doing was changing the price tag. They take the one of television, which is 32,000, take to another item, get the one of 5,000, put on television, get the iron box, 8 bob, like that. Are we there? And outside is written great sale, reduced prices. So you go in knowing that even if television is 8,000, sale, great sale. And what happened? When they go to the till man, The God is reading a different thing. Confusion. The world is the supermarket. The agents of the devil are those who remain. And you are the customer who is likely to be confused. What happened? Right now, if a girl says she's virgin, others laughed at her. You are a virgin. Somebody who is very strict and uphold the virginity who is supposed to be what? Praised. This don't. You are a child, go away. And you don't have a boyfriend or a girlfriend. What kind? And some are being confused. Nakupenda kama mandazi ya Ulaya. And the person has not even seen Kisumu International Airport and is talking of mandazi ya Ulaya. And some people rule out their parents and listen to the peers. It is the structure of God to put the family in place, to have a father and a mother to give you direction. Even when you are leaving home, they give you direction. When you go there, don't be in bad company. When you go there, that Equity Bankers Foundation has sorted out our problem. Work hard. And when you have a problem in school, they are called, they remind you, what did I tell you? Rehoboam rubbished the council of elders and went to the peers. What was the outcome? Death and rebellion, division of the kingdom. Listen to your parents. The Bible says in the book of Proverbs 23 verse 25, may your father and mother be glad. May she who gave you birth rejoice. May your father and mother be glad. May she who gave you birth rejoice. Why is a mother repeated twice? We started a relationship with them on the day of conception. You have a scar of attachment here. And when you are suffering, your mother is feeling it more than your father. Listen to them. Allow me now to venture into the theme and what is accompanied it. Purpose. We have three things that you must understand. Purpose, and is one which is there. Another one is values, and then leadership. I start with the purpose. Write it down if you have a pen. If you can remember, then you are too good to be a human being. Because we forget. Purpose simply is the purpose why you are existing, why you are born. We are not an accident. You are supposed to be a blessing to this generation. I came as a teacher in collaboration with others. We have produced professionals. We are still on, even with my friend, helping in training of leaders, giving people who have made mistakes a chance to get the direction. And you need not to suffer if people like us are still alive. You come to me, you have a problem with your education, I'll give you direction. You have a problem with your moral life, I got saved at a tender age, and I have skills of survival which worked for me. You are turning to your peer who is ignorant like you and leaving people like us. There is a purpose why you are born. And many of us want to be great teachers but not great people in this world, but not ready to pay the price. When I have young people, I ask them, what do you want to be? Of late, a surgeon. If not a surgeon, a medical doctor. They need to be guided. And the person who is talking of being a medical doctor, if you look at performance in Form 2, Maths E, Chemistry E, Biology D-, what do you want to be? a medical doctor. And some of the parents say, this is the one who wants to be a medical doctor. You can only be a witch doctor, not a medical doctor. I don't have kind words for somebody who is smoking back. That Equity Foundation together with the partners, they have given you opportunity. You are smoking bang and you say you want to be an engineer. You are destroying brain. Which engineer is that one? Write down there. Your vision determines your discipline. Your vision determines your discipline. When you want to be a medical doctor, you must be a serious person. Sharpen that brain through reading, sharing. Over the holidays, you are benchmarking with the student. Like a time like this, my daughters and son, this is the best opportunity because you have representation of schools in this nation. You can pick one or two things and go back and improve your life. Somebody will be looking for a boyfriend or a girlfriend. Paul. Friendship cannot be maintained with admission number. You must have employment number. Admission number only attract exam. Write your admission number, name, exam. Equity Bank cannot give you loan with admission number. Shape up and always look for the best. There are people, if they go somewhere, they learn. And then that is adding value to their lives. That is, the book of Acts chapter 13 records David, after serving God's purpose in his own generation, he died. Serving God's purpose. He didn't die prematurely. And my prayer is that you don't die young. I want you to reflect what is in Proverbs, the Psalm 118, verse 17. I will not die. I will live to testify of the goodness of the Lord. I will not die. Some of the students, after the school is closed, like what happened, they are carrying home report form that is not good. One told the people upon arrival, let not anybody talk about my report form. I can commit suicide anytime. A person who is committing suicide is only the members of your family who will feel it. Mortuary attendant has got work to do and he will be paid. He gives you another what you call mortuary admission now. Those who make coffin will sell one more. Those who are in catering services will be able to do what? To make food and be paid for. Serve God's purpose so that you be like us and to talk of the great things. Living a life that is a blessing to people. Allow me to talk about values and bring them together. Write it down. Values are individual beliefs. Values are individual beliefs that motivates people to act one way or the other. Individual beliefs that motivate people to act one way or the other. How do we acquire them? The way you were brought up. Like us, during our time, mothers were close to us. Blessed are you. Your mothers are working. The Ken was very close to do panel beating on the spot. You go talking to your mother and the visitors are there. You are told stupid. Greet visitors first. These days our children are not greeting anybody. Even when you are traveling together with them long distance, somebody comes to sit close to you. The only thing is put the bag on the rack. The next move is earphone. Has nothing to do with it. And then when there is a problem, help. Who is helping? So the way you are brought up by your mom and dad, values will be acquired. There are people, if you are found lying, they cane you seriously. They make you to be somebody who is able to be patient. And let me give you an example. When we were young, some of the siblings would wake up at midnight, crying. And the father comes, Junior, what is the problem? You are very patient. I want hot chapati. Hot chapati midnight. People are asleep. Hallelujah. Then sense of reasoning is brought. You want hot chapati? Just sleep. In the morning, mommy will prepare for you. What do you want? I want now, boss. We come in to whack you thoroughly. I tell you, stop crying, sleep. Withdrawal of privilege of having chapati in the morning. Some of our children who are still young and grandchildren dress up in the morning and they say, I'm not going to school until I'm given 50 bob. And they are very serious. We give them because they don't know why people go to school. But you at this stage, you know, against the society is giving us values. What is working for us? Allow me to also talk about leadership. The person who came in the morning explaining, leadership is influence in the right direction, influencing people. In a simple, we have so many definitions of leadership, but that is the simple one you can understand. Influencing people. Now, if you look at the goals of education, they are advocating for holistic development. And I want you to understand. Write down holistic development. Number one, intellectual development. Academic, the brain. Number two, spiritual. 3, physical fitness. That is why you have PE in the timetable. 4, social development. How you interact with people. And the last one, emotional development. You must be somebody who is able to manage your emotions. When you are annoyed, you don't take a whole lock and throw on a fellow student. Form 2s normally have a lot of energy and they talk to people and crush you and break you into pieces. Somebody like Brother Bok, I don't have that energy. You have a lot and in Form 2 and 3 people eat properly and mothers know. To get the energy, not for constructive work. You must know how to relate. I see the problem, the adults who are here. There was a time you go to a school. It was only academic. Teachers were concerned about me. On a Sunday, people are in Sunday service. 4-4s are doing chemistry practical. Competing with God for his time. Some of the head teachers in Kisumu City demanding the learners to go to school from Monday to Monday. I told others, you are making a mistake. You want the learner to be at school at 7. There is no church in this city that starts service at 5. Allow these ones to go. In school, it's academic work. Academic robots are the people we have produced. We did not tell the learners how to relate. You go to university, people are killing each other. Boys, if a girl or a lady tell you I'm through with you, you can't die because of that. There are so many ladies in this world that you can't die when one of them has told you that. And you are a girl, you commit suicide because of a man. You are not taught. And what that is the problem. People don't know God. When you are in problem, you think of committing suicide. You don't have on what to hold on. So now, how is leadership going? He's not having a title. allowed to give you this. Remove from your mind what your parents have put. They tell you know nothing. Keep quiet. You eat my food. You sleep in my house. You put on my clothes. Quiet. I want to remind you, you are great people. And from today, think of yourself as a very important person. What you have not discovered is with you. I want to remind you, automatic chicken feeder came from a student during science and engineering fair. And as a farmer, we are using. The first person to come up with a way of washing hands when we had COVID-19, as standard in Western, it was shown on the television. Those people copied very fast. Check it. Next year, when we are having regional science and engineering fair, you will see those who run industries come, national, they are there, to copy your ideas, and they make money. You are the wonderful people I've never seen, who want to come up with things that has never been seen. I look back, even in music, we used to have a gramophone that was being worked on using the string, the tension. It went. Another one came, whereby it was automatic. Then the big album. Right now, you don't need to struggle. Only something like this. Bluetooth. And things are going on. You drive from Kisumu to Nairobi being entertained. This mobile phone we are having, which some of you are mad about, yours are coming. You will not even put it close to your ear. Synchronize with the system of the body. What you need to do is So now, how is your leadership coming? The person in the morning say, you need not to have a title. This man talk of concept of leadership, where you assume the role of a leader. And which is it? Influence. You influence people by what you do. Wherever you come, a leader is supposed to give solution. Problem is there, you have a solution. You improve the lives of people. Let me give you an example. When I was still acting serving as a principal, there is a student saying the standard of mathematics is not to the level we want. So sciences are bound to be affected. You know, mathematics is the pillar of sciences. And students have taken career campus for nothing. The maths is at the center, and yet some of the people feel like, I don't like maths. You hate mathematics together with the teacher who is handling the maths. How will you survive? So I told them, go and have a meeting and come and give me direction. I'm also thinking about it. They came up with very bright idea. We are suggesting that after supper, we do some calculations that are printed. And then lunch break, the following day, it is being revised by some of the students when completed the course and did very well, so they came back to mentor these ones. I asked them, how is that one going to help us? They told me some of the students don't practice maths. They have it on the timetable, but when they reach there, they yawn repeatedly and postpone. This one will force them. Then I told them, you want them printed? What do we do? I don't have enough photocopy papers. Call our parents. We share the ideas. Within no time, 1 month, mathematics performance went up. Same with science. It came from them. When I had a problem with Form 1s, Form 1s were not being handled well. And also the orientation program was not well. They told me, you allowed any other person to handle a Form 1. Give us time now to choose people to handle them, to give them direction. Buy papers, polythene bags. We keep all the material of Form 1 up to 1 month, because Form 1s are the people who suffer of debt in school. They also told me, your orientation program is not working. You bring Form 1s and heads of department in the hall from 2 to 6. Boys who are used for 35 minutes lesson, some of them are tired even looking at you like this. They came up with orientation program for the whole month. What was the outcome? No student was running away from school. They told me, prepare us for receiving Form 1. Bring an advocate of High Court to tell them the person coming has a right. So if you bully, pass, you'll have a problem. You have washed your hand. Up to the last day, the learners giving me direction. They were leaders. They told me the way we handle Form 1 parents is not good. You give teachers tea and bread, buttered bread, and even queen cake and eggs. Parents and their children are just observers. I came from Mombasa. I'm longing for it, but I cannot get. They say, why can't we treat them well? Give the parents and their sons who arrived early some snacks. The ones who have gone past the lunch break, give them something to eat. And also have a makeshift canteen so that who are stressed can get Panadol. I applied. The following year, a parent was coming from the hall after eating well. You know, a road to a person's heart passed through the stomach. And the parents will say, today I've admitted my son in a school where human beings are. Hallelujah. You can be a leader without title. You can influence others. My heart is bleeding of a very bright person not far from this place called Karl Marx. Karl Marx was at the university during the time of the late President Moi. He was very bright, doing actuarial science, had the newspaper cutting, A in every unit. But Karl Marx had certain things, leadership skills, but he was suffering in terms of how to interact with people. He didn't know God. He was a problem to the Moist government. And the saddest thing, he was buried, he went to the grave without doing anything tangible. So when you are told in the morning, you can get education, but you become a problem. Some of you, you are in this program because your father or uncle who was left with you has no sense of direction. Some people have come in to assist you. Education, which is not holistic, cannot help anybody. Now, what is it that you are not supposed to be? In summary on the leadership, number one, you focus on getting solution rather than focusing on the problem. You are keen. And I believe your schools have problems or challenges. And the teachers who are here, don't neglect the learners. I was with another teachers and support staff of another group. I asked them, did you involve the students in analysis of the result of 2022? No. Teachers sit down, think that they know everything, and leave the learner outside. While I sold the idea to another school, listen, and we were analyzing the results together. We don't stay with you in the dormitory. You know Form 4 better than us. A girl came up and said, we did not get quality passes because the stream that was supposed to give us quality passes was full of lesbians. When you are in lesbianism, performance is nil. Did the teachers know that? I don't know. While I was serving, if I wanted to know how Form 4s were, I would ask Form 1s. Form 1s are very faithful people. They have not been polluted by the agents of the enemy. They'll tell me, hey, Malim, control them, they are overleading. Or they'll say, talk to them. They arrive in the dormitory even before us, and they sleep like babies. Come out. They'll tell me, we are going for a good result. Form 3s and Form 4s are dangerous. They will not tell you what is going on. So teachers who are here, if you involve the student, number one, recognition. Number two, they will own what you have come up with. And the last one, support. So now you have power to tell them, we agreed. But now you give them a mean target is 10. They'll tell you, they are living. 2, do what it takes to see your school succeed. Do what it takes to see your school succeed. And now, these values that we are talking about, look at it. The school is supposed to be dealing with vision, mission statement, and motto. Our teachers who are here, values have remained by the gate. Any school you go, core values written. The learners are stealing, but integrity is by the gate. Lesbianism is going on. Some students even have badges with motto. You ask them, what is your motto? They don't know. I still remember the one of Kisumu boys. Vision to be a pinnacle of academic excellence and character formation. We are dealing with academic to give people good certificate. And we work on their discipline so that after achieving that, the character can sustain. I still remember 5 years in retirement of the mission statement. We strive to achieve academic excellence, moral uprightness, good social integration, and community service. Yeah. The 3, holistic development, academic, social, they interact, and even visiting the orphanages, community service. And the motto, I modified it because it was aim high. And even the thieves could say aim high when you are going to steal, aim high. I would tell aim at something that will add value to this nation. Because even a thief can say aim high when you go to steal properly. So that is what was driving us. I'm alumni of Maranda High School. The badge, I still believe they have put on integrity. It was reminding us that integrity is very important. And you cannot say a cabinet secretary is corrupt. While you are eating, you eat 3 plates before others eat. You bribe the security personnel to go out. Luke 16:10 say, whoever cannot be trusted with little can also not be trusted with much. Allow me now to come to reality. What is our problem? I want you to know what is in the field. We are there and you know. Write the following challenges that you must take on, head on. 1, drug and substance abuse. And girls are taking back, they are almost overtaking boys. During our time, girls were not known for hard substance. I don't know what is going on. 2, sexual immorality. Our children are getting pregnant at a rate that is alarming us. If you check Brother Bob, I have a restricted number of children. In our family, where I come from, we were 12. Our mothers were giving birth up to 15. A lot of food. Now, problem is there. Now, after they have given birth, some who have conceived do abortion. When I was in a weekend challenge, we were the people preaching. Girls are telling you I've aborted 4 times. The first time was my boyfriend. The second time, my brother. The third time, my parents. 4th time, I'm the one who now was keen to flush the ball out. I want to tell you, life is not like public address system where you say, mic testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. You will do it, and it's as if nothing has happened. When you look at the family of David, Ammon raped Tamar. And the Bible says, 2 years after that, Ammon had even forgotten is pinning you down and you don't have opportunity to correct. Another one. We have initiation into cults. The one that is very active is Illuminati. And what they are wooing you, Lake region. When you want to catch a fish, you don't take a naked hook. You put a bait. And what happened? They tell you money, wealth, fame and power. And they are there. Right now, the ones at the university are suffering. You are given a lot of money. The other time a Form 3 was surrounded with red candle, waiting for 1.5 million. To do what with it? Buy chips and sodas. Don't be like prodigal son, who was able to declare responsibility before developing a character. Give me the share of my estate. He had not developed character. You, if you are given 1 million, you will even run up to Uganda. Even where you are, you cannot study. I've handled millions. There are people here who have handled millions. Given a million, after 2 weeks, it's put to use. You can carry it, and it's a lot of money. Don't go into it. Ascribe to the Father, to the God of your father and mother. Another problem that we have, homosexuality. Stop embarrassing your parents, some of you. And you are sent home. I was being told recently, this daughter of mine in Form 4 is a husband of a Form 1. And Form 1, listen to me. Don't be an easy prey. Teachers normally give people direction and the parents. So being a Form 1 is not a certificate to engage in bad things. Another one. A mother is crying. I want to take my son for the examination of the sphincter that is controlling the anus. He's involved even in oral sex. And a mother is crying. One removed a jelly. This is the one they use to replicate their anus when they are doing those things. And an adult is crying. When some people are confused in their country, let them be confused there. We have our culture and values. So if you go there, and remember, discipline is key. After high school, you will get living certificate. And when you are suspended, that is a documentary evidence that you are not a good person. There is also what we call background check. You have left. They will come to the school where you are learning to find out the kind of a person you are. That time your friends are not there. You are alone. These people who ban school, there is what we call certificate of good conduct. When your fingerprints are taken, you are done. You cannot get anything. Allow me to wind up. I did mention another one which is dangerous. Put it down. Cheating in exam. Holy Spirit has reminded me. During our time, there were no policemen in school. And we didn't have mindset of cheating. When I was serving as a principal, listen, I was against cheating, but in every society you will get wrong elements. I had started the exam, I can't remember, 2015. And then the monitor of exam come and tell me, there is a problem in room 16. Somebody is found with a foreign material. And because of fear of a man will prove to be a snare. You are trapped, you cannot do it well. He ran and swallowed the paper. The other one was taking video of what was taking place. They come and tell me that and show me the video. I'm embarrassed. I'm a pastor. Then I asked the boy, after a written report they'd gone, frisking was done. Where did you keep this material? And listen, in between my buttocks. However, to me. given us two ends. We put knowledge here, this is a vent. Now when you are confused, instead of using the brain, you put it here, you cannot succeed. Hallelujah. I've remembered something. Allow me to read for you another letter here. And listen, because we have problem of cheating in exam. And even the teachers and the parents are involved. Teachers who are here, in Jesus' name, you cannot be a person giving conflicting instruction. While the boys and girls are in Form 1, if you are found cheating, you will be dealt with. Form 4, you are the one, together with your principal, organizing for exam and see how it is put. Now that we are telling you integrity is very important. You have a role, you are an adult, you are not like young kids. I have school close to my home. 3/4 had their exam result cancelled, a quarter remain. A family, a mother who is a widow with the 2 children, whose results are cancelled, coming to my home, instruction from others. I got one who got his result, and then I asked them, your mom was not there, I was not there. Tell us what happened. They say, during biology practical, the teachers compromised supervisor, the invigilation and security personnel. They photocopied the practical paper, placed the answers, and it was sneaked in the room. And some of us changed. Then this boy said, I found it very difficult to go against what teachers told us. And I remember the words of the late Professor Magoha telling us that those people who cheat will be dealt with. I was given, but I kept. That is why I have my work, my result. You have part to play. Now, when we have this and we allow it, we are not going to have a nation where things are working. You have an engineer, bridges are collapsing before 100 days. You sign for your death. A surgeon that will cut organs in your body, that after that, you are in the ICU, not to wake up but to generate a lot of money. Wake up. Winston Churchill, it's a long letter. Abraham Lincoln, famous letter to his son's teacher. My son starts school today. It is all going to be strange and new to him for a while, and I wish you'd treat him gently. It is an adventure that might take him across continents. All adventures that probably include wars, tragedy, and sorrow. To live this life, we require faith, love, and courage. Let me, because of time, go to the place I want. Teach him, if you can, that 10-cent ant is of far more value than $1 found. In school, teacher, it is far more honorable to fail than to cheat. Teach him to learn how to gracefully lose and enjoy winning when he does win. Teach him to be gentle with people, tough with people. Teach him there can be glory in failure and despair in success. Teach him to scoff at signings. Integrity was the thing. When you go during the holiday, there are some students who tell others, our principal has brought exam together with the marking scheme. We are working on it peacefully. We are waiting for exam. There is life after high school. And when you go out of this country, they are interested in what you know and execution. Not somebody having A, and when he's gone to medicine, you run away even before first semester because of terminologies. Allow me to touch a few of the values. Then we get that. One of them is patience. Being able to wait as you go through the process of education. I want to submit that learning is not easy. I remember the struggle we had When I see the learners traveling like this, I recall and do things to help them. During our time, you take a bucket of cold water, put your legs inside, not to make the body comfortable. When the body is ready, you remove. When it wants again, you take. Some of us have no patience to even follow the concept the teacher is giving you in chemistry. The teacher is in class and you are checking your time. When is this demagogue about to leave? You have no interest in the teacher, yet you are going to sit for the exam. One of the challenges we have with you on sex is not the sex, it's given to us by God. With instruction, we have electricity. See how we are using it now. You are able to see me. When it went off the blackout, we were not able. But there is rules. If you say, I want to test electricity today, you go. Timing. Somebody want to begin having a relationship in Form 1 and 2 to your own peril. In last academic year, I gave birth to twins. Listen to these things. I'm not saying when I was in America. I'm in Kenya. Telling you what is happening. I'm a married man. But I've seen twins being raised in our family. It is not easy. So I'm imagining a Form 4 revising for exam and I've got 2 babies. And when we tell you, share with your parents. I've always told the girls, when a man approaches you, share with your mother. Say, how can you do that? But now I ask you, when pregnancy is there, see you come back to them. And they have standard answer. What Timo wants you to do is good, but timing, it will interfere with your education. And we see them every day. May God give you eyes to learn from other people's mistakes, because yours may be so tight to consume you before you learn. Have you heard of a pastor preaching no sex until Jesus comes back? Carry up your hand. Have you asked a pastor burying somebody who had desire of sex he did not fulfill and he died? Today we are burying Charlo. Charlo wanted sex and he didn't go. He didn't get. He's dead, I'm burying him. Carry up your hand. It means it can be controlled. Pregnancies with us. STI, sexually transmitted infection. Be patient. And I've always told girls, when you are married to a man who has gone to school well, you have the opportunity to ask questions and use the right terminology. Let me use this. Darling, what do you feel like eating today? Darling, that is a term for love. Darling, now with admission number, you cannot say darling. With admission number. Wave unto me, wave unto me. If you are getting there, girls, I want you to ask that question. Darling, what do you feel like eating today? Girls, go up. You are laughing. I want you to say, to be part of you, say, darling, what do you feel like eating today? I say it in a way, you know, the ladies, they have a polished way you are saying, you know how to speak in good English. Boys are struggling. If you hear them speaking, it is something that sounds like English. What do you want here, Buana? You want what? You are going where? Girls, once again, darling. What do you feel like eating today? That question is loaded. It means there is a lot of food in the house. Refrigerator, deep freezer. And if I'm your husband, I also brag a bit. Try me with finger-licking beef and some chapati. Try me. Clap for me, clap for me. If you marry a border, you will not have opportunity to ask. You are the one who will be asked, what do you have? Nothing. I love education. A professor in the colonial time told look, education is good. While we were going to school, we were not allowed to take food in the classroom. So they were tying the bag on the branches of the tree. Then there is an insect, a small one called ongino, who would go in when they sense meat. And from class, he found the population of ongino in the soup is so high. And he tried removing them. He realized on the way, if I continue removing ongino, I will not have soup. They came to eat my food. I'm also eating them together with my food. But listen to this. He said, education has given me refrigerator and deep freezer. Ongino cannot reach my food. Are we there? There are some people who are in Form 2 and they want to behave like Form 4. When are we finishing? Form 2. And we are not paying fees. When are we finishing? The last 3 weeks in our school is wasted. The principal is at the assembly. When are people closing? You will go home. And your survival will depend whether you have performed well. Those who have performed well, some are preparing to join university. 23rd, others are inside. Parents don't bother about children who have not performed. They'll tell you, when there we see what to do with you. And if he's having animals, he'll tell you, go and look after those animals. And you will know some of the animals are very rude the way you are in school when you are handling them. David said this, having a principle, when there is a challenge, go through the process, look back. When there was a challenge of Goliath and King Saul wanted to discourage him, he told King Saul, this man you see has killed a lion and a bear. This uncircumcised Philistine will be like one of them. Looking back to see the faithfulness of God. Go through the process. What is encouraging you? The reward. You know, David was told, he asked, what shall be done to a person who will kill this uncircumcised Philistine? 3 things. Marry king's daughter, waiver of taxes, and riches. He asked that one 3 times until he internalized. He went and did it. A life where you have gone to school well. This education, get into the life fully. Right now, there are students who are traveling to Rwanda. Right now, there are those who are going to Nyeri. They are not just sitting in school. They are developing their talents. Some will go to the State House, which some of us will die without even going close because of talent. Do it. Don't be a student who after classes, you sit down, you are a member of Grass family. When you are asked, what did you do in high school? I went through high school, Hard work is another battle. Many of us don't want to work hard. I was in Migori with other students. They told me now, our parents are putting pressure on us. Even the Equity Foundation is supposed to put pressure on you to perform. You cannot be given everything and you bring this small performance. I remember Marcelo School. There was one sponsored by Equity Foundation called Nyerere, 2012. They learned with my son here. Nyerere was #1 in Kisumu County. Nyerere is in Canada now. Opportunity has come. Utilizing it and going. It is education that will make you fly out of this country. Now, the problem is we don't believe in ourselves. When I was given opportunity to shape the future, the destiny of Nyanza girls were not performing. And I told them, you will be great people in the future. Some of you will have their offices in the United States of America because you'll be working with UN. I told them some of you will be married in Ghana. I told them you'll study in very big universities out of this country. They were looking at me as if I'm a mad person. There is one who was before me. Already yesterday, he is now Stanford University. Already incorporated, she's a lecturer. Another one is Harvard. Look at that. ordinary people. When you become serious, things work. Now, I'm not saying you go somewhere. The potential to be great is in you. I have seen young people who are candidates confessing in September, 2 months to exam. I've not been serious. I want to work hard, qualify, and go to university. And somebody pass exam. Value-driven life. How did you get your friend? Some of you have wrong friends who, instead of adding value, they are discouraging you from working hard. Let me give you an example. You are reading chemistry and a friend is telling you, don't waste time in chemistry. Read theory, leave chemistry. Leave alone maths. And now when results are there and you have gotten E, they laugh at you. See, we told you. See, we are together there. And as a teacher, E, if we look at the quality of E's, there is E of computer, 0, 1. Computer doesn't know how to read 0, 0. So you are blessed with 1. 0, 1, even if you get 0. But there is somebody at the tip of D minus. You need a little force to push that person out of E. Yours is 0.3% and you are laughing at somebody who is at the bottom. What is your gospel that you are preaching? What do you evangelize that you are going to fail? You say chemistry is impossible. Come out of that gate and you'll see how things are. Some who ran away from physics in high school are now acting on physics in Mkokoteni. Culture of hard work. God is the author of work. I conclude by telling you this. There are so many, but because of time, others. The great American historian, Professor George Beards, when he was retiring, he was asked, what have you learned from this life through history? 5 things he mentioned. I can remember one. He told them, bees, nyuki. Bees normally pollinate the flowers they take nectar from. The world could not understand. And he told them this. There is nothing for free in this world. When the bee is going for nectar, it is thinking it is free. The body is carrying the pollen to do the pollination. It is paying for the nectar. You want to be comfortable? Not to work. Everything matters. There are those who, when you are woken up, you are annoyed by the school prefect or the leaders. I have one in the city. I never knew God would give me long life. He used to tell the prefect, don't touch my blanket if you want your death before the prescribed time. The prefect is working in one of the banks. This one is a vendor, placing hardware, and it was close to where I was working, Kisumu Boys and the pavement. And the funny thing was, he was still doing the manual work by sweeping where he was going to place things, while his colleague was driving to work. Opportunities now. If you have not performed well, that is not the end of the world. Go and sit down and evaluate yourself, your life. Sometimes I listen to students and one come and say, Brother Book, I'm not performing well and I don't know why. I lie. I rebuke them. There is nothing that can happen in your life without knowing. I told one boy, if you want to talk to me, talk sense. He told me I'm a lazy boy, okay? I have so many girlfriends, okay? Continue. I don't do the assignment. What is affecting you is with you. And the solution is with you, not the foundation. I have seen parents who even organize places, study room, put everything, light, their children sleep. I have seen in school how others cheat the teachers that they are studying, yet they are sleeping. Academic pillars. You remove what they are studying, they continue. Others total surrender say, I don't care about deputy, And we thank God for the program. Thank you very much for listening to me. Rest will meet us. You don't know how to clap. You must be somebody who is innovative. That is another value. We want to appreciate girls and ladies in the house. You know, ladies are the latest in God's fashion. Nothing has ever been created after ladies. Do you read your Bible well? We want to give them what we call perfume clap. Are we there? It is done like this. Let me demonstrate. Shh, shh. Shh, shh. I have 5 times. Ready, go. Agoja! Somebody is taking perfume to the ribs, boy. Where are we supposed to take the perfume? Half, isn't it? And all the perfume, it is an expensive perfume. Some of the people have started dancing. Everything is dancing. We are clapping. Prepare. Ready, go. 5 times. Follow the instruction. We'll go 4 times. The 5th one, now you perfume your neighbor. Tap, tap. Be ready. Be ready. Ready, go. Good. Now, that is ladies. Very important people in this world. Now, men and boys love kuku and chapati. Hallelujah. Chapati is very difficult to prepare, and mothers even avoid them. They only prepare chapati when pastors and bishops are coming. Until when the husband wants the chapati, say, when is the man of God coming back? And the boys, even their mothers have prepared chapati. Instead of appreciating, they ask, why do you cut chapati after making? How can somebody know the number you has eaten? How we go like this, huh? Chapati, chapati, chapati. Have you seen it? I'm demonstrating again. Don't be confused. Chapati, chapati, chapati. Sua, kuku, kuku, kuku. We go 3 times. Are we together? To the kasi. No, Rola cannot go like this. And the chapati, chapati, chapati. Chapati that resemble a full skirt. That must be folded several times to be detected by teeth. Hold the roller properly, parallel. All sides. Are we together? To the kasi, ready?
Sure.
Now? Now that was rehearsal. Some are laughing, don't we? We are very serious in this program. So let it come out. Chapati, chapati and kuku. To the kasi?
Chapati, 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 sure.
Now I'm doing modification. The last one, make sure that you have a selfie. Now, selfie cannot be taken having a face similar to the one of a donkey, the beast of a burden. You must smile. Let's go. The last one, a selfie, isn't it? And a selfie you cannot take like. Ready, go? We go 3 times, and the last one is when you take what? A selfie to cover what you have prepared. Kasi? Selfie? Hallelujah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bok. I think that was quite fulfilling, isn't it? Huh? Let's start a bit so that we stretch. Let's start a bit. I want us to start. I want us to stretch up. Put your hands high, you know, stretch it. Turn again. Once more. Very good. Turn. Stretch back, usikie mwili inafanya tak. Are you okay now? Yeah, I want us to clap for Mr. Book in a special way and 3 factorials, huh? 3 factorial. 1, 2, 3. Bado tujaanza. Tunaanza sasa.
Factorial, sivyo? Lakini factorials imetosha kweli? Tutaongezea ingine tukimaliza, sivyo? Factorials. Aya, warm your hands on your hands. 1, 2, 3. Tumeharibu. Hatuwezi haribu. Tunaanza na 3 tukipunguza 2 and then 1. Moja kali, sivyo? Tuanze. Warm your hands. Let's go. Unajua, sasa brother Bog ali appreciate the foundation in 2 different ways. Sasa tuwezi mpea moja tumalize. Sasa tuende Kalabanda. Ama niaje my friends? Thank you. Haya. We good to go. Aya. 1, 2, 3 start. Kalabanda.
Let's take our seat. Thank you very much, Brother Bog. I think that's quite fulfilling. We are also pressed on time, but before we go for lunch, we have our officials here. From Ministry of Education, we want to give the opportunity, and I want to tell you, our scholars, that this is the way we are going to be up to tomorrow. The way you have felt it hot. Is it hot? Yeah, there's more coming, which are like that one for the next 1.5 days remaining. So at this point, I want to welcome, we have got our Deputy Director of Education from the Nairobi, from Jogo House. I want to give him this opportunity, also talk to us, because this is a legal function. So I think it would have been wise that he also talk to us. They have also traveled from far on a similar project, so they also need to at least say hi to us, isn't it? So this particular juncture, I want to welcome Dr. Bishemi to introduce his team and also maybe make his speech. Karibu sana, Dr. Bishemi. Thank you.
God is good, and all the time. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Mko salama? Mulifika salama? Very good, thank you very much. I am greatly honored to be here today on behalf of the Ministry of Education. And before I say anything, I want to appreciate the presenter who has been before us. Thank you so much, brother. That was wow. Can we give him a clap? Again, before I move, I want to appreciate my team. I've come with a team of around 6 people from the Ministry of Education. Kindly be studying. My team from the ministry. When I call out your name, you will turn and wave to our distinguished guests. Madam Kezia Mudhara, kindly wave to the group. Madam Mudhara is an assistant director and a specialist in special needs education. Next is Mr. Isaac Kip Koskei, the County Project Coordinator for this region. Next to him is Victor. Victor is a specialist in procurement in the ministry. Victor, kindly with the gathering.
The Lord is good. All the time.
Next to Victor is Madam Aniseta Ane. That's a beautiful name. Kindly with the team. Madam is an accountant in the Ministry of Education. Last, and among the ones that were created last, is Madam Rosemary. Rosemary is an economist in the Ministry of Education. Kindly wave. And I'm Dr. William Misheni, a director in the ministry. Thank you so much. I want to start where brothers stopped. And I am rather practical, so don't write anything. I want you to look at your hands. Angalia mkono. And I want you to look at the whole of it, not just the front. And if you are sitting next to a gentleman, kindly let him fold his sleeves of the shirt a bit, just a bit. Just a bit. If you are a student, just feel free because I know your hands are out. Make a small comparison. I think one is more hairy than the other one. Which one is more hairy? That one of a man? Huh? Yeah. What you've seen is what I've seen for years. Because other than working for the Ministry of Education, my background is botany and zoology. So I have dissected arthropods. I have also dissected amphibians. And I've also done something called evolution. And at the climax of evolution was the creation of man. And the Bible confirms that. And the most evolved animal, if I may call it so, is actually the woman. That is why they have least hairs on their bodies. Men are slightly behind. But because they were created first, they also have their experiences that they share. Hello? Am I talking to somebody? When you join Form 1, among the very first topic you cover is classification, and more so, binomial nomenclature. That is the naming of organisms, giving them two names. One representing the genus and the last one the species. We are together up that point. Yes. Therefore you find if a man is in the Homo sapiens group, then a lady is in the Homo sapiens sapiens. Hello? More evolved. What scares me is some of the things I find the most evolved animals and the most evolved human species doing once in a while. Hello? Hello? I have taught and taught for many years. I have been an administrator in the education sector for a long time, and I've learned a number of things. And I want to take some little time this part of the morning to share what I have learned. One of the things I have learned is that our teachers are keen when teaching, and they do not teach a multitude in class. They teach individuals in a class. Individuals in a class. And the question we'll be attempting to answer today is whether we are the student being taught or we are forming the multitude in the class. Hello? When a teacher is through with a concept, you hear him ask, John, have you understood? John says yes. He goes further and asks, Jane, have you understood? And Jane answers in affirmation. He confirms, or she confirms she's understood. So John has understood, Jane has understood, and then the teacher moves to the next topic. Is that true? Hello? My dear student, have you experienced that? You have experienced that. And then that one can only mean one thing. You can only deduce one thing from that observation. That Jane understood on behalf of all the girls in the class. Is that so? And further, John understood on behalf of all the boys in the class. And then Mwalimu moves the next topic. Is that conclusion correct? Is it correct? If the teacher bothers not to ask you whether you've understood the rest in the class, then the only thing you can be is that you are failing that class. You are making sure the class is full. You are failing material. Just imagine that. You've been given a scholarship to go and study, but you are making sure that the class has 40 boys or 40 girls by just failing the class. You must make a deliberate effort to be the one being taught. So when you've not understood, it is your responsibility to say, John has not understood on my behalf. I'm also here. Hello? I'm also here. So I must also be taught. Listen to yourself carefully so that you confirm whether you are among the ones being taught or you are failing the class. Hello? Just imagine you are there to make sure that the class has 40 students, and the bank, Equity Bank, Edim Scholarship you have, and there you are. At the end of the day, you can expect your result to be very different from those of John and Jane that were receiving instructions. Good performance in school is a choice. You don't perform well because the school is performing well. No. You can't pass because others are passing. It can't happen. You must make a deliberate effort to do well in class. When we arrive in Form 1 and early in Form 2, we always feel like life is okay. You start feeling like there are subjects that are not very important. You start feeling like you can fail in 1 or 2 subjects and you are good to go and you have reasons. You tell yourself you want to become a lawyer and therefore you don't need maths. Start imagining you don't need maths and therefore you don't take maths seriously. You tell yourself you're becoming an engineer and therefore you may not need a lot of history and therefore you don't take history very seriously. At the end of the day, you're there, we want a particular mini grade, and we're not able to get that because of that one subject that you felt that you needed to fail in. When we were students, a few years back, your age plus 40. Your age plus 40 plus your age. That is when you were in school. Can you do that maths? And you tell me when I was in school like you. 40 plus your age. You've already done that. This is the bright group. Yeah? We also went through that kind of an experience where we felt we did not need some subject, and therefore we did not take a lot of interest in them. I want us to go through a short process of how you handle that. I'll request you to do something very simple for me, and I'll mark that exercise in a very short time. I want you to write down for me that subject that you think you will fail in. Just one. By now you know it. By now you know it. There's a subject you are feeling in this one. And remember I said teachers teach individuals. So I'm teaching individuals. What you not do well in is not a business of your colleague, it is your business. So kindly write that one down. I know it's already written down because it's not a thing you think about. You know. All students, even us when we were in school, we had subjects we had purpose to fail in, and we had good reasons to want to fail them. Don't ask your colleague. Don't ask your colleague. Remember again, we are saying it's your individual business. You carry the grade home with you, not with your colleagues. And somebody can pick a few. Somebody, this lady is here, pick one. Just that paper, just a small section of your paper. I want to see you active. That's how my lesson goes. Ordinarily, I like being very practical in class. That was a very simple exercise. Somebody pick those papers for me. Just hear them. Somebody. Yeah? Just pick them. Pick them. I want to pray for them so that they... Just give me the papers. A small one. Just a small piece of paper. Very good. Just a small one. Instructions are critical in performance. A small one. And then I want to get a lady. One lady, one girl. The first girl here, come over. And one young man from this side. The man at the back, come over. This was enough. This was enough for my activity. I called a lady here. Kindly come over. This one, this girl here. And a young man from that side, come over. I want us to see where students are purpose to fail. Collect these ones for me as you come. There are some here. Wonderful. There are many. This is a good exercise. So you are purposed to fail. Brother, you see what they are purposed to do? I can't even count the papers because they are really determined to fail. Can you imagine? And you have our money. You have our scholarships. When you have decided to fail this seriously, let's count them. A person is failing in English, one. Another one is failing in maths. One for maths. Two for maths. Three for maths. One for physics. Another one for physics. This one will fail in agriculture. This one will fail twice because there's agriculture and another subject. Another one will fail in nomenclature biology. Two will fail in biology. People are failing seriously in physics. We have 5 now. 6 for physics, 7 for physics, 1 for business, and chemistry. Kenyans are failing in chemistry. Others, Kiswahili, they have decided to fail, and maths. Actually, on average, most of the Kenyans seated here, they are failing in physics and chemistry and biology. Very good. I think now you can collect them. I'm now well guided. Let's just pick them. I want you to come from this person. Just from this person. So. Do we have principals in this group? Yeah? Hands of schools, eh? What it is? Yes, thank you very much for assisting me to the exercise. Thank you for doing the exercise. I know the others that have done the exercise down there, up there, all over. And I did say that when we were in school also, we had our subject, we had purpose to fail in. Yeah, we had them, all of us. If you are in Form 1 and you have identified the subject to fail in, you are in Form 2, you have identified the subject to fail in, I want to assure you, in Jesus' name, that you will not fail in that subject. This is because you've taken the most important step in identifying where you are weak. When I was in school like you, I had one. Mine was Kiswahili. Kiswahili has been written here, so it is normal. And I want us to go through a simple process how you handle that. Now that you have time, if you're in Form 1, you have 3 solid years. If you're in Form 2, you have 2 solid years to be in Form 4. How did I handle my Kiswahili? And what reasons did I have for wanting to fail in Kiswahili? My reasons were this. During our time, for you to get a Distinction 1, a Division 1, and Grade A today, you had to pass in at least 1 language. I was doing English and the Kiswahili. So I chose to be serious in English and fail in Kiswahili. That's why I started by saying you also have a good reason why you want to fail in physics. It's because you want to do that which you think will not require physics. Mine, I discovered I had already failed when I was actually in Form 4. A day before we did the English paper. And this is what I did. On a Monday, we were given the English composition to write. Then I wrote my composition in pencil first. I looked at it, it never looked nice. I said, now, since Kiswahili is not, since English is my subject, I can make it better. So I traced the whole story now in ink. Hello? Are you following the story? I looked at it, it never looked good. I got a rubber and I decided to erase the pencil to be left with the ink writing. How did I do the cleaning? I took a rubber and rubbed it up, down, up, down, up, down. Yeah? My paper turned black. I could not read what I had written. When you cannot read what you've written, what do you score? What do you score? So I could accurately tell myself that I had failed in English. And remember, the rule is you must pass in 1 language to get a Distinction 1, to get an A. So, was I to get an A? Was I to get a Distinction 1 after failing in English? No, because Kiswahili was not my subject. Just the way your physics is not your subject. So I asked myself, when I go to my home in Kapendo, where I'm born, in Kapenguria, where I'm born, when I go home without a Distinction 1, what would I tell my parents? Because I was in a school that had a name, just as like the schools you are in today. A good school, just like your schools. So I had a challenge in what to tell my parents after failing. I had no answer. Just the way you will not have any answer to give your parents when you fail in that physics. So again, I talked to myself and told myself, now, Kiswahili is coming on Wednesday, and now this is a must. I must pass in Kiswahili.
tell yourself you must pass in physics. The one you've given me. And this is how you start now. I identified my Kiswahili 2 days before the exam, the Kiswahili paper on Wednesday. So I decided to go and look for my teacher, my Kiswahili teacher. First thing, I did not know his name. I don't know whether you know the name of your physics teacher. Yeah? You could jog your mind a bit and ask yourself whether you know the name of that gentleman, that lady who is teaching the physics you have decided to fail in, the chemistry you've decided to fail in. Up to now, you may not be knowing his name. You may be knowing his nickname. I knew the nickname of my teacher. He was Musamiati. You can imagine now, even the name of your teacher you don't know and you want to pass. Honestly, it is difficult. So I decided to go and look for my teacher in the staff room. You are lucky people, you people. Because for you, you can approach your teachers easily. You can go to the staff room. Brother will tell you, during his time, the staff room was a no-go zone for students. Ungekanyaga staff room, ukifanya nini? You are to stay in class, be taught there whether you understand or not. So I made a deliberate effort to look for my Kiswahili teacher in the staff room. You must make the effort of looking for your physics teacher. Lazima uinue miguu uende ukamtafute. Hello? Am I still talking to that fellow who has made up his mind that he's failing in physics, chemistry, and the others? I must be talking to that person. I went to the staff room. The staff room was large because the teachers were over 80. So I tried getting into the staff room. The first time I was thrown out, but the teacher was next to the door because I was in the wrong place. The second time I gathered energy, I walked up to the middle of the staff room. The Kiswahili teacher was actually staying at the back of the staff room. The third trial, I was able to get where the teacher was. First thing was to introduce myself, and of course he had not seen me because I had no notes and lost all my notes for the subject Kiswahili for the 4 years. I had not worked on any of his assignments for 4 years. Have you worked on the assignments in that physics that you've been given over time? Ask yourself that question. If your answer is in affirmation, we are together. So I tried to introduce myself, and Mwalimu was like, you Form 1, what are you doing here? Remember, I was a small Form 4 boy that time. So I was thrown out by Mwalimu, and he told me it was not possible. I heard him telling me it is possible. Have you ever been told something is not possible and you hear it is possible? Because you can't hear anything else. You only want to hear it is possible. So I heard him say it is possible to pass in Kiswahili when you've not been in class for 4 years. So he threw me out. I stayed out for a while. And then I decided, let me look for this man again. I got him. And I explained my situation. The way you go and explain your situation alone. This kind of a joke, I'm not joking this way, with the other students. The others have already done well in English. I'm the only fellow who is failing in Kiswahili. You are the only fellow who is failing in physics. So finally, Mwalimu told me, young man, you've made a lot of effort. I can't help you, it is too late. You've not been paying attention in class, all that. However, these gentlemen and ladies called teachers are good. So Mwalimu told me, young man, I can't help you, but go to the library and look for a newspaper, Taifa Leo. Look for a story on manufaa ya nane ine ine. You find it there, read it, and if you are lucky, and it is examined, you can write that story. So I went to the staff room. So your physics teacher would even tell you what to go and revise. Kindly go revise that. So I was told to read a newspaper. I was not told to read a textbook, a newspaper. So I went and read the story. Fortunately, I found the story. I read the story and memorized it. Hello? And memorized the story. You'll be told to go and read osmosis, go read it, memorize it, do all the practicals in it. Then after doing that, I went to my teacher and I told him, Mwalimu, you know what? I have found the story and I've read and memorized it. Hello? Then he told me, young man, I never told you to go and memorize the story. I told you to go and read. In the likely event that it's examined, you'll be good. If it's not, you'll not be paying attention. So Mwalimu will tell you what to go and read, go read and take a feedback, whether you've understood or not. On a Wednesday, that time, several years back, I was a very happy man. I went to the examination room, and I'm not very sure whether that's the topic we were supposed to write on, but that is what I wrote. I wrote Manufaa Nane Ine Ine. Because that's the only thing ahead. Definition of osmosis is the only thing you will have, but it will help you during the exam. So I wrote my story on Manufaa Nane Ine Ine, and this time, that foolishness of writing in pencil and ink had gone. When the results were released in January the following year, I was keen to see what I had scored in Kiswahili. In my school, out of 250 students, there was one student who got a distinction 1 in Kiswahili. 1. And then, that was not me. God would have been very unkind to the rest of the students if I was the best, having not studied for 4 years. So, but another one student got a distinction 2 in Kiswahili. But do you know what? Just 1. Imagine that 2 was mine. Hello? Imagine that the distinction 2 was mine. Imagine that A that there will be in physics during your year, it will be yours. Imagine that. Because you identify the problem, you look for the teacher will tell you what to prepare on, you prepare on that, because teachers, again, they will give us the best. They'll give us the best. But along my time in school, I have also observed a few other things. There are students who choose to fail in the subjects they have given us today, so that they want to talk in the language that people know, not the one that they understand. Not there's a language you know and another one you understand. Your mother tongue is the language you know. These are the languages you just understand them. Eh? So I want to talk in a language that you know. There are students who will choose to fail some subjects so that the teacher feel it. That's the language I know. So that the teacher feel it. You decide this teacher does not like me, so you decide now you fail in that subject, and you surely fail. Because the time you're not working with your teacher, there is no miracle that can make you perform well. It is not there. It is not there. It is not there. I haven't given my story, and I hope it is relevant to you. Allow me give the real reason why we're here. 1, we're here because of the scholarships that we've given to this student before us. And this is a big investment. It's a big investment from Equity Bank and from the Ministry of Education. What the Ministry of Education is doing is that it is leveraging on the infrastructure of Equity Bank to give scholarships to students. A simple exercise, just by show of hand. Let me see those that are under the Wings to Fly scholarship. Mikono juu, wale wa Wing to Fly. Brother, you see? Again, you mikono juu. Brother, what percentage is that? It's less than 10, isn't it? The Ministry of Education, through Elimu Scholarship, has funded the rest. You're seeing here. Kwa nini msipigie hii ministry makofi? You know, brother, sometimes it is made appear like the government is doing little. The government is doing much. This is 90% scholarship from the Ministry of Education, Kenya. But we also take advantage of those that have been there before us, the Equity Bank, they started before us. So when you see your colleague doing well, you don't become negatively envious. You copy and you move closer to him, the one who is doing better in physics. Ati ukae hapo ati yeye ni physics na wewe ni kitu kingine. No. We saw it from these people, we copied, and now we are feeling so warm on their platform. That's what you do with your physics. That's what you do with your chemistry. That one who is doing better, link up with him. Link up with that. You'll be able to make the next job. And I want to assure students here present today, we are keen that you are under scholarships. And you did not get into the scholarship because you are coming from a very rich family. It's because you are in challenges. Just the way Equity Bank struggles to see where you go after Form 4, that is the direction the ministry intends to take. That's the direction the ministry is taking. So your business is very simple. Making a choice to do well in life, and the government is with you. So usifikiri tutakuacha ukimaliza Form 4. No, we are with you. We have a broad spectrum for scholarships that are benefiting university students, and you, by virtue of the data we have, by virtue of the background we have of you, you stand all chances to benefit from the scholarships when you leave secondary school. Because I think it would be unfair for one to imagine that from Form 1 to Form 4 you have no parents, then when you join the university you are parents. It would be very ungodly. Madam Alice, kwani wamefufuka? It's only Jesus who experienced this. So if we choose to walk with you in your journey of life, you only be available to walk with us. When we were discussing a few issues in the staff room with Mwalimu, and what we have also experienced is that some students under scholarships, for whatever reason, are going home. I don't know for fees or for what. They are going home. This student must remain in class all the time. All the time. Not when the school feels like they should be in school. It's all the time learning. Because their parents are Equity Bank, their parents are at the Ministry of Education. So if you tell them to go home, which home are they going to? If you tell them there's a trip that they need to pay for, how do they now get money? How now? How? Brother, how does that one happen now? We did need assessment and we discovered they can't afford. So kindly, what, and the schools have an average of 4 or 5. 4 or 5 can feed from the economies of scale, because there are many children in that school. They can feed. A teacher can even sponsor them to go for that trip, but they should never be left out when there is a trip or something academic, because we understand them. These are people who went from home to home to identify. They are needy. They are needy. And the principals kindly hear this and they hear it well. Because we've even done a circular saying, these young boys and girls should never go home for any fee, of any kind. Government interpretation is there. The scholarship is there. The farthest they can go, in case the principal feels like they can go home, the farthest they can go is, anytime you girls and boys you are told to go home, can you go to Equity Bank? Can you go to the sub-county director of education? Yuko hapa leo. Mkubwa wa elimu hapa yuko. if they are told to go for fees because you are the one funding them. See where the mzazi? It's Ministry of Education is the parent, Equity Bank is the other parent. So ukifukuza shule, tafuta ile county director ama sub county director ako karibu na wewe, enda kwake so that she can write a letter to school so that you remain in school. Brother, I found it necessary to emphasize on that because we've done several circulars to that effect. I think I've said that, and I think that was good. So, yours to make a choice. Ours is to support you fully. To support you fully. When brother was talking, I was speaking a few things, but I don't want to repeat them because I can't say them the way he said them. Those ones sank, and they sank to individuals, not to a multitude of people. But I want to remind you, students, you must make a brand of your own. So that when you are seen, even walking, people understand that is a student in Maseno School. That is a student who will lift the standards of living of that community. Because maybe he's the only one who has gone to Maseno School. How can you go to Maseno School and now you can't help anybody? How? How now? When I was coming this way, I was telling people that there were around 5 schools in this country some years back. And Maseno School was one of them. The others were not schools. The others were secondary schools. There was Maseno School this side. There was Kangaro School, another place. There was Kagumo, another place. Schools. And I had the advantage of going to a school. I also went to a school. I went to Kangaro School. So I went to a school. You can't go to a school, the schools you are in today, and under a scholarship, and then you don't, you are not seen in the village. You must be very visible. This one went to Maseno School. This one was under a scholarship, and that's why she's different from the others. Now, if you know you are from you are under a scholarship like this, and then your skirt is you are taller than your skirt when you walk in the village, or your trousers is smaller than you in the village, and you are exposing essential organs. Now, how now? You are embarrassing the fellows who gave you a scholarship. Don't you think so? Don't you think so? Yeah. In the church, you should be the fellow reading the Bible. Yeah. Hiyo kizungu mzuri ya mtu wa scholarship. Biblia wewe ndio unasoma. Yes. So they see a difference between you and the others who went to some funny places, or who had the disadvantage of 1, 2, 3. Make a blood. Something people can see and say, this one went to a school. This one was under the Wing to Fly. This one was under the Elimu Scholarship. Hello? Am I talking to somebody, by the way? You know, you're keeping quiet as if I'm talking to myself. I must be talking to somebody. So make a blood. Gina. Eh? If you're feeling like being called the name you have is not good enough, look for an important person. Call yourself brother. A big man. And behave like him. And you become him when he exists. Give yourself a good name you would like to be associated with. When I was working as a CD Bomet, I was only using the name William. Brother. I was only using William. So that the fellows can put the other one. And they were putting only one. And I was okay. Yeah? A name that can lift your morale, that can make you better, all that is important. It's important, colleagues. And finally, you know, I'm looking at you and asking myself whether my grandchildren are safe. Are they safe? Do you want to assure me that my grandchildren are safe in your hands? Yes? Mtawachunga? Mtawachunga? Kwa hivyo nipumzike salama. Brother, you hear that? When you invest in these young people, then the country is safe in the future. When we are talking about human rights, education is a basic human right. So for students, you can know nothing else, but know that you have a right to education. And that is why you're here. The ministry and the government of Kenya recognizes that all Kenyan children have a right to education. We pay for you, we get scholarships for you, then you read. And then you keep us safe. You give us a safe country. The diseases that are bothering us, you take care of them. You are the people to do that. Brother did say this. And then we have a good country where we can move comfortably, where we can stand it comfortably, where we can intermarry and all that. When this one happens, we will be saying we brought up a good generation. Otherwise, may the Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you always.
Thank you, Daktari. I think we can give him a better applause other than that, isn't it? Factorials, huh? Three factorials. Yeah? Are we ready? Are we ready? We want to start. Can I see your hands? Chebusha. At once. Thank you very much. We are privileged to have you around. I know it's not very easy to have you at this particular moment, but you failed to be with us this afternoon. We are running with several numbers of this Congress in a number of areas, especially in this region. There is Kakamega, there is Busia, and also there's Kisii running with it. But you chose to be with us this afternoon, so we don't take this one for granted. And we thank you for coming. And those beautiful words, I'm sure our scholars have actually got something. They now understand. They are able to even put a face in who is this Elimu scholarship. I think now they've already seen that. So at this juncture, we want to usher our guests as they leave first, then followed by our scholars to take refreshments. And what I want to say is that we are very, very short on time. We have got two presentations that we have not covered, which we are going to add together with afternoon session. So we'll have got 4 presenters. So we'll take our lunch very, very quickly. Once we are done, we rush back and take our seats so that we go to continue the next program. So this particular juncture, photo, yeah. So before that, we are prepared with the director around, and it will be so good to have a group photo before we leave, isn't it? So we'll want to maybe our photo man to see how we can be able to arrange this one quickly before we go for lunch. So students, they can stand because we are many, so I think maybe the students can be able to stand. Let's stand students, so that we take the photos with the director.
So tunaomba au watu wa mbele msisimame, mketi, watu wa nyuma ndio wasimame, si ndivyo? Nilitoke vizuri ama ni aje? Good. Watu wa nyuma ndio wasimame, mko tu sawa. Wanyuma msimame tu, mko sawa by the way. Simameni watu wa nyuma immediately after, see you can rise. Hao watu wa nyuma hadi hiyo mahali ya kamera, you are asked to rise. Hapo wasimame. asanteni sana, you can have your seat. Now we're going to pray for our meal, and then we'd ask our guests to leave first, and then scholars tunabaki kidogo, tunaenda kwa utaratibu. Sawa sawa? So let's believe and pray. Our kind and everlasting Father God in heaven, we thank you for the far you brought us. Thank you for the session we've had this morning. Lord, we worship you for all that. Lord, as we break through this place to partake of our meals, I pray that you be with us. May the meals be of great help to our health, for we pray trusting and believing in your holy name. Amen. So, you have the pleasure of living fast. Evelyn will lead us to our next place. You can follow Evelyn. So wanafunzi tunatoka.
Kindly maintain silence. Kindly, at least 6 scholars. No. Jens pia wakuje. That's enough number, kindly. That's enough number. We maintain silence. Thank you very much, all our guests. We appreciate your efforts and dedication to the Equity Group Foundation, and you may leave at your own pleasure. Kindly, we maintain silence as we allow our guests to check out of the venue.
There's a student by the name Alice Adhiambo, Goibei Girls. Alice Adhiambo, Goibei Girls. Alice Adhiambo, move right in front. Move right in front. Alice Adhiambo, Goibei Girls. Come. So those of us with special need, I'm also asking us to move right in front. Those of us with special need, I'm asking us to move right in front to my right. Mahali tunakutananga. Special need, if you have a problem of seeing, you have a problem of walking, please come right in front so we can have you. You come right in front, tutoke. Thank you for coming. Any other person with special need? Any other person with special need? You come right to my right, so we can. Karibu. Special needs, we are asking you to move to this place so that we can facilitate, we can aid your getting to our dining tent. A special need, if you have somebody besides you, the special need, pengine asikii chenye tunasema, tafadhali msaidie akuje, si ndivyo? Good. Thank you so much. Kuku, kuja kuku. So wakishafika tutaanza kwenda, si ndivyo? So sasa tunataka tusaidiane. So naona milk cards ziko ready huko. So sasa nataka tuanze na huku mwisho na extreme end na tunaenda haraka. So watu wote wa mwisho, si unaona sasa iko open. Watu wote this last row, si mtoke na huko haraka. Watu wote huku mwisho, tokeni huko. Na ni mbio, tunakimbianga ndio turudi mapema. So you rush. Watu wote mwisho, hapo watu wa katikati tukai bwana. Wewe, wengine wanatoka. Kaa kwanza. Mwisho watoke.
We are stuck.
Loving yourself.
Yes, thank you very much. It is loving yourself, isn't it? Yeah, that is very good. Let us give him a clap, just one. Yeah, it is actually loving yourself. But now again, will you love yourself if you are failing in everything that you want to do? You may not love yourself, isn't it? And that's why we are saying that there are a number of steps that we need to take in order for us to love ourselves. It is only when we love ourselves that we can be able to achieve much. So we are saying self-love is the practice of accepting and caring for oneself unconditionally. You have to practice and accept caring for yourself. Remember, it is only you who can take care of yourself. because you know yourself better. We are saying that it involves recognizing your worth, embracing your strengths, and being kind to yourself. It simply means that you must first of all be able to identify your strengths and weaknesses. Once you have identified your strengths, then you maintain keeping up the strength. But then, it does not mean that when you have a weakness, you are condemned to it, isn't it? We were told here that at least you can, once you have known your weakness, like the principal was telling us, the director told us that you identify the subjects that you hate most, that you have assured yourself you are going to fail on, and then you now look for a way of working on it. So we are saying that self-love is not about being selfish or being arrogant. It is about nurturing a healthy relationship with yourself. Now, the key aspects of self-love is, one, we have what we call self-awareness. Then two, self-worth. Then three, we have what is called self-esteem. Now, apart from those three, we have what we call the self-care. All these are actually self-explanatory. Now, when we are talking about self-care, we are talking about the mental health. How are you mentally? We are talking about self-acceptance. Yeah? Do you accept yourself? And remember, we are saying that you can only accept yourself when you are doing those good things, isn't it? We are not saying that each one of us must be at par with the other, but from where you are, you can actually try to do the good things that you can manage so that you accept yourself. And then we are saying that we have to self-care, and so on and so forth. So those are some of the things that are going to make us love ourselves. Now, with those ones in mind, I am sure we are now set for the rest of the session. Now, my colleague is going to come here and probably take us through self-awareness, because now this is an area that you must now get it one-on-one. Otherwise, with those remarks, I say thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Agnes Kariuki. I am a mental health practitioner. I work with Kenya Red Cross. And I'm supposed to be taking you through self-awareness. It will also carry a little bit of what he mentioned. I was hoping we can have a very interactive session, because most of the things that I'm going to be taking you through about self-awareness are things that you're aware of, but maybe sometimes we don't realize that is exactly what it is. And I would like one person, when you hear of the word self, what comes in your mind? One person, when you hear of the word self, what comes in your mind? You can raise your hand wherever you are. I can see someone around
personal.
Yeah, self. Let's clap for her. When it's about self, it's about you. Somebody else light in front, somewhere in the middle. Yeah, she had the same answer. Let's appreciate her. When we are talking about self, this is all about you. It has nothing to do with somebody else. It's about you as an individual, either how you view yourself, what you do, what you say, what you think, what you experience. It narrows down to you as an individual. We are not going to bring anyone else about. When it comes to about awareness, awareness is that ability being able to understand or know yourself in terms of your thoughts, in terms of your emotions, in terms of your experiences, what you do, how much aware are you. Many times when I ask the question, who are you? Or if you ask the question, who am I? What can you say? Put that down on your notebook about self-awareness. Who am I? Can you answer that question? Is this something that it is easy to do? And remember, when we are talking about who am I, if it's your name, if I ask, like in this group, how many people here are called Omondis in the house? Do you have Omondi? See the way they are many. How do we tell that you are unique from the other Omondi? If I call the name Omondi, so many of you will come up. But what will make you unique? What is this that is in you as Omondi and is not in the other Omondi? What is these emotions you go through? What are these behaviors you engage in that will make you a little bit different, or that will make you very different from the other person maybe that you share the name with? If it's about having a twin, you can't be exactly the same in everything. So are you able to know what is that defines you when we talk of who am I? Are you able to answer that question in a unique? And I would want maybe 2 people to tell us what they have put down about who are they, or how have they answered that question. Who are you? Who am I? 2 volunteers. Who are you? Who am I? Are you able to answer that question? 2 volunteers. What you have scribbled down, or what are you aware about yourself? What makes you unique from that other person?
I am a joy bringer who is fully nourished with spiritual.
Wow! Let's appreciate her. There was somebody else. In front of her, there was another hand. Somewhere. But if it's okay if there's somebody else.
I am a girl of faith who is ready to change her life and other people's.
Let's appreciate her. The last one, there was somebody there. I saw a hand up there. It's okay. So when we are asking of who am I, are you able to answer that question? And you see how many people are even wondering, what can I say about me? How well do you know who you are? So when we are talking about self-awareness, we have the 5 dimensions that makes a person, or we have the 5 dimensions that we focus on. Dimension number 1, spiritual. I've started with that because that is what has come up in the 2, with the 2 who have defined themselves. When we talk about the spiritual aspects, we are going back to, what do you believe in? What are your values as an individual? Looking at your theme today is aligning values with leadership. Do you even know those values that you have as an individual that you're now going to align together with leadership? Are you a person of integrity? Are you a person of respect? Who are you in terms of what do you believe in? What are those values that have been instilled in you either by your parents or your caregivers? Or what is that value you have instilled in yourself and you walk with it? That is what we'll call the spiritual aspect. It has the belief aspect of what do I believe about life, myself, and what values do I hold as an individual. Number 2 aspect, we are talking about emotional. Emotional. When we talk about the emotional, we are focusing on what feelings do I experience? What emotions do I go through? And emotions can be either positive or negative. Like at this moment, if I ask 3 people, what are you experiencing? What is that emotion you have today? Are we able even to identify our feelings? Or we will always be saying we are okay, we are fine. Are you able to tell exactly how you feel about yourself? What you are experiencing in you? 3 people. What is that feeling you have right now? Or what emotion do you have today?
I feel homesick.
It's okay. It's normal to have a homesick. Who wants to be away from home for a long time? Maybe there's something she was enjoying at home and it is not available here. So it's okay to have a homesick.
Yes, I miss my dad.
You miss?
My dad.
Perfect. She misses her dad. She would want to be around her dad. So she feels she has a homesick. Another emotion someone is aware of and they're experiencing it.
I'm feeling jovial.
Jovial. She's excited to be maybe here to learn something new, to be in this setup. That she's happy or excited or jovial. It's an emotion, it's a feeling.
I can say I'm also happy since this is my first Congress.
He's happy because this is his first Congress. So when we are asking about, or when we are talking about understanding yourself, you must be aware of the emotions you experience at any given moment. It's okay to be sad at times because things will happen that are beyond our control and we will feel sad about them. It's okay to be happy, and that is what makes you a normal human being, going through those emotions. But how far you go with experiencing them, how you show those emotions, like how you will display anger, it really matters a lot. And you need to be aware of it so that you are able to know whether, am I within the limits? Is it a normal response or am I overreacting? That aspect after emotional, we're talking about the mental aspect. Mental. The mental aspect of it. What comes in your mind the minute you hear the word mental? I know it's a word that is full of stigma. It's a word full of discrimination, but what comes in your mind when you hear of the word mental? What do you connect it with? I have so many people on this other edge, but I think nobody to reach them out.
I think mental means the mindset of someone.
The mindset. Let's appreciate her.
According to my understanding, mental means something to do with thoughts.
Something to do with our thoughts and our cognition. Let's appreciate her. So many times when you hear of the word mental, are you aware about your mental processes? It's the most important aspect. As much as the others are important, even this one is very important. Because at some point we should even touch a little bit about mental health or mental well-being. Are you aware of what happens in your mind? Those thoughts that you go through. Are you aware of your abilities? Are you aware of your talents? Are you aware of your intellectual processes? How you perceive things? So when we talk of the mental, it's not just about academic performance, whether I was able to get a B, an A. No, there's more than that. So one aspect of mental is your ability. Do you know your ability as an individual? Do you know how far you can go as an individual? So when it comes to your ability, it can only be defined by you because you are the one who knows yourself, and it should come from you. So one about mental well-being or mental dimension we are talking about, that aspect of abilities. Number 2 is your talent. Do you even know your talent? Do you know your talent? It sounds like so many of us knows our talents. But everyone has a talent. The task is for you to identify your talent. So it's important for you in the mental aspect, know your talent. Remember, talent, you don't need to go for a training for you to know it. It's something that maybe comes out naturally and you don't need to be trained much about it. The other thing that about mental, we are talking about our intellectual processes. Even in this setup, we are different. And we need to appreciate that our intellectual processes are totally different. What do I mean by this? Maybe your best subject could be my worst subject. How you understand it, maybe, or you conceptualize information, it's different for me. And that's why you will find that some of us are very good with mathematics, others are very good with sciences, others will be very good with languages, because we are different. And you need to appreciate that ability or that intellectual process in you. And we don't have to be the same. But we always say that in that area of weakness, you can learn and improve it. But we can't be the same. And it doesn't make you weaker because you are good in English and somebody else is good in mathematics. It's just that our intellectual processes are different and we need to respect that. Even when you'll be choosing your courses as you upgrade, be aware of your intellectual processes. Are you a good person who is good at the theoretical aspect of it, or you're good at practical part of it? Do I need to learn practically, or do I learn easily when it is theoretical? We are different. Choose what goes for you. We can't be the same, and we need everyone in the society. The other aspect of mental processes is about decision making. How do you make your decisions? And problem solving. When you have faced with a problem, are you able to make the right decision? What is even that process you go through as you solve that problem? What is that procedure that you follow when you're making that decision? Remember the 3 C's, C. 3 C's in making decision. In every choice, in every challenge there is a choice, and in every choice there is a consequence. In every challenge, you have a choice. But in every choice again, there are consequences. So when you're making your decisions, are you able to weigh how much or which one fits you best, which has lesser consequences? So the other aspect about self-awareness is about social. How do I relate with self? How do I relate with others? Social takes 2 aspects. Intra, how I relate with myself. Inter, how I relate with somebody else, or how I relate with other people. When he was talking about self-love, that is in the aspect of intra, how I relate with myself. When you're having a meeting with yourself, do you have a meeting with yourself at times? Unajitenga kamkunji ama kamkutano yako peke yako? Wakati uko nako kamkutano, unajiambianga nini kujihusu? What do you tell yourself about yourself? The last meeting you had with yourself, what did you tell yourself about yourself? 2 people to share what the last meeting they had and what they told themselves about themselves. If you had a meeting, you said you do have a meeting with yourself. Sindio? What do you do? What do you tell yourself in those meetings?
In my meeting, I asked myself where I came from, where I am, and where I go.
Did you answer the questions?
Yes.
Do you mind sharing a little bit? Just maybe 1 or 2 answers you gave to yourself. Where do you want to see yourself? Maybe let me ask that one.
For example, where I come from, you see your background, where you are, how are you performing, where are you going to, will you achieve your goal?
Let's appreciate her. Somebody else who has had a meeting recent with herself or himself, yes?
In my meeting, I told myself that I will work hard to last grade that I had some subject, it was not very impressive to me, and I agreed to myself that I'm going to work more, to put more effort in my subjects.
Let's appreciate her. They had a very candid meeting with their inner souls. So when we are talking about having a meeting with yourself, it is very important what you tell yourself, because what you tell yourself, chances are that is what you will become. If you tell yourself you are not good enough, you will never feel as if you are good enough. If you tell yourself you are not worth, remember it is coming from self. No matter how much the world will try to show you your worth, you will never feel worthy because you don't believe in yourself. So it is important to have a positive self-talk with yourself when you're having a meeting with yourself. Learn to appreciate those strengths that you have. Appreciate your weaknesses and make them areas of improvement, in that you can make yourself to be better. For example, if I have an issue with patience, over time I can learn to be patient. That is making myself better. But I can only learn that if I'm conscious that I have a problem with patience. So when you're having those meetings, have a talk that is going to be healthy or that is going to build you. When it comes to relating with other people, how do you relate with your friends? How do you relate with your guardians? How do you relate with your teachers? How do you even relate with your mentors? That now is interpersonal, social aspect of it. Do you have boundaries? Or I can do anything to you, I can tell you anything I want, I can say anything. Do you have boundaries when it comes to even interacting with others? Do you respect yourself? Do you respect that other person? Or you're so full of yourself that the other person doesn't matter, you're the only person who matters. So even how we relate with each other matters a lot. Have healthy boundaries when you're interacting with other people. Let people know that they can come, but they have their boundaries they can't cross. Those boundaries should be healthy ones. Let people know that there are things they can't tell you, and there are things they can't do to you. That is social aspect of it. The last aspect, we have done the social, emotional, spiritual. Which one is the other one? The most important, physical. Physical aspect of, do you know yourself physically? Are you comfortable with the person you are? Now maybe back to self-love. Do I love myself the way I am? Physically, or there are things I want to change about myself? Uko sawa na mapua yako? Masikio yako? Kichwa yako? Mwili yako? Ama unataka tuongeze kidogo ama tupunguze? Self-love, being aware of yourself physically. Remember, when it comes to physical aspects, some things we don't have power to change because God created us in those aspects. The best we can do is to accept ourselves as we are, appreciate ourselves as we are, treat ourselves with kindness and care as we are, because there is nobody else is like us. We are unique in our own way. What do you think will change if you are given those eyes that you feel that they are better than the ones you have? That nose that you feel is better than the one you have? That body that you feel is better than? Will it make you feel any better? You will realize over time, you will still find something else that you won't get comfortable with. So when it comes to physical, it is very important to accept ourselves as we are. Anything you want to change about yourself physically, chances are minimal. And if you can learn to appreciate who you are and see that beauty that you have, which is unique in you, it's one of the things that will define you. If you look at the world today, people are really struggling to accept themselves physically. You see the socialites, what do they do with their bodies? They are either improving something about their body, meaning they are not comfortable with whom they are. They don't love that person they are physically. And that is why they would want to change aspects of some aspects of their physical features. Be comfortable with who you are. Love yourself as you are. There's nobody, you are enough as you are. There's nobody who is better than you. the way God created you, appreciate that aspect. We are unique, we'll never be the same, and even in our life, we'll have differences. Be you, not a copy. You know, so many times we are struggling to be that other person. But it's like you're sitting for an exam. You are there doing your exam. I am here doing my exam. You want to copy my answers, but your question is different. Are you going to get it right? What will happen? I will pass the exam and you will fail because you copied my answer. Be you and be the original you. Get comfortable with you. When we talk about self-awareness, we'll bring the aspect of self-esteem in it. And still carry the aspect of self-love and this aspect of self-worth with it. How much are you worth? If today I want to sell you, how much can I sell you for? Pesa ngapi? Nipeane nipewe wewe. Ha? Nikitoboka ngapi naenda na wewe? How much are you worth? Do you know your value? Pesa ngapi? One person mwenye anaona anajua bei yake. Tukununue pesa ngapi?
Ukitaka kununua itabidi utoboke maisha yako yote.
Hapo itabidi ni exchange my life ndio nimpate somebody else. How much are you worth? How much can I give out to have you?
I am worthless.
You are worthless. Yeye ana feel there is no worth yenye anabeba. So naweza enda tu na yeye hata saini. Nikichomoka hivi nabebana na yeye. Somebody else. How much do you think you're worth? How much do you think you're worth? We all have some worth, but are we able to identify it?
According to me, I'm worth like, if you want to get me, you can change me with the sun.
That is next because we need to have upon infinity at party. So are we have somebody else there over there who want to share something? How much are we worth? If we were to give an exchange for you, how much should we give out?
For me, if you want to buy me, you can pay 8 billion.
8 billion? If I have 8 billion, I have her. Last person over here.
For me, I am very expensive. Even I am unaffordable.
He is unaffordable. He feels he's unaffordable. So, you see the way we rate ourselves differently, depending with how we value ourselves. Do you know your worth? Do you know your value? If we were to give an exchange today, and that value you are giving yourself, where do you base it on? Is it because of how you look? Is it because of your strength? Is it because of your abilities? Is it because of your weaknesses that you will look at them? Is it because of where you are coming from? Where do you place your worth? Where do you place your value? The thing is here, we are all worth. But it takes a journey of self-discovery to know how much, or it takes a journey of self-awareness to know how much we are worth. There's no money that should be given out as an exchange for you. You are worth more than that. There's no enough amount of money should buy you if you know you are worth. Because those strengths that you have, it is possible that they are going to be very powerful to the person now who is buying you, that even the money given is not enough. But are you aware of those strengths that you carry as a person? Are you aware of those abilities that you have as a person? So when it comes to self-worth, it will always be a complex question to answer. And as we talk of self-worth, I take it around with self-esteem. And I would like us to have a very simple test. Your self-worth. And when we talk about self-worth, when we talk about self-esteem, I don't know whether you can see this. How much is this? 500. from the 500 in it, I hope you can see it closely. What else are you able to see? Huh? Ya Kenya. Na vile kanaka? Huh? Two people. Unaona kanaka aje? Two people. Two people, what do you see here? This is 500 notes, but beyond the 500 notes, are you able to see anything else? Na vile kana kukalia hivi, ni kapesa wewe hata unaweza taka vile kape. Okay, wacha nione kama unaona vile kamechapa.
Hiyo do. Hiyo do imechapa, hiyo shida.
Hii do imechapa. By the way, iko hadi na kamwanya hapa katikati. Somebody else kitu umeona kwa hii do. Hii punch.
Hiyo do kuna venye iko green hivi.
Kuna venye kanakaa greenish. Maybe let me put someone closer.
Hiyo do imerust, hata nikipewa kuna shida.
Hata kipewa hakuna shida, haina vibe sana. Yes.
Hiyo pesa iko na 4-fold marks.
Iko na
4-fold marks.
4-fold marks. Let me pull somebody closer. Come over, please. Just here. Come over. Wakagulie hii pesa alafu waambie inakaaje kulingana na vile unaiona. Wakagulie vile kanakaa, kama kamechapa, kamewekwa nini?
Nimewekwa sellotape.
Kamewekwa hadi sellotape. Kagua waambie unaona nini kwa hiyo pesa?
Mimi naona imeshikwa na sellotape. Hapa imeraruka.
Alafu kamekuja kujwa. Iko na sellotape kumaanisha at some point kaliraruka kidogo pia kakona kashimo kengine kameform katikati, kamechapa ni kachafu na kamekuja kujwa. Where do you think this 500? Wacha kwanza tuone ilikuwa mwaka gani? 2019. And you might find a similar note. I don't know whether this one is 2019. Yes, it is also 2019, but this is 100 bob. Haijachapa sana. Why do you think hii imechapa hivi? Kwa nini haka kamebiti hivi? Kamekuwa wapi? Unaona kama kalipitia kwa watu gani kabla kanifikie leo? One person at a time. Where do you think this 500 has been through?
Imepitia kwa watu wengi kama watu wa biashara.
Inaweza kuwa imepitia kwa watu wengi kama wa biashara. Where else do you think this 500 has been through?
Inaweza kuwa imepitia kwa wase wanauza makaa.
Inaweza kuwa imetoka kwa watu wa makaa. Ndio maana maybe kamechapa hivi. Something else you think where it has been through for it to be like this?
Inakaa imetoka kwa wenye wanafanya kwa garage.
Inaweza kuwa ilikuwa kwa watu wa garage. Let's appreciate them. So now the analogy comes here. If I want something worth 500 today, niende kwa duka, nitauziwa? Kwa nini na imeraruka na hadi iko na sellotape na iko na kishimo? One person. Kuna mtu hapo wewe. Why will I buy something with these old notes?
Because as much as it is old, but it still has its value.
As long as imechapa, bado iko na value yake. Very different answer. If you have a different opinion, whereby kwa nini tauziwa na bado ni imechapa?
I'm still supporting the same.
You're also supporting the same?
Kitu inamata kwa hiyo pesa, hizo lines. Kama ina line haimata.
What matters is whether it is intact. It has the key things that makes it an original. The same thing when it comes to our life. This 500, we don't know where it came from, but the assurance we have, it must have been to all corners, maybe Mama Boga, kwa watu wa makaa, kwa watu wa garage, leo nimeitoa kwa watu wa matatu, meaning imezunguka. And there's a note that was made the same day. And maybe if you get it today, it's still as new as it was produced. Reason being, maybe haijatembea sana, ilitoka ikaenda kwa bank, imekuwa tu ikizunguka kwa bank peke yake, haifiki watu wengine. Let's come to our life. This might be a representation of us. We may have been through a lot of things, a lot of experiences, and we feel that these experiences have taken our value away. They have made us maybe worthless. Maybe because I come from a humble background, I feel that I'm not good enough like the other person. And I feel like the other people in this life who are worth more than I am worth. Our life should be like this note. No matter what you have been through, your value should never change because of the experiences. You should remain with your value, your worth, and your worth should always be the same, whether you have been through what kind of an experience. There is no better person because they have different experiences. Education is the equalizer. It doesn't matter where you come from. You have been given an opportunity. How are you using this opportunity? It's either you make yourself better or you take yourself back, maybe, to where you are coming from. And this opportunity we have is about making ourselves better. So you need to be aware that how do I see myself different based on the experiences that I have gone through. Maybe coming from a humble background, I think that there are people who are better or there are people who are worthy in life because they come from better backgrounds. But that is not the reality of life. You are still worth it. You still have your value as an individual. And it should never change because of your experience. So hold on to your self-worth, hold on to your value, and don't let at any circumstance change it. But be aware of who you are. Allow yourself to understand the processes you go through, whether it's emotional, whether it's actions, whether it is thoughts. Stay in touch with yourself. It will never come from somebody else when it comes to self-esteem. It is you to give yourself the worth. And how you give yourself the worth, that is how we will carry you in this life, or that's how we will treat you. You treat yourself worthless. You get out here, we will treat you as worthless as you have decided. If you give yourself value, we will treat you with respect and dignity based on that value that you give to yourself. It's about you as an individual. The greatest kindness on this earth is being kind to yourself, loving yourself, caring about yourself. There's nothing worth more than that. And if you don't take care of these aspects, we have chances of now having mental health problems. Because it's either we'll start getting depressed, we start having anxieties, and before we know it, other things come up. Even your physical health depends on your mental well-being most of the times. Do you know there are problems that can come to you because you are not aware or you are going through difficult moments. Maybe I'm stressed out, and it can trigger maybe things like ulcers, hypertension. So be aware of yourself. Hold on to your self-worth. You are enough as you are. There's nobody who's better than you. And that's all about self-awareness, self-love. Unless you have questions, I'll be glad to take them up. Do you have questions on self-awareness, self-love, self-esteem, self-worth? Questions? Usipouliza swali, it's either hujaelewa kitu ama umeelewa kila kitu. Tuko wapi? It's either you understood nothing or you understood everything. Where are we? Huh? Nothing. Everything. Okay, let's clap for ourselves then. No. The way we are, after learning about being self-worth, ourselves? Do we deserve better than that? We are going to give ourselves flowers, okay? We are going to give ourselves flowers. So, I don't know, kambas in the house. Nishakoroga kikaba kidogo. When I tell you Osamara, I mean pick flowers. Osamara means pick flowers. So when I tell you Osamara, you're going to pick flowers according to colors. We are going to bunch them up, and then we are going to give to ourselves. Is that okay? Aya, Osamala, Osamala, blue, ngilini, yellow, red, monenga, monenga.
Once again, round of applause for the Red Cross team. Thank you. Thank you, Red Cross team, for your dedication to the Equity Group Foundation. We really appreciate you. Kindly, I request the panelists to come forward. Kindly, the panelists to come forward. Those who are in the list, the chaperones, kindly to note to come forward so that we may start off. Kindly tuharakishe. Panelists, come forward.
Scholars, good afternoon. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? Are you feeling hot? If your neighbor is wearing a jumper, chuna yeye. Limuru. The other thing is ask your neighbor, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? Talk to your neighbor, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? 5 years. We call that a short-term goal. Where do you see yourself in the next 10 years? All right. Have you told your friends where you want to be? How many of you said you'll be a doctor? Put your hands up. How many want to be doctors? All right. A story is told, a very interesting story, that in Form 1 we were very, very ambitious. When results were announced, I want to be a neurosurgeon, I want to be an aeronautical engineer, I want to be a what? All those big names were dropped, right? Hello? All those big names were what? Were dropped. And Form 1, you are doing very well. The dream is still to be a what? A doctor. Form 2 is where you put your hands up. Do you still want to be a doctor? But just before lunch, we all had problems with chemistry, mathematics, and physics. Which doctor are you going to be? Which doctor are you going to be? And yet you are dropping those subjects. You said you are having a problem. So your dream of becoming a doctor is what? Is becoming slimmer. So you say, okay, I may not be a doctor, but I can be a nurse. Or a clinical officer, or an orthopedic something, but I'll just be in the hospital. Si ni ukweli? Aya, you get to Form 3, those of us who are saying maths is hard, in Form 3 you start having difficulties, mathematics, vectors, ngumu, calculus, wezi. So what do you tell yourself? Ai, msinianze kunipanga. Msinipange. Form 3 ndio sasa nimefika, si ndio? Ausikii maneno. Red Cross wanakwambia self-worth, self-love inaingia huku inatoka huku. Because Form 3 umemea pepo. Kama ni dem uko msupu kuliko vile ulikuwa Form 1. Kama ni Charlie, wewe ndio wa kusema. Pangwingwi. Form 4. Mathematics, longitudes and latitudes, hizo mimi sijui. Mimi nilianguka maths. Unasema, lakini ile dream ya kwa doki ni ngumu. Bora tu ni vai lab coat, hata kama nafagia tu hosi, but I'm in the hospital. Because subjects are getting what? Tougher. Haujawahi pata grade inaitwa B in maths. Wewe uko tu hapo E na D. And you still are ambitious, you want to be a doctor. KCSE inafika. You are the top boy, top girl in your school, primary. Lakini KCSE, kwanza index ulikuwa index 100 or 500 out of 500. Instead of becoming a doctor, pressure imekuchapa, sasa umekuwa patient. Your journey, you still end up in what? A hospital C. That's not the work, or that's not the journey we want our scholars to take. In Equity, we are a family. And this family is big. So it's not just the 1,500 of us in here. We have a bigger family. We are priding ourselves of having a family of 60,000 members. 60,000 members. And it's still growing. And we're not just in Kenya. We have footprints in DRC, Congo. We have footprints in Rwanda, Uganda, and now we are going also to Tanzania. And we have students who have gone globally, and today we are privileged to have one who has gone abroad, who was a wings to fly, and now she's here to talk to us, to tell you it is possible. So my session this afternoon is to discuss careers. We want to look at where do we want to be. Are you working towards your goal? Or are you shifting? If you want to go to Mombasa, are you on the Nairobi-Mombasa road? Or umechukua about town, umejipata unaelekea Busia? Useme hata nikienda Busia nitapitia through Bungoma, Malaba, eventually nitafika wapi? Mombasa. So I want to talk about what are the opportunities we have post-secondary. And it's important for us to know what is available. Yes, the government, or we have the ministry here saying that all of you will qualify for the government sponsorship. I don't think it will be a walk in the park. You have to work hard for it. Any scholarship is not dished. The same way you applied to be considered for a LIMU or Wings to Fly, the same will be applicable. Only that you'll have an advantage over somebody who was not supported. But what they're saying is, your chances are higher than somebody who doesn't have. So how will government give you sponsorship when you don't even have that grade to go to the university? So the first thing is get the grade. And get a very competitive grade so that you achieve your dream. So, can I request we go to the next slide? Yeah, so what are the opportunities we have within Equity Group Foundation? And then with me, I'll have a panelist to talk to us about careers and where they are, what they're doing, what worked for them when they're in high school, so that you can also learn from them. At one point in time, they were sitting in a forum like where you are today. And maybe there's a guest speaker like Brother Abok who changed their life. Just a message, a word, is all you need to make you have a jump start in life. So the Equity Leaders Program, you'll hear us talking about ELP. We put emphasis on leadership. And for you to succeed, you must be a leader, and you don't have to be a leader with a title. You can be a leader without a title, but who influences people. So we're looking at already your top performing students, and we want you to create a community of transformative leaders who work together across borders and various sectors. And we're looking at driving a sustainable economic growth and social progress in Africa. As you've heard, equity is beyond Kenya. And we want to transcend and go even further abroad. So all beneficiaries of ELP or in the education program, whether in secondary, and then there are those who will join you post-secondary who are top boy and top girl, of whom we have some here. And they join us, some are also in tertiary, and we expose them to high-level mentorship and opportunities to access tertiary education with an aim to create a change agents in the community. So that's our goal as the education pillar, to develop and inspire young people, young leaders through access to secondary and tertiary education, plus mentorship and career training. So what we're doing today is mentorship. What we've been doing since yesterday is mentorship. I know your mentors have been coming to school, and your peer-to-peer mentors are the best when they come to school, because not so long ago, they were where you were. There's some struggles you're having. They also had struggles, but they're here now to mentor you how to navigate the struggle. So for you to have that journey, you join us right from secondary. And that's where you are at. Then from there, this is where now the differentiator comes in. You're going to meet another group of students who are either top boy or top girl. And for you to benefit fully, because not all of us, 10,000 of you, are not going to join the bank. We have a program we call the pre-university paid internship for those who will be getting grade A or A minus. For your year, it might even be A. And it's not just an A. It should be an A of 84 or maybe 83.9. So it has to be the top A. And then we have those who get B plus and C plus who join the local universities. And then we have the other group that join the TVET. So whatever grade you score, we'll still journey with you through mentorship and guidance and sharing opportunities that come along your way. So for the ones who get A's, the work in the bank is what we call the pre-university paid internship. You can imagine you have just graduated from high school, 1 month down the line, you are wearing a suit like Emily, like Eric, Evans, and all the staff of Equity, and you earn a very good salary of 40,000 shillings, fresh from school. And simply because they worked smart. And those who intern in the bank has a chance, if you look at that yellow, they can move to what we call the college counseling program, and then they join global universities. And we have somebody who was in a global university in America. And then, once you're done with your studies, Equity says, come. We'll give you employment. We can give you money like the doctors we have. You start your own clinic. Maybe you are a vet doctor, you start your own veterinary clinic or vet store. Or Austin here will give you money. You start your own solar projects and so on. So whether you want employment, whether you want to start your own business, Equity will be there, because at the end of the day, we know you are ready to solve the problems within your community. Those who don't make it to global university, we have what we call chapters within our local universities and TVET programs. For TVET, again, we're privileged. We got some scholarship. Those in TVET, we are funding them for full scholarship. And those in local universities, we have several opportunities for them to work and make some money to pay for their studies. Let me just remind you, the scholarship you have now is for secondary education. So you have to work hard to finance your university and TVET education. And even in as much as the ministry has said, you'll be supported. They'll not just dish those scholarships. You must earn it, you must get admission to make sure you get the full scholarship that they're talking about. So how do we support? What is our role? For a scholar level, we do offer lots of professional growth trainings, and we mentor you. Opportunities to join global universities. We keep on training and promoting value-based leadership through mentorship programs. Some of the sessions we'll be having is taking you through financial literacy so that you start having that entrepreneurial mindset. And the people we have behind me here will tell you how they're doing it, how they're managing it. They were in worse off circumstances like yours, but they've not given up in education and they're still soldiering on. And ultimately, we also want you to give back. if you are supported, can you also support somebody else? Can you go back to your primary school and share the knowledge you have? Can you bring children from your community and talk to them about values and staying away from bad habits? And then we are looking at a society that will be a good place for everybody to live in. We don't want when we are walking down the streets, we are so scared. Because the next time you are going to be mugged. I don't know who is going to mug you. Maybe it's a fellow who is a fly scholar or an Elimu scholar. So, for transitions under the equity program, what do we do once you join the university or tertiary? If you're within the local institutions, you'll do what you say, marketing of equity products, where you earn a commission, you give back, and sometimes somebody can give you something to sustain you in college. There are lots of training, and these opportunities have opened doors because you're getting exposure and even networks. There are opportunities for internships and attachments, and some of them are even paid through our other partners. And there are also opportunities for more scholarships, even within your local universities. And then we also say, you join a knowledge hub. If you're a lawyer, we have the Lawyers Hub. If you're an engineer, we have Engineers Hub. We have Doctors Hub. We have Agriculture Hub, and so on and so forth. So where do you fall so that you can do lots of network and share ideas? For global universities, they're offered college counseling. They get global exposure because they're meeting the best brains in the country. And lastly, that's a global talent. Some of our scholars are in these big notch companies. The Amazons, Rolls-Royce, Microsoft, or rather Beta, name it. They're the movers and shakers. There's a whole community of scholars in New York Stock Exchange. And one of them has even written a book. I know we'll be able to share his story, his journey. Brought by a single grandmother after the parents passed on. But when you see him now, he's taken care of the grandmother. And then, even when you're through with college, we say we have the alumni network, where we prepare you for world of work, entrepreneurship. We want you to come with innovative ideas, curate those ideas. I know you're very active in Science Congress. Try to solve solutions. Try to come up with solutions of problems in your community. And then we are saying, keep in touch through our county chapters. So what are some of the available opportunities? As we mentioned, give yourself a target. You have 2 years. For those of us in Form 2, you have 3 years if you're in Form 1. Will you be among the top boy or top girl with an A to join the Equity Leaders Program intern? These ones you're seeing in the picture there. The next picture, please, the next slide. There were scholars, there were candidates in November. In January, they're serving customers. Some of the customers are their teachers, are their church members, are their friends. And it's a pride for any parent to see the opportunity that the bank is giving the children. Secondly, having joined the internship program, next slide, you can be part of the group that will be getting an airlift to go abroad. This happened last week. And as you can see, it was a big group of 52 globals, 98 students who got opportunities. And this is full paid scholarships to the Harvard, Stanford, name it. Any university of your dream globally. You just have to work hard because you're meeting and competing with the best brains. Or you get a full scholarship to learn a TVET skill in institutions. And it's open to scholars who attend C and below. But again, we have seen a lot of interest. Even scholars who are getting A's and B's, they also say, I want to start from the TVET, going upwards. We give them that opportunity. Next. So those are 3 opportunities: paid internships, get opportunity to study abroad, or in TVET. The other is selling equity products. Once you join a university, you join a chapter, and then you'll be trained how to start talking to customers. And once you sell any equity product, you earn a commission. Some of this commission sustain the students throughout the 4 years. You can imagine you're earning 30,000, 40,000 worth of commissions. Energy products, I know Austin will talk more about this. The girl you're seeing in the middle there, she's a TVET scholar, and I think she's even on a retainer of 25,000. Besides the retainer, I think she also earns commission from every item she sells. Be it solar, be it the cooking appliances, be it the cook stove, whatever it is, we have a wide range, including water tanks, name it. And where else, rather than to start even with your chamas of your mom, your church, because the community you're coming from are the same people that we serve. We also have competition known as hackathon, where if you know you have an idea, an innovation, and the top guys there came up with a system that will support or bring together, like all the medical issues, they came up with a solution for Equity Afia. And the ones down there, I remember Willie very well. Most of them are Wings to Fly scholars. He's in South Africa. But they came up with a solution for the alumni network. We don't want to lose you. We have problems. Sometimes we have solutions for you, but we can't reach you. So make sure that anytime you change your number, your parents change their number, please let us know, inform your branch. I'm sure some of the students who are not here today is because they changed their contacts and they cannot be reached. You also get short-term opportunities when scholars are going back to school. I know Madam Alice will tell us sometimes the banks stop their business because we're serving scholars. The customers must also be served. But we also need extra pair of hands, and who better than the ELPs to come and support us. Training is a continuous process. You'll always see lots of trainings, and as you can see, the industry keeps on changing. And Brother Bob put it in a very simple way, that the phones you'll be using very soon will not be the phones we are using now. Innovation keeps on coming, new things keep on coming, so you have to be abreast with what's happening in the industry. You're also given an opportunity once you're an ELP to be a mentor. And I'm sure you have met your mentors, especially the Wings to Fly. And those in the Limu schools will see how we'll reach out to you if you have not seen your mentor. And in the evening or even tomorrow, you'll have a session with the peers to do the mentorship, and we form the Best Me clubs if you don't have a Best Me club in your school. Give back activities. From that picture you're seeing up there, that's a scholar at Ebuk MTC, and she went out to schools to talk about what they're doing. They're doing a sensitization. So she was taking scholars, or rather students from schools within, about nursing and so on. So use your talent well to give back. You can also plant trees, you can do cleanup, and within the chapters, they'll tell you those are some of the many activities that they do undertake. I talked of the hubs, and this is used for connecting and networking. We have human resource, depending on the course you're studying. We have doctors, agriculture, cultural science, education, engineering, social science, marine and blue economy, and many more. So the last slide is our contact, where you can reach us and where you can connect with us once you're done your KCSE. What we're simply saying is, the journey is very clear. We will walk together as long as you have good discipline, you are not dropped out of the program, and you keep on exhibiting the good behavior that we are talking about. So that's what I wanted to share with you, but before I sit, I have with me my panelists. I don't know if we can have some mobile microphones, because now we want to have a panel session. But as we are getting ready for that, is there anyone with a question as I wait for the microphone and to introduce my panelists? Can we get a mobile microphone? And are there any questions that are burning, very pending, something you need clarity on before I take my seat as the moderator for this session? Any question, you put your hand up. Amos Mamet Kuone. Okay, so thank you very much. So scholars, with me is a team of, is there a familiar face you know? Do you know what they do? So I want to give them a minute to tell us who they are and how they found themselves here in this panel. What they studied, what they liked, maybe the high school you are, the grade you scored, where you are and what informed you, the choice or the career that you are doing right now.
Good afternoon, scholars. Good afternoon again. So my name is Purity Otuori, a student at Masai Mara University. I was a former student at Sironga Girls. Yes, in my KCSE, I scored a B-. I pursued a degree, a Bachelor of Education Arts. Subject, Business Geography. I pursued that, the teaching profession, because I love working with young kids. I love interacting with you people. Yes, and I'm a proud teacher. Thank you. Hello, scholars. How are you today? Are you happy to be here? I'm also happy to be here and to meet you guys. My name is Beryl Akinyaru. I'm an alumni of both Nyabururu Girls High School and Butere Girls High School. I finished at Butere Girls High School, scoring a grade of A, plain of 84. I did Form 4 2022 last year, the December group. So I was the top student among other 5 who also scored 84 grade. So right now, I'm working at Kismwangawa Equity Bank. I'm working at the customer service desk. I've interacted with some of you, some of the scholars from our branch. So I didn't expect to get this opportunity, but what do you know, when you pass, you can't expect, the possibilities are endless. I finished Form 4. By December, I didn't know there was such a program. I just got a call. I was told I was selected, and it was such an amazing feeling. So I'm happy to be part of this group. I'm happy to work under Equity. There's so much benefits, and right now I'm under the Equity College Counseling Program, aspiring to go to a global university of my choice. So I've been enrolled I'm an incoming freshman at UON. I'm doing a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery, but hopefully I can get the chance to go abroad and pursue better courses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Beryl. So, you see, this is a true testimony of what I was saying, that immediately you finish Form 4, what happens? You didn't know about the program, but here you are. And you are still going abroad, God willing. And what are you studying? Hey, does she look like a doctor? Najua mlikuwa tu mnamuona hapo chini mnamdharau.
Ngoja wewe.
Si sana, si ndio? Respect. Thank you. Next.
Ngoja.
Good evening.
Niko busy.
Good afternoon. My name is Oremo Trigochieng. I was a former Wings to Fly scholar, inducted in 2016-2019 lot. I had an opportunity to be at Maseno School, scored a B plane. I went to Kisii University, Bachelor of Commerce Accounting option, and hopefully by the end of next year, I will have been through with my studies, and I hope to join the Equity team as an accountant, and later, hopefully, as the CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor.
Hello, scholars. My name is Fidesz Atieno. 5 years ago, I was in Form 1, seated where you were seated, and that is when I joined Wings to Fly. I was in the Kenya High School, and the scholarship really inspired me to work hard, very hard, and I started my KCSE last year, April 2022, and I scored an A plane of 84 points. I was placed at the University of Nairobi to pursue a degree in Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery, and at the same time, before I joined, I was interning at Kakamega branch, and I worked for 3 months. And as an ELP, I also got a chance to join Equity College Counseling. I applied abroad, and luckily I got a school. I'll be flying to my school next week on Wednesday. Joining Wesleyan University in the United States of America. So all the steps Emily mentioned, I've gone through. It is the real, very real. My advice to you is, the moment you join Equity, dream big. They'll make your dreams come to reality when you work hard. Don't settle for less. Exploit your potential fully, and opportunities will follow you everywhere.
I'm not even adding anything.
Good afternoon, scholars. I'm Clinton Adesa. I was a Wings to Fly. I schooled at Chavakali High School. I'm currently at Sigalagala National Polytechnic, pursuing a diploma in mechanical engineering. I scored a C+, and I am a mentor to the high school. Yeah.
afternoon. My name is Dorcas Jimusop. I was a former Wings to Fly, Nakuru Girls High School. I'm currently awaiting graduation in Kisii University, having taken a degree in Bachelor's of Science in Analytical Chemistry. So, I love chemistry. I've always loved chemistry. I scored a general grade of B+, but I had an A in chemistry. So I have done analytical chemistry because I really love chemistry. So I'm awaiting my graduation. Once I'm done, I think I will proceed also to do my postgraduate studies and still do more about chemistry. More so organic chemistry for those who know chemistry. So thank you. Saseni. So I'm Diane Ojwang. I'm a former Wings to Fly. Though with Wings to Fly there's nothing like former. I was in the cohort of 2015. I was at Karima Girls High School. I scored a B-, went to Rongo University to pursue Bachelor of Commerce, Finance option. I've always loved how money works, anything about money. You can even say I love money. So I've always loved how finances work, okay? And what better way to know how finances work than to go ahead and just study about finances. So that's what I'm doing, and hopefully I'll join Equity Bank. And it's a process. I'm bettering myself every day. The finance sector is very broad. So I've interacted with some of you. I mentor Gandhi girls, my girls Sindo and Dudi girls.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
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 My name is David Ray. I was from Kisumu School. So before I proceed, I must feel the Kisumian vibe. Where are the people from KB? Please
KB.
Please be astounding.
Mmerequestiwa simama. Lakini wako huko nyuma wengine ambao wanatuenjoy. Wow.
KB.
Hey. Can see a prefect.
KB. No. You're messing it all up. KB.
Para kuangusha.
Niangusha but ni sawa tu. So I did my KCSE last year. I scored A- of 79 points. Going to pursue Bachelor of Science in Electrical and Electronics Engineering at the University of JKUAT. That's because I loved physics. Somebody loved chemistry. I know chemistry might take us this and that way, but I'm a pro in physics because for every action force, there's an equal and opposite reaction force. The more effort that you put in your studies will be rewarded. And remember this, the roots of education may be bitter, but the fruits are indeed sweet. And by the time you shall have forgotten everything that you learned in school, education will remain. Because education does not prepare you for life, but it is life itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, last but not least.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Eric Kobia Gadungu. I'm Wings to Fly alumnus, Anyuki branch, 2015 to 2018. I did my KCSE in 2018 and I got a B. My best subject was computer studies. I had a 13 points completely. I'm currently enrolled in Maseno University. I'm doing a Bachelor of Arts in Criminology with IT. I've enjoyed being a scholar with Wings to Fly. It has really been an exposure. Thank you.
Okay, so you have seen how my panelist is very rich, and I'm sure you're looking at them and you're thinking, yes, I wanted to study criminology, I want to be a lawyer, I want to join the police force, I want to do physics, I love money, I want to be a doctor, I want to do mechanical engineering. does mechanical engineering means I'll be a mechanic? You know, all those kind of questions. So, to my panelists, at Form 1 and 2 is where we struggle and you choose subjects, right? And sometimes we make wrong choices when it comes to subjects. You know you want to pursue engineering, but you find physics so hard, and then you decide because your friend has told you, let's drop physics. And you drop, and yet you know what you want to do. So I just want to ask my panelists, randomly, not in any order, what was the most important thing you got out of high school? And how has that helped you? Especially when it comes to choosing courses in university. How did high school shape you in that area? Not in any order, anybody with a mic or you can pass it on.
So, as for me, in high school, I told you I'm an alumni in 2 schools. So while at Nyabururu Girls, I had a struggle with mathematics and English. So I struggled a lot, and I knew I wouldn't make it in those subjects. But after giving it a thought, I saw others getting good grades, but I asked myself, why not me? So I came home with bad grades, of course, and my bad grade was 75%. That was the worst grade I ever got in mathematics. And at that point, I told myself, don't be surprised. Mathematics 75. Was my best subject, yes. And I can completely remember my worst grade in maths was 75%. That was at Form 2, because all throughout Form 1, I only scored 100%. And when I came to 75, I knew things were bad for me. So I came home and talked to my parents. They got me a tutor who agreed to help me out in mathematics throughout the holidays. So at home, I also made my own school. And whenever we closed school, I was very happy because I had the chance now to study alone, to internalize the concepts that were taught in school. Because I know in school it can be very hard with all the pressure the teachers are putting on you. So if you get that chance to study alone, you feel very lucky and happy. So while at home, I put my efforts in mathematics and English. Although I didn't have that much help in English, I knew I just have to make it in English. So unfortunately, I had to transfer because of the distance. I came to Butere Girls. And from there, I realized that I'm actually not the worst student, because when I came there, I was given a class where I was actually the best student in mathematics. So what helped me out to improve was the extra effort I put. At home, I did the extra work and always ensured I was ahead of the class in coverage of the syllabus. I ensured that whenever the teacher was explaining that concept, I already had it. And after class, I would just help out those who didn't understand it. Because from the time I had the saying by Chris Grabenstein that knowledge not shared is unknown, I knew that whatever I know, I have to share it with others so that it may stick with me also. So what I employed most was group work and teamwork, being that I was in a new school. I had to adjust as quickly as possible because I was in Form 3. I had no time to be confused like Form 1. No offense though. So I formed a group of people, and those are the people we scored 84 with. So we worked together, we worked closely. I know some of those girls in Butere don't know me because I was new there, I didn't want to interact a lot. Yeah, so I was just focused on my studies because I knew I could make it. And English still remained a challenge, even though mathematics and geography were always a booster to me. I knew English was also a challenge, but up to the very last minute, the last day when we were going to do the exam, I still had the teachers by my side. So consultation and teamwork are those things that you need. You must employ them. Share the knowledge that you have. No knowledge not shared is unknown. Go with that, take it home. You have to work with others so that you can better yourself, gain ideas from others, share what you know. So that's what helped me out.
All right. So identifying where the problem is
Is that what she's saying? Friends, group work. Somebody else?
So, what I learned best from high school is that you can do it from Form 1 up to Form 3. I had a problem in maths, chemistry. I had a problem in physics, so I dropped it, but I regret that. So, I realized that I'd get an A in computer studies.
Can I check? Why do you regret dropping physics?
Because it prevented me from being a mechanical engineer. So I made the wrong choice because I wanted later to do mechanical engineering or computer science, but I didn't do that because I didn't have physics. So I had to do the plan B, which was criminology.
Okay.
So I was failing in these two subjects, and I realized. So we do exams. I get an A in computer. Someone gets an E. Then in the other end, they'll have an A in maths, and they fail in the other end. So I decided I'll do my best. I'll find a tutor. I'll go for tuitions during holidays, and that is what I did. And after my KCSE, I realized that I had improved more than twice what I was getting.
So both of you have mentioned getting private tutors. We used to fly a limo. Our parents can't afford a tutor. Anybody who was creative in looking for a tutor, what did you do? Because definitely you've realized there's a problem, you need help. Where did you seek help if your parents can't afford? Anybody? Any suggestion, any idea?
Okay, for me, I didn't pay for the tutoring sessions. The tutor was just a genuine person. He was willing to help me out because all the other grades were up and he had seen potential in me. So he just offered to teach me because he was a colleague of my father. My father is also a teacher at Kabianga Boys, but he's now retired. So he saw the potential in me, and together with my father, they agreed that they will help me at no cost. So it's just from the heart that I will repay him now that I'm in a paid internship. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so you don't have to have money to have problems solved. Is that the message you are getting? You need to reach out. You need to talk to somebody. But if you're also not sharing your problem, they will not know where the problem is. And to my next question. Randomly, what was your favorite subject in school? How is that now helping you? There's that one who loves money, that one who loves physics, and how is that one now helping you and shaping you? He has regrets for having dropped physics, and I hope the message is loud and clear so that you are very sure when you're going to drop subjects. Why are you dropping it?
Okay, as I said earlier, physics was my best subject, and to prove it, last year, at the beginning of last year, we had some joint was called the Physics Nyanza League. I hope most of you are aware of it. We entered into the league, and believe it or not, it goes without saying that I was the top student in the Physics Nyanza League.
So whatever you do, you must show excellence. Don't just do it for the sake of doing it. Clinton, mechanical engineering?
Yeah, my best subjects were mathematics and physics also.
Okay. All right. And my friend here, Dorcas?
My best subjects in high school were business and geography.
Okay. Anybody else? Trevor?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yes, I really loved English. I really loved English in Maseno School because of most of the paper 3, the set books. The set books were not something difficult in this school, the mastery of the set book and everything. So I really loved English, and English has really helped me. That's why you see, it's very easy for me now to become even a corporate MC, though I've not trained for it. Thank you.
Okay.
So I love mathematics and English. Mathematics, well, I'm studying finance. and it's more of mathematics. As for English, it's something that's a passion. I love reading novels. I started with storybooks, went to novellas. I just read eulogy for fun. I love reading poems, and because of that, I can actually articulate myself well during presentations, even when I need to ask something from someone. The English comes easily.
So all those favorite subjects have helped you and propelled you to the courses you're doing right now. Is that so? That's what you're telling them. So whatever you like, make sure you start thinking. You need to put your talent and what you're good at. So, to my panel, if we were to take you back to Form 1 and 2, like these guys here, what would you do differently? And you could look at the subjects maybe you had difficulties with, maybe it was the school, maybe it was the food, maybe it was you didn't know how to socialize, maybe you didn't even know how to consult with the teachers. So if you were to go back to Form 1 and 2, your own journey, what would you do differently? What mistakes did you make when you were in Form 1 and 2? Were you ever expelled? Were you suspended?
Hello again. Personally, if I go back to Form 2, I think I'll be very confident in socializing. When I joined Kenya High School, most of the kids are from rich families, and I'm from a village school. This culture shock, their exposure, some kids are very fluent, and I'm still stammering English words. So I was so scared. I became an introvert, and through that I learned that I lost like some connections, networking with some kids maybe, and also like getting more exposed. So don't be afraid because you're under a scholarship. Be confident with it and learn to adapt quickly. Socialize, network. It's very helpful.
Thank you.
Yes. So for me, it's when I was in Form 2, when I was joining Form 2, I was actually very good in mathematics. Then all of a sudden, I started hating our mathematics teacher because of something, just something small he said. There was a picture in the textbook that I was given. Then the teacher scolded me that I am carrying musicians' pictures, I'm not studying mathematics. So I hated that teacher from that day, and that is how I hated mathematics. By the time I was in Form 3, I was even scoring 20s, 25 because I just developed attitude. So let me say by the grace of God or what, that teacher transferred when we were in Form 3, Term 2. Then another teacher came. So when this teacher came, he seriously changed my attitude. So and that is how now I had to go back, do all the Form 2 work that I had missed, because now that I hated that teacher, I was not even doing anything. When we were given assignments, I would just do ile akumaliza tu nipeane. I don't care. So I just started improving slowly, and I thank God I made it to in KCC. I got a B+.
Is there anyone who is facing a challenge he's facing? So what would you want to encourage them? Because this teacher, maybe they'll not get a new teacher in Form 3. You are stuck with this teacher all the way to Form 4.
So this is my advice. I really regretted it, and that teacher was a very good teacher. Up to date, I think I must go back and apologize for something. I don't even know, because whatever I did was really wrong. The teacher would ask me, what is wrong? He knew I was a good, he was taking me from Form 1, and then all of a sudden Form 2, I'm failing. So this is my advice. Do not develop any attitude to that teacher. Huyo mwalimu ulimpata hapo, you will live there, you will leave him there.
you are not affecting the teacher, you are affecting yourself. So just, love the subject, forget about the teacher. I know some have done maybe some terrible things or they have said something bad. Like for me, hiyo ikuwa makosa yangu. Somebody who used the textbook or I don't know had done, maybe placed that picture there. So please, know what you are doing. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else to add? Yes?
So if I go back to high school right now and really be kinder to my 14-year-old self, I learned in Kosao Primary School, now that's a slum school. Went all the way to Karimagas, that's in Nyandarua County. I came from this place knowing I was the best. Now you go there, it's a national school where the best of the best meet, yes? Then you realize you are not really the best, you are among the best. So I did not work to become the best of the best. Nilienda nikalalisha. I tried fitting in. Nilianza kuwa na friends wenye our dreams were not really aligned. My friends were not even scholars to begin with. So unapata niko hapo form 3, chemistry napata kitu kama C plain, C minus. Then ninaenda na keti na mwenye amepata D+, feeling really bright. Si niko na C plain, na kuna D+. So vitu kama hizo, at the end of the day, sikupata full potential yangu. So I'd be really, really kind to my 14-year-old self. I'd tell her, Diana, you are good enough and you can be the best. That's the one. Number 2, I hated chemistry. Well, till the last paper in KCSE. Nilichukia tu chemistry hivyo. And nilianza tu funny, then that's a group, your group ya D+ na D- hivyo. We went and formed a group. So chemistry, kufail chemistry ilifanya sikuenda kupursue a course that I wanted. Nilikuwa nataka kuwa pediatrician. Lakini sasa singefanya hiyo course. So hapo pia ningeenda niongee na my younger self, tell her to stop developing a negative attitude towards the subject plus the teacher. And then another thing I tell my 14-year-old self is that sometimes you do your best, but you don't come first, okay? How many people have watched Zootopia? It is an animated movie about a bunny that goes to this utopian city called Zootopia, and she wants to make it big. Anataka kuwa polisi. And it's really hard. Shakira has sung the theme song, and she says, there's a line that says, sometimes we do our best, but we come last, okay? Sometimes we come last, but we did our best. And doing your best, to my younger self and to all of you, is what really matters. Doing your best. Sawa sawa.
Okay.
If I was to go back to high school, I used to concentrate on only 3 subjects when I was in high school. Mathematics. I used to read mathematics nearly daily. I didn't read Kiswahili. I used to revise physics and let's say English. Didn't revise things like business. So if you look at my grade, yeah, there is an imbalance. There are about 3 subjects that I scored very highly, but the other ones I scored very lowly. So the mid-grade, lack of balance. So we'll try to focus on all the areas. Yeah, that's one thing I will correct if I go to high school now.
Thank you for that.
As for me, what I would correct is that I would have more confidence in myself, because as I got into Form 1, I had a lot of negative mindset, because some people already told me that physics is a very difficult subject, not a girl goes on. So I just had that mentality, and I was already focused that I was going to drop that subject, and I didn't have much confidence in myself that I could do it and I could pass physics. So my teacher was the one who at that time a struggle to convince me that even girls could do physics and could pass. Because even in class, I couldn't bring myself to concentrate because I knew this subject, when I get to Form 3, things will start confusing me. Some people are saying, don't take geography, don't take this and this. Just go by your own choices. There's nothing you can't do. The studies in high school are very simple, they're very easy if you decide it. But if you decide that things are difficult, they'll be difficult. So have confidence in yourself, don't be like me. Like in Form 1, I was confused a bit. Be yourself, don't go with that mindset that any subject is difficult. You can do it, so long as you give it your humble time and study it. Yeah, that's all from me.
As for me, if I was to go back to high school, I'll first start by changing the way I was handling situations in life. I used to keep a lot of things to myself. I never used to speak out. I guess that affected my academics. Another thing is about subject selection. I was a bit influenced by my friends. Like, for example, physics. I chose it because my friends were also doing physics. And then I was struggling so much to score in that subject that hata sasa kubalance hizo zingine inakuwa shida. I would not have done that.
Okay, personally, I don't have to regret or be remorseful or rueful because I was able to envisage the problem and nip it in the bud. They say that intelligence is not really measured by the grades that you get, but by your character and your character. That's why Luther King, Martin Luther King said that character and intelligence are the core values of education. So you don't need to be rueful, you don't need to regret or be remorseful. You only have to build your character. That's why I really love our motto. Mr. Bok said it in the morning, that Kisumu Boys does not only impart academic excellence, but also it builds, it inculcates, like it imparts impeccable skills that will help one soar through life.
Okay, so thank you very much. And I think your message is saying at the end of the day, it's up to them and the choices they make. You are lucky you have them, they're telling you. In fact, we're saying, how come our time we didn't have such great speakers? We had the speakers, but we didn't listen. So will you also be saying, how come I didn't have such great speakers? They are here today. Listen to the advice. Trevor, did you want to add something?
Yes, if I could go to Form 1, in Form 1, you realize that most of the subjects you will choose, some of us were affected by friends. Here in Maseno School, I think the boys can tell you they are not affected by the friends because all sciences are compulsory. Yes, so humanities is up to you. Humanities is up to you. Now where the problem came in sciences, being a boys' school, watu wengi wali hate biology. Anybody who did KCC in 2019 anaweza kuambia biology ndio ilisave watu wengi. So for the sciences, kindly, if you are taking all the sciences, take all of them seriously. That is the advice I will tell the young boys and the girls.
Okay. So I'm in the last part of this discussion. And I just want to request my panelists to give you tips based on the courses that they are going to pursue. And you've heard some of this say, physics was my favorite, chemistry, I was good at it, maths was it. In Form 1 and 2, which were some of the most difficult topics, and we can look at the core subjects, the core 5 subjects, right? Are there 5 or 6? That's English, mathematics, Kiswahili. I learned something. How many of us have problems with Matawi? Yeah? Matawi. I'm also learning, eh? What do you call it? Kiswahili. Those of us from the lake, you say Kiswahili si mdomo chetu, si ndio? What is matawi? Ala za matamshi. Uchanguzi wa sentence. Unaona hata sijui, I can't even say that. Do we have similar problems? It's a walk in the park. To my panelists, in Form 1 and 2, what was so difficult in Kiswahili? And what can you tell my students how to navigate that? Anyone? Ama si wote hatujui Kiswahili. Kino wamesema Kiswahili wako sawa.
Okay, for me, Kiswahili was my best subject. In Form 4, that is not from Form 1. And I came to realize this when my teacher told me that just the way you read chemistry, geography, or biology, that's the same way Kiswahili should be read. You see those sarufi, whatever, you have to read them to understand them. It's not like you just say that I already know Kiswahili, so I just enter that exam room the way I am. I don't know how you say it. Vilemko, ama Ivo, tumnaingia freestyle. Every subject should be read. So long as they are notes, just read them, go through them. The last minute to the exam, go through those mbinu za kuchanganua, go through those arrangements, how you sound those vocally, because you'll find that those are the very things in your exam. There is no need to fail, because whatever they set are directly from the papers. Unlike other subjects where they'll twist the question, in mathematics you'll find a new question, it's hard to get a repeated question. Those subjects are easy. So Kiswahili is not that hard. Where you find that it's difficult, go talk to your teacher or just sit down with their notes and try to understand them. It's not that difficult. You can do it because others also did it.
Okay. I understand you have to pass Kiswahili and English, right? As one of the cluster subjects. To take medicine, to study law, to study what else? Huh? You have to get is it a B, especially law, B+, either Kiswahili or English. So English, nasikia shida iko wapi? Okay, we have no problem with English. Poetry mkwaje? For paper 3, lakini hawajaanza paper 3. Functional writing, creative writing, themes, how to identify a theme, stylistic devices. Mko sawa? But how come you can never get an A in English? Mbona mko hapo C? It's because we are lazy, we don't read. So what's the secret to passing English? To my panelists. Secret for passing English? Trevor, I know you said you love English as well as, is it Dipsop? Yes?
Yes, I think it depends with the school. Here we could read paper 3 as early as Form 2. As early as Form 2, we could start reading the set books. And if you want to pass English, concentrate on the set books, because paper one is very easy. Where the challenge comes is paper 3. Because paper 3, lazima uandike ukweli. You are given an extract, and you have to attach the evidences for the episodes. So you need mastery of the episodes in the set books for English. If you are good in paper 3 in English, you are good in the whole of English paper. So the theory 2 in paper 3.
And understand, if you are poor in English, you will also not pass in biology. What is the connection between biology and English? People say, listen, I'm talking of what I've heard. People drop physics, that physics is hard, and they pick biology. But when they get to Form 3 and 4, Physics turns out to be the easiest, but biology, understand, even if you misspell a word, you don't get half a mark. And biology becomes hard and difficult in Form 3 and 4. To my panelists, how do we help these young people? Form 1 and 2 biology is easy. Lakini nasikia kuna shida, nutrition, cell physiology, excretion, homocysteine, where sinimesoma.
The connection between English and biology is one. It depends with how your school marks. Here, mwalimu can confirm even with the biology teachers. For example, an essay. You are given an essay of 20 marks. The first 2 paragraphs are correct. Then hapa katikati umeandika spelling wrong spelling. Unajua hapo penye umefika ndio unapewa marks. Hizo zenye zikienda chini hakuna connection na hiyo ya juu. Unaelewa? So if you are good in English, you are good in spelling words. So if you are good in English, you will be good in biology. Because biology have some terms that goes up to 13, 14 letters. So that's the connection.
Anybody wants to add English and biology?
So, in order to pass English, first of all, it's your attitude. Attitude mwanzo. Do you love the subject? English, see, it's not something that you can just pass hivo to. Have you started this in the exam? There's this thing called a closed test. Mmeletewa. How is it? Well, a closed test, it's like a person is telling you a story, but there are some words inabidi umejijazia, yes? Yeah, hamalizi everything. Now, for a closed test, there is no secret. There is no final secret please. That this is how you are going to get 10 over 10 in a closed test. In a closed test, you have to know your grammar well. You have to know the adjectives. You have to know the nouns well. So the articles, you'll have to know where will you put the article there and in a closed test, okay? Now, the booster paper in English is paper 2. This is where we have the comprehension, we have the set book there, the poems, yes? Yeah, grammar. So, comprehension, everything is in the comprehension. Sindio, how many people know what set books you're studying right now? How many people? So in English, even in our high school, I used to see some people, we were reading The River and the Source. Kitabu Nono's 300 and something pages. So I can't read that book. Mimi nitaenda na nita-watch those people who are acting. Now, those people will just bring a synopsis. They won't bring the whole book. So in English, you need first to read the set books before the teacher introduces them. So it is your own initiative. That's for the set books. And as for grammar, well, you have to practice a lot, do lots of papers. Then as for paper 3, like Trevor said, you also have to do lots and lots of essays so that you know the way ya kuandika. And you also have to work on your fluency. This is where the novels come in, the magazines, the newspapers, the journals. Love reading, okay? Love reading. Practice your spoken English. I'm not talking about the accent. I'm talking about your spoken English. Na sisemi pia mkwe na zile words kubwa kubwa that anytime you speak tunakimbia kwa dictionary. No, you just have to be fluent, okay? So practice your written and spoken English so that you can articulate yourself well in the composition, zile imaginative stories, and even in the essays. So if you can articulate yourself well in the essays, then utakuwa na spellings poa. You will also articulate yourself well in the biology essays, okay? And you know essays is 15 marks kuendelea, mostly ni 20, sindio? So imagine it is 20 marks now. Ujui spellings vizuri, si hapo umelalisha. So in English, first of all, work in well, towards your attitude. Alafu, I know another thing. If you want to start reading novels, you just can't start with something like 500 pages. Mtaweza kweli kama hujazoea? So start with the storybooks. You know zile storybooks za primary. Zenye zimeandikwa sijui 6A, 6D hizo. Start with those. Pole pole. Pole pole, building your vocabulary as time goes by. Read the newspapers. Just love reading. And pole pole utakuwa unasoma hadithi za kina Shakespeare. And you love reading. As for poetry, well, you need to practice as many poems as possible. You also need to love poems. Ebu sisikiza hao watu sasa umepewa poem hapo, mimi nitatoa wapi persona na subject matter ndo nini? You need to read that poem ndo ujue persona ni nani na subject matter ndo nini. Okay? So you need to read poem A, you try to analyze poem B pole pole, and in the end you will realize that in poetry the questions are the same. The poems are different. Sawa sawa.
Wow, thank you.
So, in English, one thing, you have to learn to speak English well. So, you sometimes I do scholar support Kisumu 1 and you ask someone, have you gotten your shopping? And they are like, you cannot speak English. You cannot express yourself in English. So, if at all you have some grammar questions like, I'm disappointed with, or rather, I'm disappointed dash you. You cannot even put whatever is supposed to be put in that dash because you've never even spoken English. You've gone to Form 4, but in case you're told to give a speech, you cannot because you only know Swahili and your Swahili ile amandas. You have nothing else to offer. So number one, you speak English well. Number two, you have to read you have 3 papers in English. So if you pass paper 1, you pass paper 2, you fail paper 3, then you have failed in all of them because after all they'll have to combine all those marks. So you work on your grammar. Number 2, you have to make sure that you read those novels. You will find someone reading the Bible and then they forget they have their novels. You'll be tested on the Bible every day, but not in school sometimes. But as for the novels, you'll be tested maybe every end of term or in the middle of the term. So make sure every time you're reading, every day you're going through that novel. Someone taught me something good. You buy a bookmark. So every time you get bored, you take that book. For us, we were doing the reverse source. So I say I'm reading maths and I'm really tired. So I take out my book. I mark that page. Maybe it's page 20. So I read 10 pages up to page 30. Then I put my bookmark there. So tomorrow I'll do that again. And if I finish that one, I'll come back to start over again. So that is the second way you pass. Then number 3, I realized those 4 years in high school are not enough to soothe yourself to love something. So you have to love it by force. If you hate that mathematics, you have to love it by force, or not unless you are ready to fail it. So force yourself to love it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Alafu, I know I've tried to convince you ili mpende kusoma novels, but one thing you need to know is that books transport you into new worlds, okay? And it can be very addictive. So you have to regulate how much time you're giving your novels. Ili usipatie too much time on the novels and less time on the subjects, okay?
Okay, thank you for that advice. And I want to ask now, people who love maths. People who love maths. How many of us here love maths? Why do you love maths? Ama mnainua tu mkono. Why is maths easy? I don't get the same. Madam Alice, I know you see their results. Have you seen the hands up of those who love maths vis-a-vis the grades they give us in maths? Can you put your hands up again, those who love maths? Wow, very encouraging. But it's not reflected in the grades we get. So where is the challenge with mathematics? What can we do to make maths enjoyable? Regression. Is regression a problem? Algebra. Linear motion. Bearing. I'm speaking Greek.
Okay, so as I told you, mathematics has ever been my favorite subject ever since primary school. I only scored perfect scores in mathematics. So mathematics, what I loved with it is that I didn't have to read. Whenever I made out a timetable for exams, I only had, out of the 8 subjects, only 7 subjects would be in my timetable. Because I knew mathematics, once you master the concept, there was no point of sitting down and reading. That 5 minutes to exams is when you're tensing, you're looking for your mathematics notes. That's not how it should be done with mathematics. Mathematics, you should practice regularly. Like you can make out your timetable before you start anything. It's like a prayer. In the morning, do 5 psalms. Then in the evening, before you sleep, do 5 or 10 psalms every day. In the weekend, when the teachers are not around, you can do a paper or 2, or do just 20 psalms and mark them with yourself. You have them in familiars, they have the answers, and some even have explanation, like solving problems. They have the explained and detailed explanations. So mathematics should be like your prayer. It should be at your fingertips. Something that you know you are not going to study today and forget tomorrow. You just have to master it and have it in your head, that you have that confidence. Whenever you enter an exam room, you know this one I know. Even when they treat the question wherever they want. You know, some teachers are trying to be cheeky or crafty to test your ability of thinking. Just master the root concept. Don't go to someone, a student who just understood the concept lightly or one question. Don't understand a single question in a whole topic. Understand the whole topic in all dimensions, so that when you enter that exam room, you are going to have that confidence that whatever they said, whatever they bring in this paper, I know I'm going to conquer it because I understand the question and I am able to interpret it in all dimensions. Don't make maths a struggle. Make it your booster, your score point. That's how mathematics works. And anybody who has a challenge in mathematics at now, try what I've told you. Just do mathematics as a prayer, and whenever you find it difficult, consult your fellow students or teachers. And when they teach you, don't let them teach you a single question. Remind them that I didn't also understand this part of that topic, so that you understand the whole thing. It's very possible. Mathematics, you can understand and clear everything. In our class, we always said before starting a topic, our aim is to clear everything. So by clearing everything, we mean that you are going to understand it and being able to interpret it in all dimensions, no matter how the paper is set. That's how you can get the chance to do joints and not be afraid, to do mathematics contests and not be afraid, because you know they just set the question from that topic that you read and understand. And all the formulas, have them at your fingertips. And it's not about cramming. Some of them are at the back of the log table. You just have to understand the formula, not cram it. Understand why is this a half times A times B coming from. That's the formula of getting area of a rhombus. How is it? What is this A? What is this B? Don't just cram it. That if question 1 is saying find the area of the rhombus, you just know the formula is area is half A times B. You just know it's like that. And you know in mathematics, you even score for writing the formula. Don't aim for 1 mark, aim for the 3 marks. So change your perspective in how you handle mathematics. That's all.
Wow, thank you, Beryl, for such nice tips. You want to add?
I've never seen anyone who loves mathematics teacher and at the same time fails in his or her subject. Sijawahi ona that you are in good relationship with the teacher and you fail in his subject. It's very hard. Once you hate the teacher, you must fail in maths. So, if you want to pass in mathematics, because even for us who are doing accounting at the campus level, it's just the formulas I learned back here at Maseno School are the one I'm still using there. Nothing changes for a mathematician. It's only that the formula advances, but there will be no another new formula. the formula will advance. Sawa. So be in a good relationship with your teacher, and this applies to all subjects. Once you hate the teacher, you must fail. Thank you.
Hey, physician, what topics are tough in Form 1 and 2? Our physicists.
Physics.
Oh, it's easy. It's easy.
Yeah, I can't say physics is that difficult. Because the physics we study in secondary is just basic. There's no physics in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But why did Eric find it hard? Eric, what was hard in physics? And that's where most of us are at right now. Because we're finding physics very hard.
I didn't drop physics for being hard, but in Form 1, we had a very harsh teacher. So I ended up getting a bad perspective about him, and I dropped without thinking about the career I needed to do. So that's how. But it was not hard. I was really understanding it, and I am a mechanic right now, and I apply my physics there.
Wow, so you're good at it right now.
Yeah.
So I think teachers are able to shape us, and that's the message we are getting right now. Make your teachers your best friends for you to do what? Excel, especially in subjects you're having difficulty in. Our analytical chemists, what can you tell us about chemistry? And then the doctors in the house will tell us what are the combinations you need.
So about chemistry is very simple. Once you've understood, for Form 1 you start with words equation. Is it right? Yes. Then Form 1, do you still do chemical formulas? Okay, that is in the beginning of Form 2. So in Form 1, basically you have to understand the word equations. Once you've known the word equations, then you will convert them into chemical formulas in Form 2 and into chemical equations. Is that okay? So the backbone of chemistry is the periodic table. That is the major thing. Ukijua periodic table, wale wa Form 2 wanajua it's the first topic in Form 2. Once you've known the periodic table, there is nothing hard anymore in chemistry. Sawa sawa? So master the periodic table, know which element is in group 1, group 2, group 3, all the way to group 7. And then you master the periods and know the reactivity or even the, the valencies of each element. So that is how you will pass chemistry.
Okay. And Dorcas, I know we've been talking about sciences. What about humanities? Not Dorcas, purity.
Humanities, an example in geography. The most difficult areas, like for the rocks, that the topic under rocks is difficult. Yes? Minerals. Ni ukweli? Hapana, it depends on you. So, hiyo ninapeanga watu challenge sana because I'm a teacher. I teach, I mark exams and I see mostly the students don't score in those areas. Yes. So in those areas, mostly unafaa usome sana. You focus on those difficult areas. Hizo rahisi introduction, they are simple. So when you are revising, you do more practice on those difficult areas. Hapo sana utatoka hapo. Okay?
All right. So what we are giving you is just a test of what all the other mentors. We just picked a few. So if you're having a challenge in a certain subject, a certain area, all our chaperones are able and capable to walk the journey with you. Just because of time, we may not discuss so much. I know we still have so many questions, but just to wrap up, I don't know if somebody can tell us about cluster subjects. Is there anybody who can tell us about cluster subjects? My panelists, can anyone talk about the cluster subjects and how you have to get those cluster subjects for you to be able to pursue that grade? Yes, we have 2 going to do medicine. What are the cluster subjects you need for medicine or any? Law, economics, criminology, teaching, go on.
Hello again. For medicine, you cannot...
Have the mic up a bit.
For medicine, you cannot escape biology, chemistry, mathematics, either English or Kiswahili. And mostly the main one is biology. You just have to pass in biology for you to do medicine. And very high scores. Plus, the school you'll go to, if you have a dream of doing medicine in a certain school, you really need to work hard to join some schools. I have friends who wanted to do medicine, but they can't do it in their dream universities because of the cluster weight. You pass, but you really need to pass strongly. For example, in your head, the cutoff is at 43, 44. So maybe you had a 42, you had an A, but you can't do medicine in your head. So you really need to put extra effort if you're really sure with the course and the school. Yeah, but your bio should be top notch. Then chemistry, math, English, and Kiswahili.
So what she's saying is that you need the 4 subjects. The 4 core subjects are chemistry, biology, maths, physics, English, or Kiswahili. Right? So the only alternative is English or Kiswahili. So you cannot study medicine if you have not, or if you're not choosing physics, biology, chemistry. So the 3 sciences are a must. And you cannot study engineering if you're not doing what? Physics. Are we getting that? But can you be an engineer without biology? What about ICT, IT? Do you have to do computer studies in school to be an IT expert? But you need what? Do you need physics? Physics, do you need physics for you to do computer science? Because the world is going computer. You don't have to know how to type, but it's important to start. But we all have a phone, or you can use a phone. And that's where we are moving to. So what we're saying here simply is that STEM sciences will take you very, very far, unlike the arts subjects. So even if you're choosing and selecting your subjects, choose them wisely. And I just want the team to give us parting shot, 1 second each. What would you tell the scholars in just 1 microsecond? What is the parting shot? Then from 1 and 2, they are still confused. Do I do arts? Do I do physics? Sciences? They are still not so sure. I want to be a doctor, but maths iko shida, biology iko shida. I'm dropping physics because of Mr. Ochieng. I don't like the face of Mr. Ochieng. I sleep, I see Mr. Ochieng. I eat, I see Mr. Ochieng. And you have to pass. One word of advice?
Yes, you know you can hate Mr. Ochieng, but I want you to remember that Mr. Ochieng is a teacher. Mwenye amesoma hadi akafika university ameandikwa na serikali analipwa. So if you fail, utaacha Mr. Ochieng hapo shule na urudi huko kwa ushago, si ndio? So there's no shortcut in education, ni mambo na kusoma. You can hate Mr. Ochieng, but there are other teachers in that school who teaches the same subject. Even if you look into your class, there's no class that is out of 50 questions. Hizo swali zote kila mtu anaweza hata. Si ndio? Yes, kila mtu lazima apate kamoja kamoja. So you must consult your friend, consult the department, and there is no shortcut in education. Kusoma, kusoma, kusoma. Asante.
Thank you.
My parting shot is be an all-round student. Don't start choosing subjects at this point of your high school education because you still have a long way to go. Right now, do your best in all the subjects so that when it reaches that point of dropping some subjects, you don't feel pressured, you don't feel like you wanted to do medicine, but now because you had an attitude in biology because of a teacher, you are changing your mind. No, right now be an all-round student. Aim at getting good grades in all the subjects so that when choosing time comes, it becomes an easy task. Not even a task at all. It becomes an easy thing to do. That's it.
Thank you. Another fashion shot?
So for me, I'll just leave you with an advice. You focus on your studies. That's why you're in the scholarship. Academic excellence comes first before anything else. In school, you go identify those subjects you have problems. You try ways on how to improve. Maybe seeking guidance from teachers or your fellow students. After all that, when it comes to selection now, you select those subjects that you're very good at. Despite the career you want to pursue, first choose the easiest subjects, the ones that are not going to give you difficulties in the future. Because as you proceed Form 3 and Form 4, you need to be dealing with subjects that you are very good at. Isikuwe huko ndio unaenda sasa kupambana na vitu ngumu. Sawa? Sawa? Yes, thank you.
So, I remember the topics that we were doing during mentorship last term, but one was self-identity. So identify the courses that you want to do, and that will help you in not dropping the wrong subjects. Number 2, you have to force yourself to love these things if you hate them. Number 3, have a plan B. Thank you.
Plan B, C, D. Have many plans, not just one. Okay? Pattern shot? Okay.
For me, I would say nothing is impossible. If you fail, do try. You fail again, try. And finally, you will win. Do not quit.
Next.
For me, I'd like to tell the scholars that they should work on all the subjects. After they have worked on all the subjects, that's when they will know what to choose and what not to choose. And another thing is that they should not assume the curriculum. Please, if you're in schools, please go to those fields and you might have a talent and it might take you far. Thank you.
Thank you.
For me, I still remind you, dream big, don't settle for less. There's no going back. It's a one lifetime opportunity. Exploit your full potential.
Thank you.
Okay, to cap it all, the more you read, the more you know. And the more you learn, the more the places you'll go. Knowledge is infinite. It's only the body, unlike the body, it's only the mind that continue to grow. And the mind, once stretched by a new idea, never returns to its original dimensions.
Thank you.
There is this animated movie called Ballerina about this young girl from the orphanage who wants to be a ballerina and gets a chance to attend this top-notch ballet school, will compete with a ballet master, and she becomes the greatest ballerina of her time. This is your chance. Uko na ballet master, your school teachers, your school principal. You've been given a chance to attend this top-notch ballet school. Watu wangapi walijua attend hizo shule wako? She's from an orphanage, meaning anatoka kwa humble background. It is the same as you. So I'd like you to also work hard. Work hard till you become the best ballerina of your time, okay? Yes.
All right, so I think all of us have spoken, and I'll just summarize it in this way from what she said, and all of them have said. Time and chance is given equally to all of us. We all have 24 hours. Those who get A do not have 30 hours. We all have the same time, and we have all been given the same chance of this scholarship. Question is, what are you doing with yours? take that home. Otherwise, we want to say thank you. I know we may have many questions, and our chaperones will be answering them, but I'll request, can we write some of those questions, and then we'll have our next presenter. In the evening, we can respond, we'll be able to respond to some of those questions. Or do we give, is there anybody with a very, very burning question so that I don't lock you out? I can get from every row. If there's anyone with a question, maybe you can ask Beryl, Fidelis, how does she feel now that she's going to the US? This village girl from Siaya, in a village school. Yes, I can see a hand up there. Can we have the microphone? Or just move, come to the front, that one hand up, another hand here, just come to the front so that we save on time on passing the mic. Any other questions so that we can ask the panelists, don't feel left out. But I'll appreciate, if you're having any questions in regards to careers, please write them down and then we'll be able to discuss with our chaperones. Or I can also respond later on.
Okay, thank you. My question is that my name is Rebecca Kinney. I come from Sierra Branch and I run in St. Mary's Flag Girls. My question is that did they perform in, for example, the co-curricular activities, and did they expose their talents?
A very good question. Yes, I know we didn't ask that. How did you balance your academics and co-curricular? You are like, somebody, Beryl said she was just in books. True? Any other question? We want to take all the questions and then the answer. Any other? Come. I am kuja raka, it's fine. 3, that's it. We'll take the 3, then they can answer.
Hello guys, my name is Vilriak Munada from Chilaimbo Boys High School. My branch is Luanda. I come from Esbunyora, Ebsiakwe. Here's my question to our alumni here. How did their friends or their fellows influence their how they chose their subjects? And another question is that what have they done to return to the society?
To our guests, the management, the panelists, to fellow scholars, good evening. I was having a question to the panelists. I wanted to ask them on how they related their studies in terms of spiritual nourishment, how they involve God in their studies. The reason why I'm asking this, I'm Rigan Umba from Ngere High School. At the beginning of term 2, we had a mentor who talked to us, and the trend is that once the BMC members leave the mentorship hall, the other school members may like to know what they have learned about. The response was, we should involve God in our studies. The mentor was none other than our regional coordinator, Mr. Evan Sainga. So I realized that most of my fellow scholars spend much of their time maybe praising God, not studying. They say God knows. So I wanted to ask the panelists if that one has an influence to our performance. Thank you.
for my fellow students, our moms around and dads. I want to greet you. How are you doing? Okay, my question goes like the same of my brothers about spiritual matters. Like my name is Okotaiza Kumondi from Tenoyo High School. I'm among the leaders of the CU, and I found it difficult to manage my time in God. I found if I manage my time in God so much, I reduce in my education. And when I put more effort in education, I again lose my time much in God. How can I balance these two things together so that I may prosper?
Thank you very much, young man and the lady, for bold questions that you have asked for and on behalf of the rest, isn't it? And I know we have so many questions. Just because of time, we'll not be able to take them, so kindly write them. You can also give the mentors they can give us, and then we can also see how to respond. Over to you. The questions were to you, the panelists.
When you wanauliza mambo na games, yes, you can play games. You know, if you play, you become fit. Physically, you become fit. Hiyo hatujakata. You must go and play for you to become fit. You be mentally grow. But there's one question you need to ask yourself. I want you to ask yourself one question. If senior Mr. Bat could have not been a principal, could have been a footballer, do you think at his age, without going to school, football could still be paying him salaries? Because bado anapata pension. That's a question once you answer that question, you are done. Thank you.
Good evening. Some two gents were concerned about matters religion and education. Proverbs 4:13 says that education is my future. Paul himself, the apostle, wrote it to the Ephesians, that is Ephesians 4:15, that see to it that you walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise, redeeming time, for the days are evil. That means that education, knowledge is very important. The best physicists, the likes of Albert Einstein, Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen, and Alvin Schrödinger, even though they learned to greater heights, so that they reached at the very pinnacle of knowledge, but at the end of it all, they had to admit to it that without some driving force, without some supernatural supreme being, they couldn't have gotten to where they were. And that's why the first topic in Standard 5 CRE is putting God first. Thank you.
Okay, the question I would like to answer is the one asked by the student, that how we related with our fellow students and how we plan to give back to our community, if I got the question right. So how you relate with your fellow students in school. You should know the right crowd to hang out with. You know, the saying goes that, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. So while in school, relate with those people who can help you move forward to striving to the goal you want. Don't hang out with those people who will mislead you. Like for me, I found a group of girls who would help me in the subjects. Personally, I wasn't that good in physics paper 1 because of the theory. But I found other girls who are good in physics but were not good in math. So we had to exchange concepts. Those are the kind of friendships you should make at this point. It is also said that your network is your net worth. Find those friends, those lifelong friends that you know you'll keep for sure. Those that after getting your results, you'll not shy away of telling them your grades, because on your end you'll tell them, I have an A of 84. On theirs they'll also tell you the same. So you'll just keep on being friends. Those are the kind of right friends. Don't go to the group of people
who will be lying to you, like go to parties, don't study, do what is not a must to study at home. Those are the wrong kind of group. You'll just be with them in that school, but after you leave that gate, you will no longer be friends, because after Form 4, maybe they fail the exams, they want to be happy about it, and they want to be willing to share, and that's how your connection ends. So focus that your network is your net worth. Know those people you network with. They should be meaningful people. Then how to give back to your community? Personally, when I was in school, I already planned on how to give back to my community, and for that to happen, I knew I had to do good in my grades. I had to pass so that I could have something to bring forth to the community, so that even when you stand somewhere, people think that you are a reasonable person. They don't just look at you as some joke. So for me, after I finished Form 4, I volunteered at my primary school. It's one of the very understaffed schools in our village. So I volunteered as a teacher before being enrolled at the Equity Leaders Program. I was serving as a teacher, and the school really needed teachers. I used to teach from grade 1 to grade 8, undiscriminated subjects. I was all round. That's how I plan to give back to my community. But when I got the chance to be part of the Equity Group Foundation, now I have a bigger chance of serving my community at the bank. Most of the clients I meet at the bank, they are my teachers, my fellow students, and they really wonder at how I reached that place. You can also reach that place. You can be that person who people will admire. Just work hard in your grades, then you'll just find a way of giving back to your community. You'll be helping. And also for those who love outdoor activities, you can give back to the community by planting trees, engaging yourselves in community gatherings activities. You'll find organizations out there. Like I was working under an organization before joining Equity. I don't know if you've heard about promoting access to community education, PACE. I worked under that community, that organization, an non-government organization. It was still a volunteer project, no payment, no nothing, just giving back, the heart of giving back to the community. Then also at home, I used to do tutoring sessions for the students who are around. I also got tutored, so why not tutor others with the knowledge that I gained from my tutor? And I was doing it from a genuine perspective, because I was also helped at that point of need. So there are so many ways, countless ways you can give back to your community. Just focus on your studies, get that good grade, and all the ways that you want to, the miracles you want to work will just pave their ways to you. So that's it.
Wow, my panelist has been good. Cindy? So I learned something today from Brother Abok. And I want us to appreciate the ladies using Brother Abok's style. What were we giving the ladies? What were we giving the ladies? A very, very expensive perfume. So can we do it? Let's put our hands together. Tunawapatia perfumes ngapi? 3, Aya, twende. Ala. Mmesahau mmeanza kushushu, sijui wengine huku wengine wapi. Aya, sawa. Perfumes, twende. Again. Tena. Ya 5, ya 4 patia nani jirani, Sijaona umepatia jirani. Aya. And to my male panelists, what do we give them? Chapati na kuku, si ndio? Ile chapati laini nyororo ile iko na layers, So taona venye mnawapikia. Aya, tuende kazi. Chapati, chapati, chapati. Kuku, kuku, kuku. Chapati, chapati, chapati. Kuku, kuku, kuku. Chapati, chapati, shwa. Kuku, kuku. Aya, 5, ya 4 selfie. Ya mwisho. Chapati, chapati, shwa. Hey, thank you. Simefanya exercise. Aya. Niko na DJ, uko ready? Sasa kila mtu asimame tukiongojea Austin.
ikibamba sana wapi nduru wewe? Haya, stretch. My hands, your wrist, my arms, kawe kuna my lips, your lips, they touch, they kiss, and come to the dance floor, babe. Get to the fest, the banga. I'm a good do it your way. Yeah, watch out to stay. To see you go, baby. Down the finesse, na ujanja. Haya, wameshindwa. DJ watafutie wimbo ingine. Ama mnataka gani?
Rumba. Rumba.
Haya, ndio hiyo wamesema DJ wapatie. Thank you very much, my panelists, tutoke na viti as we wait for Austin to get ready. DJ wapatie mziki moja wa warm up, tukingojea our next presenter.
Rumba.
Wow, thank you very much, Emily. Thank you very, very much. For those who want to have some bit of break, I'm giving you 2 minutes. 2 minutes, you can have some health break, and then you come back here. Just 2 minutes break, and then we shall be back. Let's hurry up for our next presentation. We're having 2 minutes break. Thank you.
Ama niende na nisumbua. Hebu ni confirm.
Chaperons, let's ensure that we settle back as soon as possible. Just a small health break, and then we shall all assemble here in the next 2 minutes. The next 2 minutes. Thank you very, very much. Wonderful, wonderful. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Thank you very, very much. Let's settle down very fast for the next session. Things are getting better and better. How many people are getting a thing or two? If you're learning a thing or two, then clap for yourselves. Clap for yourselves again. Continue without stopping. Clap for yourself. Remember the test for the patience. Test of patience that we talked about. And obedience. Clap for yourselves as we wait for our brothers and sisters to join us. Wonderful, wonderful. In the next 1 minute, we'll be starting off. So if you're still, if you're not, hello? Let's have all of us get into the dome very fast. It is called dome tent. This one is called dome tent. Not dormitory that you know. Are we together? Have you learned something today? I've also taught you something, isn't it? How many knew that this is called a dome tent? Because I can see, I'm talking about dome and you're wondering, dome. No, I mean the dome. This is called a dome tent. Sindio? Sasa ukirudi nyumbani utaambia wenzako ya kwamba uliona dome tent, you learned something and you sat under a dome tent. So unaona the shape. The shape looks like a dome, hence the name dome tent. Sawa. Right. I want to take this opportunity to welcome our next presenter, who is going to tell us something very, very special. I know we've spoken about careers, and for those who still have questions about career subjects, just prepare the questions. You can write them on a piece of paper, then you can give to the chaperones who will later submit them, and then we shall give it to one of our guests who will handle them tomorrow. Our guest is also still here. Mr. Titus Obas is with us. So just write down the questions relating to career choices, subjects, whatever questions you had for the panelists, you can still have your voice heard by writing down, and then we shall be able to hand over to him. The response we will get tomorrow. So without much ado, let us put our hands together as we welcome Madam Rachel, who is going to take us through the next very important subject. A clap for him again, for her again. A clap for her. A clap for her. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Good evening. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this occasion and for our theme, Power of Purpose, Aligning Values and Leadership. For this occasion, God has been faithful to us. He has given us the strength we've been sitting since morning, isn't it? My name is Rachel Reo. Mwalimu wa Kiswahili, acha nitumie Kiswahili. Watu wameongea hapa Kiingereza kingi, si ndio? Mimi ni mwalimu wa Kiswahili, najivunia sana kama mwalimu wa Kiswahili. Na mimi ni mwalimu katika shule hii yetu nzuri tu ya Maseno. Kwa hivyo nashukuru sana Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kuwaleta hapa siku ya leo, na tunapojumuika najua kuna mambo mengi ambayo Mungu anataka tujifunze ndani. Nimeona hapa wanafunzi wenzenu wakija hapa wakiwa na changamoto nyingi ambazo pengine wengine
wengine wakaona pengine si changamoto, lakini ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba kuna changamoto nyingi ambazo tunapitia kama wanafunzi. Si ni kweli? Mimi kuna jambo moja ambalo huwa naambia wanafunzi. Tumeingia hapa na nimesikia sisi ni wanafunzi wa kidato cha kwanza na kidato cha pili. Huwa nina msemo mmoja. Wanafunzi waume mko hapa? Wanaume oe? Wanaume oe? Msemo wangu huwa ni huu hapa shuleni. Mwanafunzi ukiwa kidato cha kwanza naelewa, mimi pia ni mwalimu wa ushauri nasaha, guiding and counseling. Huwa naona vile wanafunzi wameingia. You normally see how you come into the school the first day, and even the way you walk without confidence, but at some point you get back your confidence, isn't it? Sasa mimi huwa nasema mwanamume ni nini? Mwanamume ni saa. Do you have a watch? Mwanamume ni nini? Alafu nawakumbusha na nitawaambia kwa sababu gani nasema mwanamume ni saa. Alafu jambo lingine, mwanamume ni mkanda. Sema mkanda. Una mkanda? Hebu jishike hivi kidogo uone kama una mkanda. Mkanda mzuri tu. Alafu ya tatu huwa nasema mwanamume ni kiatu. Ukiangalia kiatu chake. Mtoto wa kiume unanipata? Sasa jiulize kama umekamilika. Kulingana nami pengine huko ndo kukamilika kwa ustaarabu wa Waswahili. Mwanamume ni saa, mwanamume ni mkanda, mwanamume ni kiatu kizuri. Sasa kwa sababu usifunze watoto wa kike, lakini najua kwamba watoto wa kike kuna mambo ambayo tunapenda. Mtoto wa kike naamini jambo la kwanza ni ule usafi, si ndio? Mtoto wa kike lazima awe smart. Mtoto wa kike lazima awe msafi. Si ni kweli? Na huu usafi na huu urembo na kuchana nywele na kila kitu, usikose tabasamu. Kwa hivyo huwezi ukasema kwamba umeamka asubuhi umevaa smart kama huna nini? Tabasamu. Hilo ni jambo ambalo ni muhimu sana. Sawa? Kwa hivyo leo ningependa tushughulikie mambo mawili matatu. My topic for the day is developmental challenges facing students in school. Developmental challenges facing students in school. And I was very happy when we had our panelists here and they were talking about so many other things that you're going through as students. And I was glad. I'm a teacher and therefore I was also a student at a particular time. And therefore as I'll be teaching, I'll also be sharing with you some of my experiences as a student so that you understand that even the teachers, as much as we push you to the wall, we have also gone through some of those challenges. Brother Wok was here, and I'm glad I taught two of his sons in this same institution, and they were very good boys. So the first thing that I believe that has brought us here this day, or why we were able to be chosen, it was because of our academics excellence, isn't it? But now we are in school, and therefore our first challenge when we get into school after the first exam, you know, you get shocked. In our school, the Form 1s are over 800 here in Maseno. Huwa nawaambia mkutano wa kwanza watu wajikaze. Kwa sababu usipojikaza mtu atakuwa namba 800 na si mimi. Sasa mko 800, umekuja hapa pengine ulikuwa, you know, this is a national school and you expect the best, isn't it? Then you come here and all of a sudden you are position 800 and you are index 1. What happens to you? Shock, isn't it? Then you need to start now adjusting. Ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba wanafunzi wanaotoka katika shule za kibinafsi, those who are from private schools, you'll realize that their English is very fine. They get to understand things very fast, isn't it? But now we have our students from Mashinani, they get challenged the first exam. But the opposite will start happening. When you start understanding, we talked about English here and how it can affect our performances. So when you start understanding English, it means now you are in the right track, isn't it? So now you can understand the questions and you can analyze them well. First challenge, I was also a student. I grew up in Mombasa, I had a challenge. What do you think was my major challenge? English. Mimi nilikuwa wanaongea Kiswahili. Waswahili mko hapa? Waswahili mko hapa? Hao ni watu wangu ambao wanapenda Kiswahili na sidhani kwamba Kiswahili kina tatizo sana. Hatuna spelling, si ndio? Si hakuna spelling. Lakini mwisho wa muhula ulikuwa na alama ngapi hivi? Mungu yuko. Mungu anakuona, si ndio? So the first challenge that we normally face is poor academic performance. The first challenge that when we get to school is the poor academic performance. And what causes this? Brother Bok was here and he said when he called a student and a student decides that he does not understand what really happened. Unajua umeanguka mtihani, you have failed thoroughly, but you pretend like you don't know what happened. Number one thing that causes this poor academic performance is, of course, you are lazy. You are lazy, maybe you love sleeping. He talked about those academic pillars when you want to sleep, the way you hold your chin, the way some people do total surrender. We also have academic postures. You know, you are in class, but ni kama unasoma lakini usomi. You are just there, but you are asleep. There are people who love sleeping. And then some of you also do not prepare well, isn't it? So sleep, what can you do about your sleep? Number one, you must understand when you are most active. When I was a student, and even up to now, I am a person who can wake up very early and read and absorb. But some of you, you do not understand your patterns of reading. It is important to understand your pattern of reading. When do you absorb most? So if you are this student who can wake up early and read, do that. There are people who can extend and read until very late. So are you that kind of person? Of course, my challenge was, after supper, I would be very sleepy. I think because I would get full. I would be very sleepy as a student, and I would now decide I'm just going to calculate maths. Or maybe read my best subject, which was biology. Then biology, I think, was the easiest. I don't know. People, you really fear biology. But for us, our school where I went to biology was the in thing. That is, hiyo ndio ilikuwa ni Kiswahili yetu ya siku hizi. You are reading all the time. So how do you manage your sleep? That is a challenge in school, isn't it? So because it is going to affect your performance. You know very well you have an exam upcoming, and that is the time that you're sleeping. Have you ever wondered, the moment you finish your exams, you do not sleep? What happens? That evening you're storytelling the whole night. No sleep. Si ni kweli? Unaweza hata mkapiga kelele mpaka saa 6, saa 7 hata mkakesha. What are you talking about? So you see, it is something that you just create. You decide this thing is boring, this thing I cannot do it, and then you decide to sleep. So poor academic performance is brought about by laziness. So I have said, or sleep, understand your patterns of sleep. So sleep, if you know you are an early person, and I don't know when you sleep in your school and those who are in day school, but make sure the moment they tell you to go and sleep, sleep if you're a morning person. If you can extend, if you're allowed to extend, then extend. You'll always need something extra, and it will always stick. Are we together? Then another thing, how you can tackle this poor academic performance, like I said, your friends are talking about friendship, and that is another challenge that will always affect us. But before I go to that, maybe apart from poor academic performance, sometimes the things that really affect us is our friends, peer pressure. And there's a difference between friendship and peer pressure. My desk mate knew chemistry very, very well, but she was not ready to share with me. So what I did, sometimes I would be very nice to her. You know, you need to get people who can help you, isn't it? How do you become nice to a person? Of course, she had maybe a challenge in Kiswahili. So do you share your problems with each other? I am good at Kiswahili, you are good at chemistry. Or is it your neighbor? When people close, what do you go to do to your neighbor's compound? Mnaenda kuongea tu ama mnafanya revision? There's a student when I was in school who learned in this same school. I think that's why I had an attachment with this school. He was our neighbor. So what I would go and do, I would just knock and ask for him. And he's the one who taught me chemistry, and I understood. I think, like most of you are saying, you have attitude towards subjects. I had an attitude towards chemistry while I was in school, but now, at home, I was able to understand. So sometimes we call this peer teaching. How do you manage that? Your friends can be of good or bad influence. But again, how to redeem that, make sure you have somebody you can do team teaching or team studies together. Have and form groups even at home, not only in school. You know, at school, if you are this person who has very funny character, wamesema watu waende kwa vikundi, you'll always realize, me as a teacher normally see, if you're not performing, people do not want to be in your group. If you're not raising up your hand, people do not want to be with you in a group, isn't it? So how do you do that? Make sure, if it is Kiswahili, you have a challenge, of course you'll shy away. But if you are good at a subject, now this is maths, na wewe ndio ule mtu, what will you do? Make sure you are ready to help people, because you never know when they are going to help you in another subject where you feel inadequate. Are we together? So what do you do with your friends during your free time? It is very important what you do with your friends. Then we talk about peer pressure. You want to belong. You know why people fail Kiswahili? Mnaongea sheng. Hamtaki kuongea Kiswahili sanifu. Mtu anakuita, dada fulani njoo hapa. Wakati unajua uende kumkaribia, unastahili kusema nini? Unasema chill. Sijui nini? Unaongea vitu vya ajabu ajabu. Ushakumwambia mwenzako nisubiri. That word nisubiri. Hebu sema nisubiri. Umewahi kutamka neno nisubiri? Yaani mwenyewe unasikia kama haingieni na mdomo wako, si ndio? Kwa sababu umekataa kuongea Kiswahili sanifu. Hasa mnafanya vituko. Yaani utakana wewe ndio umetoka mahali fulani, unataka watu wakusikize kabisa. Kwa sababu unajaribu kuboronga lugha. You want to speak Sheng so that people do not understand you. You know, sometimes I tell students now, I don't even understand what you're talking about, especially when they come for counseling. You know, when you come for counseling, you're allowed to speak. It's informal now. You just talk what you're going through. Paka naambia, hiyo hapo imenipita, hebu ongea vizuri nikuelewe. Are we together? So your friends, how are they influencing you? Are they influencing you positively or negatively? Ask yourself some of those questions. Do you have a best friend? Do you? Do you have a best friend? You don't have a friend. What do you do with your friend? Ask yourself those questions. How do they influence you academically? Then, number 3, some of the things that sometimes affect or we are facing as students is our co-curricular activities, where we get involved in our co-curricular activity. Let me tell you one thing. Look at my hand. What do you see? What do you see? What do you see? 5 fingers, isn't it? Hii mikono haitosha, mtu anaona pete jamani. Mwanafunzi. You see, these fingers are not equal, isn't it? So one thing I always believe, even as a student, we have seen doctors, we have seen accountants, we have teachers here. We had engineers here. So we are not equal. And therefore, we are all unique. That is one thing you must understand. When I was in school, I also had this problem of academics. How did I go about it? For me, it is a co-curricular activity that boosted my morale. I was in a class, and it is only in our class we were taking physics. I had to work hard to be in that class in Form 2. I really worked to be in that class. You know, it is so prestigious to do physics. I don't know whether you people know that. Do you know that? Huh? It is so prestigious to do physics because you learn so much and you start behaving like, you know, this engineer when you are at home. And you know, in our family we were girls, so I was feeling so good about it. So when you're looking at your co-curricular activity, what are you doing about it? I was a sports person. I tell the boys here sometimes they really laugh. I used to do 100 meters. Do I look? I don't, isn't it? But you know, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. But you see, our year, I had decided, when I joined Form 1, like some of you are in Form 1, I decided I'm going to be this athlete. Actually, when I moved from Mombasa and nililetwa shule huku Ushago, I had not discovered that I could run. So the first time I went to the field and I did so well, I said, okay, so this is it. I'm going to be an athlete. And I remember my mom told me she was also an athlete, so I said, I'm going to try this. So by the time I got to Form 1, you know, when I was in Luo Nyanza, they used to call me Jalango, because I would run. And that time I did not understand Luo, so I didn't understand what Jalango was. So I would run. I would really run. That was in primary. When I went to high school, I made sure I beat people for 4 years. I was always the best athlete. I was always number 1. You know, when people go for zonals, districts, what? By district level, they had stopped. Maybe we were only 3. Me and another lady who was throwing javelin and another one who was in walking race. We were only 3 representing our region. So I was so serious in games. But one thing I learned when I was in games, I was this timid student, born again, very sad. You know, like some of you, I heard you ask about how do you manage your Christian life and class work. You know, when you are born again, you don't need to be sad. Hata ukianguka mtihani, lazima utakuwa gloomy. Si maisha yanaendelea. Una praise tu Mungu, ujue Mungu atakufungulia njia wapi, si ndio? But sometimes you become very sad. So I was this student who was very timid because in our class, I went to the best class and I wasn't among the top 5 in our class. So I could not really talk in front of people, but I was also a house prefect. So what I used to do in games, my coach, I still remember, my biology teacher, that's why I think I love biology, he coached me athletics, and our physics teacher. When I moved to Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, in fact in Form 3, now we got a new physics teacher. He was also our CU chaplain. So he told me, I love your speed. I want to train you in hockey. Are you getting me? Nilikuwa namuogopa huyo mwalimu kabisa. As much as I was in the CU, you know, he used to make things look like you have to be very straight. Like you cannot fail in you're serving God. And here I was not doing well in class. But you know, the moment now we went to the field, we could interact. He was called Mr. Ogeju. So he really talked to me. So sometimes students do not fear participating in co-curricular activity. If anything, anytime you go out there, interact with your teachers, then you'll realize they're not even those harsh teachers you're imagining. If you ask students in our school today, then they know I'm very harsh sometimes, but I tell them, there's a book called Nyuso za Mwanamke. You can have very many faces. At some point, I can be a mother, a teacher, a counselor. So we just change. We are human beings. Mimi ni muhusika. Kama mmefanya muhusika, naitwa muhusika duara. I'm a human being. I can be happy, I can be annoyed, isn't it? So it depends with how you come to the teacher and you present your case. So participate in co-curricular activity. And when you do, give your best. Because if you know you're not going to be number 1 in your class, then what can you do? What can people remember you for? I meet my colleagues, girls you are together in school, they are big mothers. The only thing they still ask me, do you still run? Do you coach the athletes? I tell them no. Unfortunately, no. No, this is a boys' school. They have stamina. But I did the first years I was here. Tumelewana? So do your best. Interact with those teachers. You're in drama. Now, the only challenge, some of you forget, after the co-curricular activity, you know you can be in a co-curricular activity, you have given your best, and you have lost. And here you come back, now you are facing challenges. People are going to ridicule you. Wewe ulikuwa unajifanya umeenda michezoni, angalia umeanguka mtihani, si ndio? Do you face those challenges? Those who are in drama games, and you gave your best. It is a time to reflect, and always, like we have said, when you fail in one thing, it does not mean you are a failure. You will continue trying in another area. Are we together? So do not feel that we were not students. As teachers, we also went through the same challenges. So our co-curricular activity is very important, and therefore, this gives us the other challenge that we normally face, that is now time management. Some of us are seriously having a problem in managing our time. What is the problem with your time? Do you have a timetable? I normally tell students, do not just write a timetable. This is maths, this is Kiswahili, this is English. No. A timetable should run like a book. If you have written here that you have maths, you have written here you have Kiswahili and you have English, down there, ensure that where you have written maths, which is the topic you are going to read. And then you should have, if it's going to be a personal timetable, let it run like this book. So that if you have maths here today, tomorrow, we still have maths somewhere. You have opened this book. This is week 1. But down here you have another topic for maths. So that it is not just maths. So in week 1, if you have a small notebook, it will be running, you'll be running over the pages. Flipping over the pages. Are we together? Just flip. Hii maths unajua nimesoma. Let me tell you, when I was in school, nimesikia mwalimu ameongea hapa. I think geography was my weakest when I was in Form 1 and 2. And do you know why? It is because our class teacher was the geography teacher, and we used to go to a place to pray. I was also a member of the Christian Union. So we used to go and pray, and sometimes we would be late for class because we were having our prayers, and the moment we got into class, she would start ridiculing us. Nyinyi mnajifanya mmeomba, angalia sasa mnaanguka, sijui nini. So you know, we developed that negative attitude, like some of you do, when we start ridiculing you. But you know, that is just a waste of time, because that is one thing I've realized, that I really did something injustice to myself. When I got to Form 3 and my teacher, Mr. Bwire, decided I'm going to join hockey. Now this was the other geography teacher. Apart from the physics teacher, they were all in hockey. So they used to talk to me, and the teacher used to tell me all the time, give me a paper and tell me I want this paper tomorrow. And we would talk. We would talk, and I would tell him my challenges. And you know, the teacher just made me work hard in geography. So I decided how I used to manage my time. I think I used to do so many things in school. I don't understand up to today. I was a dorm prefect, and I was also the chapel girl in charge of the service on Sunday. So on Sunday, I would wake up in the morning. You know, Sundays, when you're in boarding school, it is a day to sleep. You wake up at 6, isn't it? So I would wake up at 6, go to junior block, read geography. I decided I'm going to pass geography. So I just allocated that time for geography, so as I could improve. So when people are sleeping, I would read geography. Because from there, I'm also a house prefect. I need to ensure that the house is clean before I go for the chapel service. Are you getting that? So sometimes you find yourself that, you know, you people, you're in Form 1 and 2, but you're going to Form 3, and you're talking about leaders, and we want you to be leaders. So how are you going to balance all these things? Here you are, you're not performing. I even remember my head teacher calling me, asking me to become a head girl. I just looked at myself and said, wow, head girl. Why? I could not balance that. You know, now leading a school, and I'm thinking my grades, I'm thinking my mom. You know, sometimes also your mother can have influence. I mean, some of usichukue responsibility. Alikuwa in advance, and nasema hizo uko nazo are enough. So I was also, and I was given names. Do you have nicknames so far? Do you have lakabu? Ushapewa kalakabu hivi? Umepewa jina? What did you do? It is good to have a nickname. Trevor was my student. I know he knows my nickname back then in school. It's still there. And sometimes I tell them, I don't mind the nickname because it is a topic I taught, and I was now that time I was the newest teacher around, and people had just changed the syllabus, and when I came I was told to teach all the Form 4s. That time there were 7 streams, now we are 15. And I was thinking, wow, I got that name. Me, I love that name, though I don't encourage students to use it, but it always reminds me that at least I impacted on those students that topic. Are we together? So it doesn't matter do not acquire a name like a tripler, those who are in boarding. You know that people know triple and doublers. Are we here? Kuna watu wa washibi, usipate majina mabaya mabaya, pata jina zuri, hata mtu akilitamka unasikia vizuri. Sawa? Sawa sawa? Yes. So your time is very important when you're in school. It is a challenge, yes, but how do you plan? One thing I learned, because when you are in athletics, nobody will take you to go and run. What you do, you wake up in the morning, you go to class, you know it is 6, you go out, you go run. If you're supposed to do some laps, you do it. If somebody was supposed to get the clock for you, you do your runs, you know, are you improving on your time? Are we together? And that is it. So how are you managing your time? And then, do not have this mindset, Niko games intalala. If you have it in your mind, you'll always sleep. So I used to tell myself, okay, I was away, people were studying, I was away, what am I supposed to do? I go back to my books and I read, so that I can make up time. Are we together? Usiogope kuingia kwa curricular activity. Me, I don't think there's activity, pengine si kuingia, pengine ni zile. Sijui, but I was also in music festival at some point, you know, and we did not proceed so much. I was in drama, why I left drama, maybe because of unaambiwa sema tena na tena na tena, you know. I didn't like that. Sidio? Watu wa drama mko hapa? Sasa kuna vitu tu lazima upende. And you do it with a lot of passion and make sure you become the best. Are we together? The other thing, the other problem that we face as students is role model. Sometimes you look at us and you're thinking, you do not want to become like me, you do not want to become like so and so. But one thing I normally challenge students, how many people would like to become teachers? How many people would like to become teachers? Wangapi wako walimu hapa? Me, I'm very proud to become a teacher, though at some point I did not want to become a teacher when I was growing up. That's the truth. That's the truth. When I was growing up, I wanted to do tangazaji. Nataka kuwa podcaster. Saki TV, nataka tu radio. So this is what I would do. And today I'm happy because actually I'm standing in front of people talking to people, isn't it? And you know, when I was at home, I would make my sisters, we are girls, so I would make my sisters sit. I would read the storybooks for them, the Kiswahili one. Nilikuwa nasikia matangazo ya Sibia Dhuhuri, you know those news. Those days we had KBC. Up to now, napenda vipindi vya Kiswahili because that is what keeps me going. Are we together? So, do not always imagine that if you do not become what you really wanted to become, then things will not happen in your life. I only had 2 options that time. I wanted to become either an accountant, because my dad was an accountant, or become, sikutaka kuwa mwalimu, mamangu alikuwa mwalimu, na alikuwa mkali, na alikuwa anatuchapa. So I was just thinking, nitachapa mtoto wangu? Itakuwaje? But I thank God because I'm a teacher and I'm able to impact knowledge on other people's children. Are we together? So it is not a bad thing. And then I told myself, and I keep on telling myself, mimi nitakuwa professor ama nitakuwa tu lecturer. That is always my dream. Are we together? So kama my mom was a teacher, my mom was in a primary school teacher, then me, I wanted now to become then something better. And I tell my students, usidharau hata mwalimu wa Kiswahili. Kwa sababu, ninapotembea Kiswahili kimeweza kunivisha. Si ndio? You know, unaangalia unasema mwalimu wa Kiswahili anapenda kuongea sana. You know the way we talk. The language teachers will always talk and talk and talk, isn't it? Lakini usidharau chochote ambacho unaona, usimuone yule mwalimu kamdharau. Ukimdharau utaanguka. You've been told that. Kwa sababu Kiswahili imenilisha, imenivisha. Si ndio? Na wewe hujui nini itakulisha, itakuvisha. That is the truth, isn't it? So always appreciate the teacher in front of the classroom. Do not have an attitude. I'm telling you, if you have an attitude like you've been told, some people, we just think that math is difficult. Na inakuwa tu ngumu. When I was in class 4 and my dad, because he was an accountant, was thinking, these girls are not serious. Let me take them to a boarding school and go and do some serious maths. Nilifika boarding school, nasikia tu watu wana cram table 1 to table 15. Shock on me. Did you do that in primary? Huh? Unasikia tu table 6 fulani. Unaanza 1 times 6. Why can't you do it now in high school? Why are you saying that math is difficult? Huh? Or the mental work, mwalimu anafika pale ameanza kusema 1 times 2 times 3 sijui times ndagana ushike zote. Na kifika hapa amemaliza exchange your books and we mark. Chini ya 3 kiboko. We went through that. Squeeze mnasikia vizuri. Tumeelewana? So how you manage your time is very important, and what you do with your time is also very important. The other challenge and the major challenge that we are facing, even as we are seated today here, we are here in body, but we are thinking about our struggles at home. True? Sometimes you're seated somewhere, but you are thinking, did my mother eat? Did my father go back home? Did our children eat? Did they sleep well? Ile nyumba ilikuwa inavuja, imetengenezwa. Wazazi wangu walipigana jana, wameachana. Au wako karibu kuachana. Is that your problem? Students, that cannot be your problem, especially if you're sponsored. Let me encourage you. Let me tell you one thing. There are people here who do not have parents, but they are surviving. You have a parent, what you need to do, just go on your knees and pray for them to be peaceful. Are we together? Si kuna wengine wana wazazi wote? Huh? Are they living? Yes. Your parents may be quarreling, but you know you are not their problem. You have your own issues. There's a time I told a student who was very discouraged because, you know, sometimes you are born not in a good family and you do not choose where you're going to be born. Umezaliwa na mamako ameolewa, amekuchukua ama amekuacha pale, ameenda ameoleka kwingine. Watoto wa kiume mnanipata? Wacha niongee na watoto wa kiume mnanisikia? Are we there? You know, boy child, sometimes you're really disturbed. I don't know whether the girl child is so disturbed like you. My friend, if your mother is married in another village and she tells you to remain in your home, can you remain in your home? Why are you following her there? You're going to have a lot of problems. You're the one bringing problems to yourself. The only favor you can do your mother, sit where you are told, and so long as you are being provided for, sit there, learn, become a somebody. You see? When you go to visit the other family, they will welcome you. But if you are going to fail, and now you failed, and now you start following your mother, are you making your mother happy or sad? Are we together? Utapata madhara huko. And then if you're a girl, you are told to remain where you are supposed to be. Remain there. Huko ukienda, au watu si jamaa zako, utaolewa huko. Wataona wewe si wetu, si ndio? Hamna uhusiano, utaanza mahusiano huko. Someone will live and rape you there. They are not your relatives, do they care? So those are your parents' issues, please. Are we together? You do not know your father, you do not know your mother. For now, that is not something you should be focused on. Focus on how you can better your performance. When you become a somebody, those parents will come looking for you and they will be happy and they will say, this is my son, this is my daughter. Is that true? Sasa ukiwa umesaidiwa, umekuja pengine ulipata 350, umesaidiwa vizuri, again you want to still get a D. Where will you go to after that? You know, in the village people will start laughing at you. Utakuwa umejisaidia kweli? So do not have those issues of home stressing you. Your parents are fighting, it's okay, let them continue fighting, but you are trying to, I know haitatoka sana, lakini try to focus on your studies so that when you get out, you become a better person. I have had students who are staying with their grandparents here. And maybe the grandmother is very sick. No, you want to go start taking care of your grandmother and you're supposed to be in school. Surely. Number one, your grandmother has told you, nenda tu shuleni, mimi hata siku zangu zimekaribia kuisha. No, you don't want to leave her, unataka ushikilie. You just release your grandmother to die peacefully. It is not easy. It is not easy. Are we together? It is not easy. Let me tell you one thing. When I was in Form 2, Form 2s were here? Yes. Raise up your hand. Thank you. Let me give you my experience, what I went through in Form 2. In Form 1, when I was joining, my dad was very sick. Very, very sick. I used to be so afraid that he was going to die anytime. Kaenda Form 1 ikaisha. Form 2, now I'm very prayerful. I'm praying for my dad. But when we were leaving home, my dad was very, very sick. Ajabu ni kwamba alituombea kila mtu ombi lake. Maybe I was not keen. But now I come to think about it. He was saying bye. I went to school the first week. The second week, my uncle was also teaching where I was a student. He kept on asking, umepata ujumbe wote kutoka nyumbani? Namwambia hapana. We went for a weekend challenge. I was there, a rally. I was there praying for my dad. But every time I would pray, I would just cry. Then one evening, I was in school in Siaya. I'm supposed to go to Nairobi. We had just moved from Mombasa to Nairobi. Naambiwa babako amesema anawataka nyumbani. So me I'm thinking, hata kama anatotaka yule dada alikuwa mgonjwa, sijui kama yuko hai, lakini siko very sure. I'd never traveled in that situation alone. So I boarded those days we used to use a bus called a Kamba. So I go to Nairobi. One of my sisters was still learning in Mombasa. So we get to Nairobi. Nobody has told me my father had died. My auntie, naingia kwa gari lake ananunua newspaper. And my dad, I don't know what was wrong with him. You know, he was also an old boy of this place. And you know, people who have gone through Maseno school, they just love the school. So anytime angepata rafiki yake amekufa, anasema this was daktari, this was engineer. So alikuwa anapenda sana kwenda ku obituary. Me, I don't know. So even us, we had that problem. After kusoma gazeti, tunaenda kusoma watu kwa obituary. So this particular day, I get a newspaper. Then I open the newspaper. And the photo that I see kwa kona ni ya Fade, ile inakuanga kwa nyumba. What do you think happened to me? I did not cry, I did not faint. First of all, shock. Then I asked my auntie, alikufa lini? Ati 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago na mje kuniambia, bado unajua kuna kitu imekushika hapa, si ndio? Watu tuko tupo gari. Then we are from Akamba, then we go to Coast Bus to pick my sister. Hapo tu Nairobi. Then I see my uncle, my sister. Then I'm thinking like, this is real. Then we go home. My mom is not even in the house. My sisters do alienda shule. You know, wao walishajua kifo kitambo, and then here I am. And then I have this, my late sister, Christine, she you know, when she saw me, she's the one who started wailing, because she used to be so dramatic. So she started wailing. Then I started crying. Then the reality started knocking. Are we together? Do you know people, in Form 2, that is when I decided to read. I think I was not reading. I cannot even remember some of my teachers in Form 1. But I remember from Form 2. Why? My dad was having a good job. So every time people do come to our home in Mombasa after 2 weeks, nasikia wameenda job. Tumeishi nao, wamewatafutia kazi. So me I was thinking, sisi hata tukifanya kazi ama tusifanye kazi kwa bidii, tutapata nini? Kazi. Then I'm thinking, huyu mamangu vile huwa ni mkali, baba amekufa. Atanitafutia college. Huyu mamangu vile namjua. With her threats, I'll just remain in this house. I started working hard. That was the reality. My dad died when I was in Form 2, first term, and I went home, and when I got home, the funeral program, I don't know what happened, but it was postponed for another 2 weeks, and you know Luos, nilikuwa nyumbani 1 month. Kuna kitu inaitwa periodic table. My friends, I think I learned that thing, I don't know, in Form 4. Mimi atakuwa nashangaa. Unajua vile ukilose kitu ukikuwa nyumbani, unachanganyikiwa. Nilikuwa nimechanganyikiwa. And then nobody tells you sorry for losing your parent. But you have to be strong for yourself. That is the truth of the matter. It has happened to some of you, isn't it? Nobody really tells you, or nobody really wants to sympathize with you. Nobody cares. But that is the reality. That is a challenge that you will face in school. You will be called so-and-so is no more. You will be called your grandmother is no more. But life has to continue. Then I realized that it is my life. It is not about my father. It is now me. And we had to struggle through, to go through education. And I think it's only one of my sisters who got a scholarship. She used to be very bright amongst us. She's a doctor today. Are you together? Tumepatana? So usiangalie ati mtu ni mgonjwa, utamfufua ndugu yangu. You cannot. You can only feel bad for some time. It will take time, up to 10 years. But you have to stay focused. Now you are a student. What are you going to do with your life? Because that is a serious challenge that you are facing, even here in school. Some of you do not share with your parents what you are going through. Another testimony. A student once came to my office. You know, I think I'd not even gone through counseling, but he just trusted me and shared. That was so many years ago. Aliniambia, alikuwa ni jambazi. Are we together? You know, you can be coming from a society where people are thieves. Is it true? Then they influence you, isn't it? Then you become the bad person, but you do not want to accept. Is it happening? Is it happening? Yeah. Even as you're seated here, not all of us are self-righteous. Some of us still have been influenced because of the environment. So he was also influenced by the environment where he was coming from. Then he took drugs. But he was telling me, akisikia mtu anapigwa kwa sababu ya drugs, anashanga. Anasema, hizo tulitumia tukaacha. Nobody told him to stop. He just came to his senses after some time when he almost died. And what happened? One day he went, he used to sleep out, and this particular day they were having a bash. Akachelewa nyumbani na kwa sababu alikuwa mwizi wa magari, alijaribu kufungua gari, akaanza kupiga kelele, akashikwa. And of course the police knew that he was a thief, but a student. Akamwambia, nataka nikukate vipande viwili. Alafu nitasema nimekuokota pale Dandora, mahali wanatupa watu. Nitasema tumekupata tu mtu aliyekuua. Sasa kitu ambacho kilimsaidia ni rafiki yake. Alishika ile simu. Akasema ndio tulikuwa na fulani, na huyu fulani ni rafiki yangu. Alikuwa anataka tu mahali pa kulala, lakini hakutuambia tungemsaidia na mahali pa kulala. So you see some of the things that you people do when you're in school, those are challenges. It is because he was influenced by the environment where he grew up and became a thief. But you know, when that particular night when his life was spared, he decided he's going to change. He actually came to me with a lot of shame. I kept on telling him, alikuwa natoka Nairobi. Ananieleza, naambia unamaanisha nini? Ananieleza. Akaniambia nimebadilika, and you know he left this school with an A. He just decided he's going to change. So you can also change despite whatever things you're going through. As a student, you do not wait until you lose a parent is when you change to work hard. Do not wait until you're almost dying is when you change. You can change as early as now because those are challenges. Are we together? Then, lastly, because of time, we have expectations from our parents, teachers, relatives. Is that a challenge? Is that a challenge? Ushai kwenda kwa mwalimu alafu anakuuliza umepata grade gani? Alafu kumwambia vile umepata C akasema you are a serious joker. After all those things the teachers has been talking to you about, you are still failing. What part of that statement are you not understanding? We do that, as teachers, we do that. My friend, one thing I keep on telling myself, maybe now because I'm older, but one thing always realize, early enough, because some of us did not get somebody to talk to us. Realize that as early as now, that it is about you, it is not about your teacher. I tell people, mimi si Kiswahili, Kiswahili ni somo. That's what I tell my students. Are we together? And also have an example of a class I taught, where people decided just to change, you know? People who do not have notes. Kuna watu hapa wana notes, ndio? Kaa chini andika hizo notes. Hakuna njia mkato. And then the Kiswahili we are teaching, truth be told, si ile ya primary, ndio? Hapa hakuna msamiati, si mnajua? When you start reading set books, nilatukuuliza wahusika. Nani alisema maneno haya? Walikuwa wapi? Kwa nini walisema? Alafu sifa za huyo msemaji. Sasa umesoma hadithi 13 mapambazuko ya machweo, hukumbuki ni nani? Mko hapa? Mmeshaanza kusoma mapambazuko ya machweo? Wangapi wamesoma? Kuna hadithi zingine napenda sana pale za kina Bisho. Hiyo ni hadithi gani? Mzimu wa Kipwerere. Wangapi wamesoma Mzimu wa Kipwerere? Nipe nafasi, hamjafika huko. Pupa, unatamani sana, wasichana wanatamani mambo mengi. lakini kutamani kunaweza kukuletea shida. You know that book is just on us ladies. So men, this time you are spared, unlike the other short stories. So girls are really challenged in those stories. Tumeelewana hapo vizuri? Those are challenges that we are facing. We have expectations, our teachers expect us to perform, our parents back at home expect us to perform, and we are not sure what we are going to do. But one thing I can assure you, if you remain steadfast in God, and I have said, some of you are wondering how you can manage to be in the CU, and let me tell you, I don't know how God works. When I was in high school and I was going to do my KCSE, Monday morning we were supposed to do biology. That was my best subject. Sikutaka kuanguka biology. Lakini CU ilikuwa Saturday na Sunday. Sawa? Hiyo siku ya Sunday. Tulikuwa tunaenda for a meeting na ilikuwa lazima tuende hiyo meeting. Nikaambia Mungu, unajua hii biology vile huwa naipenda, sitaki nianguke. Lakini hii meeting pia I'm an official, I have to attend. So God just direct me as I study. Talk to God, talk to God, learn to talk to God, tell God what you want. I keep on regretting why I didn't tell God I wanted an A. You know, God just gave me the grade I asked for. Not less, not more. Ile tu nilimuomba. Tumeelewana? Wacha kuomba Mungu vitu vidogo vidogo. Ephesians inatuambia nini? Ephesians inatuambia kuhusu when you ask, he can give you immeasurably more than you could ever think of or imagine. Tumeelewana? So usiandamine God. Mungu unapomuomba anajua uwezo wako. And then another thing, don't just go praying and you have not read. Can you do that? Can you pass? Don't blame God. Mimi nimekataza watu wa CU ambao wanataka kutembea na nyuso za huzuni. Why are you sad? Uko na Mungu ama shetani? Mko? Why are you sad? Because you are a CU member, now you are singing like now you are going to even the angels when they were singing, I believe they were happy, isn't it? Be a member of the Christian Union and pray. Me, one thing I don't know, I don't know whether it was a miracle or what, but everything I read in the morning on Monday is what was brought in KCSE, and therefore I scored because I had been reading and I told God, hata watu wakisoma usiku, unajua unaweza kusoma usiku na hakuna kitu cha usiku. Mimi Mungu ni direct through, God will still direct you. And if you are faithful, He's also faithful to you. But do not go to the CU looking very sad that you are failing. And another thing I want to encourage you as students, I've seen that happen, even us, it happened to us. Where a teacher you in the CU, my class teacher, may God rest her soul in peace, she used to ask me, wewe unakwanga CU, lakini unafail CRE. Unajua CRE si Christian Union. Hiyo ndio ukweli, si ni ukweli? Huh? Subject ibaki to subject, Christian Union ibaki to Christian Union. Honestly. If you're not reading for that subject, you're going to fail. Me, I think we just used to have, you know, you people, you are lucky you are doing, I don't know, 2 or 3 prophets, those who are taking CRE. As we did all the prophets, all in the Bible. Wako wangapi? All the major, all the minor. And you're supposed to understand all the prophets. It was not easy. So the same thing you're finding not to be easy, you can make it easy. Then the other attitude, like you can form as a class. You see peer pressure, class peer pressure. You decide tunaenda kuanguka huyu mwalimu tufundishe adabu, si ndio? Mshaye kufanya hivyo? Mkaanguka mpaka mwalimu akachoka na ile darasa lenu. Huh? We tried that because our class was doing so well. We tried that and it really affected us, especially in Kiswahili. As much as I loved Kiswahili, but our class had an attitude. It was a science class. So they had that attitude in Kiswahili. And it affected some of us because now the teacher also came briefly. Alikuwa anakuja kidogo kidogo. Kwa sababu watoto wameamua kwamba akiingia darasani hawataki kusikia. You know, she was lame, she could not walk, and we had to carry her to class. So people were always going for her late, making noise, you know, she cannot get hold of you. You know, people were just talking. Akirusha kiatu kimoja tunajua kimoja ndio imebaki, hata rusha kingine, you know. How do you do that? Wasichana mpo? Wasichana mpo? Yeah, girls can do that. Sometimes you can be very nasty. So it will affect even those people who are supposed to have done well. That is the most unfortunate thing. So let us continue struggling. never, never, never give up. Never have suicidal thoughts. If you see your friend is giving up, and that is why we always encourage you, when you are called for a meeting, attend the meeting, so that you can support your friend. Na wewe ambaye pengine hufanyi kazi kwa bidii, ama pengine umelemewa subject fulani, always ask in that meeting. You know, now this is brotherhood. Eh? You ask, what is this that is challenging you in whatever you are doing? Last but not least, we have this addiction, drug addiction. That's a challenge in school. If you see somebody taking drugs and you're not reporting, very soon you'll start taking drugs because you don't know how they'll influence you. We talked about peer pressure. That is a very bad challenge that is facing us as students in our school. And how can we go about it? Please seek help. Seek help. Hata ukiona mtu anavuta sigara ama ndio anaanza, mshtaki, ukimshtaki utakuwa umemsaidia, maisha yake yatakuwa yamebadilika. But if you keep quiet, you'll also be dragged into the case. We have seen students who have been dragged into cases they were not meant to be in. We have seen, you knew that so-and-so is stealing, you are keeping quiet about it, isn't it? You knew very well, you were even keeping for them the key. And when they see you, what happens to you? You have also spoiled your reputation as a student. They talked about relationships. From 2s, we are here. From 1s, you are by. From 2, tuko hapa. We are growing, isn't it? All of us are attracted towards the opposite sex. Is it true? Kuna mtu wana hiyo attraction kama unajua wewe kwa abnormal. Unaweza kuona kidosho suku anapita, si ndio? We just appreciate, but it remains in your subconscious mind. Kwani utampeleka wapi? Wewe una kitu cha kumpatia kweli? 5 bob ya lollipop. You know, I normally see the students behave even during the innings and outings, you know. And then on Monday you are so confused because somebody told you he loves you. Now you are thinking umefika. Yani lakini hata wewe ukipenda unapendeka alafu unatulia. Sawa? Na ukikataliwa unaachika pia, si ndio? Maneno na inaisha. You know, in life not everybody will love you. Not everybody will like you. That's a fact. You might be beautiful in somebody's eye, but the other person is looking at all the negative things about you. Wanaume tupo? You have that challenge. A girl, you know, in my class Kiswahili Form 2, they know I say mwanamume ni lugha. Mwanamume ni mistari. Una lugha, huna mistari, una msamiati, na umekataa kushika fasihi pia. Maneno ambayo tunazungumza tumetoa wapi katika vitabu? Wanaume si ukweli. Mistari wakati mwingine unasoma vitabu hivi ndio unapata. Wewe unafikiri kila mtu anaweza kubuni neno lake? Hakuna. There's nothing original. Kuna kitabu tuliwahi kusoma, Damu Nyeusi. Napenda sana kitabu hicho. Kulikuwa na mhusika pale alikuwa anaitwa Chris Masazu. Siku ilikuwa siku ya tamasha ya muziki. Chris Masazu alijifanya ni mgonjwa. Ilikuwa muhula wa 3, wiki ya 3. Mambo yalipobadilika kwa Sela. Alimwona msichana fulani siku hiyo akajifanya ni mgonjwa, wakaanza mahusiano, lakini muhula wa 3, wiki ya 3, kidato cha 3, kijusi kilikuwa kimetundikwa kwenye tumbo la nani? Sela. Na wakati Sela alipokuwa anapokea barua kabla ya hapo, tulikuwa tunaambiwa katika kitabu, zile barua zilikuwa zinazua parafujo ndani ya moyo wa nani? Sela. Wewe ushawahi kuandikwa barua ikazua parafujo ndani ya moyo wako? Bado. We relax. Kwa sababu yatakapokuja na umwandikie Chris Masazu barua, Chris Masazu atakwambia yajapo yapokee. Are you getting me? Are we understanding literature? Kijusi kimetungika katika tumbo la nani? Akamwambia Sela, akamwambia Chris Masazu. Chris Masazu akamwambia yajapo yapokee. Si umeshika mimba? Unaenda kumwambia mtu wa kiume? Ndugu yangu, yeye ataendelea na masomo. Nataka kuandikia yajapo yapokee. Sasa wewe mtarajie tu huyo mwana polepole, hakuna kujiua, hakuna kuavya, japo utayapokea kwa mikono miwili. Hayo maneno si yangu, yanaandikwa na mwandishi. Sawa sawa. Waandishi wengine wakasema shida zinaponiona zinapiga kambi kwangu. Pesa zinapokuona zinamea nini? Mabawa. Maneno yangu kweli? Maneno ya mwandishi. Someni vitabu. Someni Kiswahili. Acha nipigie darubini kidogo Kiswahili. Si ndio? Sawa? Soma Kiswahili, soma mpaka mwenyewe unajisikia uko ndani ya kile kitabu. Soma mpaka unajihisi wewe ni mmoja wale wahusika. Tumeelewana? Lakini ukisoma juu juu hautapenda. Alafu mashairi mtupende. Wengine hapa mnalia ati tuko Luo Nyanza. Mtu akisikia mimi naitwa Orieyo anaanza kushangaa. Hapa shuleni naitwa Biorieyo. Mwalimu ni mwalimu wa Nyanza. Jina lisikutishe. Wewe penda kitu na moyo wako wote. Hata Wajaluo wako hapo watangazaji, simple. Nani mnayemjua Mjaluo mtangazaji kutoka Siaya? Na nani alienda majuu? Nani alienda majuu? Hamumjui? Madoo, si ndio? Anatoka huku Siaya tu, alisoma shule nyingine inaitwa Karapulu. Tumeelewana? Tumeelewana? Kwa hivyo usikae kana kwamba wewe ni mtu ambaye huelewi yanayoendelea katika maisha. Mwisho kabisa tunapomalizia, ningependa kusema kwamba, are you listening? Let not our home problems interfere with our academics. We are coming from very vulnerable backgrounds. We are having challenges. There is this thing that has come about homosexuality, like you are told. The lesbians are there. And these people, they have money, and sometimes they look for people who do not have money so that they can put you in their groups. Please, always look at the Form 4s who can be role models to you. Don't get very anxious. Stop worrying about home because it will not help you. Focus. Focus on your education, and our dear Lord Jesus is going to help us. So let us avoid comparison. That is the last challenge that you are facing in school. Sometimes our parents would want to even compare us with our siblings. Anakuambia fulani mbona yuko hivi. Listen, in our family we have 7 girls. 7. My firstborn sister works with Cooperative Bank. She knew maths. Hey, babangu alimpendea hapo. Na alifanya CPS. Tulikuwa tunamwadmire. She was one of the best in primary school, you know, and she went to Kenya High. My second-born sister was a secretary, marehemu. She did business administration. My third-born sister is a nurse. I'm a teacher. My follower is doing graphic designs. She works with the nation. The other one is a doctor. The other one, she's a good cook. Anafunza watu kupika TVET. Hatufanani. Tumeelewana? Hakuna mtu anaingia kwa profession ya mwenzake. Tumeelewana? And I'm never envious about them. All I know is my sister mpishi akikuja atanipikia keki. Si ndio? Niko na shida benki, yule wa benki atanisaidia kusort. Are we together? Do not wish to be so and so. Let other people do other things so that you can also benefit them in their other way. Let us have a good evening. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Madam Orieyo. Madam Orieyo has been teacher champion of Maseno School since 2010. Tumpigie makofi. The longest serving teacher champion in Kenya, and she's dedicated to the scholars even when I was here. Tumpigie makofi tena. Our next speaker. Our next speaker. The scholars are tired. So what waende nyumbani sahi? So you don't want to come to the Congress again? Our next speaker is one of the longest serving chaperone. Longest serving chaperone. He served me when I was a scholar from Form 1 to Form 4. And you know the funny thing I've learned about this man for a long time, he's dedicated to the Equity Group Foundation even more than other scholars who are sponsored by the Equity Bank. He studied at Butere Boys High School, undergraduate at Kisii University, certified digital customer service. He's an environmentalist, climate change champion, a Rotarian work, senior regional coordinator, energy, environment and climate change. Around over? Karibu sana Mr. Austin Angulu, the longest serving chaperone. Tumpigie makofi hadi afike. Welcome to the podium, Mr. Austin. Karibu.
Thank you, Trevor. I'll take the shortest time possible. Tumeelewana hapo? Nichukue dakika ngapi? Okay. Others are saying 3 minutes. Okay, I'll try my best to ensure that that's done within the shortest time possible. Okay, thank you, Trevor, for the introduction. I'm Austin Angulu, supporting energy, environment, and climate change, one of the pillars within Equity Group Foundation. So these are very key area. I'll just want you to pick 2 things from the... Okay, I'll prefer the video to be played once we finish. Let's go straight to the presentation, then we can have the video as the last part of it. Okay, so under the pillar, I want you to mark like 2 or 3 words that are very key. We are talking about environment, and most importantly, we are talking about climate change. Okay? Hello? Najua mumechoka, but kindly for only 30 minutes, okay? Thank you. So please concentrate and let's have this done. So ideally, the pillar targets to seek the challenges that we do have in our daily activities on the environment. So on to the first slide, kindly. So what's the challenge that we are trying to address? Because whatever we want to discuss here is a point whereby we want you now to take home the message. Okay? Hello? I want you to be my environmental ambassadors wherever you go. In your schools, at home, wherever you'll be an environmental ambassador. So those are the key challenges that we are trying to address. Kindly, you're moving so fast, however much we are trying to chase the time. Please proceed. The first slide. That's not the first one. Oh, sir, sure. That's the first one, no? So, in terms of numbers, you can have a look. All right? So you see the areas that we are trying to address in terms of electrification, a very key challenge. We are also into water space, another key challenge. We are looking at, in terms of pollution, what are the causes of pollution? And in general, what are the health areas that we really consider when you are looking under the environmental issues? So under the photo, you can see the first photo. What can you see? Yeah, you can see a student of your age reading using what are they called? The koroboi, right? Hello? Wangapi wanajua Koroboi? Yeah, you can see it over there. The next photo, what can you see? What can you see? Yeah, so basically, those may be our parent or our a guardian doing preparation of our meals using firewood, and at the back you can see a kid sitting, okay? Then the other photo, you can see the environmental degradation in terms of even deforestation. So trees have been cut down. Kindly move to the next slide. So having those challenges, we want to check on what are the importance of protecting our environment, okay? Hello? Yes. Do you think it's important for us to protect the environment? Yes. So ideally, the reason as to why we think it's important to protect the environment, and as to why the whole bank thinks that we need to have a fully fledged department with a director championing on issues of environment, because it's very key for us to have the daily activities ongoing in a safe environment. For instance, if you have flooding occurring, and then I think that there is, in Rwanda, there is one branch, an Equity branch, that the roof was blown off. Do you think operations can still go on? Hello? Do you think even banking activities can still go on? So those are the climatic conditions that we are trying to address and ensure that we come up with solutions that will help us to solve that. So ideally we help in safeguard our natural ecosystems, protection of biodiversity for a healthy life cycle. We are talking about to help to in slowing the global warming aspect, because even the geographers who are here, panelists, they can address it in terms of what's really happening, in terms of the extremes. When it's hot, it's very hot, and when it's cold, it's very cold. So even it's hard for us to really get our business done in a normal way. So another importance of us protecting the environment, we are looking at balanced weather cycles with no extremes. I've already elaborated on that. Safeguarding future generations, because for instance, we have cases where the environment is destroyed to an extent that even some do cut down fruit trees for firewood usage. You mean like once you cut it down, it means that even the future generation cannot enjoy the fruits of the trees that were planted. Even right now, I can attest to you the fruits that you're enjoying on the market while you're on your way home or moving around, the trees were planted a long time ago for them of age to be able to have fruits on them. So when it's cut down, it means the future generation will have to at least wait longer for them to have the same benefits that you are reaping. So another importance, ideally it leads to better health, because when we protect the environment, it means even where the mosquito breeds do breed, there's no malaria. Talk of cholera no longer there, because you'll be having, for instance, clean water to use, a clean environment for us to stay in, and ensure that even in our schools, we're in a good space to do our studies. How do you feel when somebody tells you you're smelling? You're having your evening preps, then somebody tells you, okay, we used to have guys in back then who don't just want to shower. Then some could be forced to shower. So we find that self-esteem issues comes in, because you're being like somehow looked upon, and it becomes a challenge even to have a daily reading ongoing in school. So ideally, the emoji, the yellow emoji face, shows a person who is smiling as a result of an environment that is protected, and you're able to reap out all the benefits. So into our next slide. Now this one looks into, as the bank had mentioned this, as the bank, what are we doing to venture into this space, ensure that we have a safe space, and in terms of protecting the environment. So this is where now we have a pillar, which is energy, environment, and climate change, where I sit in at the head office. So it's one of the pillars in Equity Group Foundation that focuses on ensuring sustainable future. The keyword here is sustainable future. And by promoting the access to clean energy and other environmental programs aimed at climate change mitigation and adaptation. So what are these initiatives? Because under the pillar we have several programs or initiatives that we do to ensure that we protect the environment and we participate in having a sustainable future. So we have renewable energy. So under renewable energy, I remember during Emily's presentation, she mentioned something about solar thing, and a scholar who went through the program they were going through, and they are able to now even do the marketing for the same and be able to get something out of it. So renewable energy, in this case, we are looking into ways of having, for instance, lighting instead of using the kerosene lamp or even firewood. In some areas, you'll find that firewood is used for lighting. We venture into solar and ensure that we get it done, and it's healthier and safer to use it even for reading, because most of us will agree with me here. Have you ever put off like that kerosene lamp, ile moshi venye nakuja? How is it? Okay, ushaipika na kuni zenye hazijakauka? How is it? So through these we are able, that's why we are doing this, just to ensure that even at your level, you can be able to do something that will help you to be healthier and productive. So another key area is energy efficiency. Energy efficiency is ideally, for instance, back to the slides which I'll still show you. I know you have the old kind of GCOS at home, the clay one, but we have the modern GCOS that use less charcoal, conserve energy, so you find that they are less emitting, and in this case you are cooking in a safe environment and you are able to do it well, at the same time safeguarding your health and the environment. Talking also, we are looking, as a department, we're also looking into climate smart agriculture, because ideally, when the panelists were being asked if one thing they regret, or if they were taken back, they can really venture into it. For me, there is one thing I can go back and do, it's agriculture. People do overlook it, but you have to eat. Right now you're telling me you want to go and eat, right? So I'll challenge you. This is a very key area. As a bank also, we encourage scholars to ensure that you have, if you can get into that agriculture-related initiatives, kindly do. And in this case, we champion for those agricultural practices that will minimize post-harvest loss. For instance, you're having crops on board. I don't know if you have encountered a scenario where you have done your planting, or you have planted your maize, but the rain disappears before their maturity. Have you encountered such? So you end up like maybe losing out and all that. Or maybe you're practicing poultry, but you don't know the kind of, there is this, the way it's supposed to be, the regulation of temperature, talk about the chemicals to be used to treat all this, and you end up losing them. So this is another area that we're really looking into to ensure that we participate in food security. And another key area, we are looking into green buildings. This one is like a jargon, but ideally green buildings, they're not buildings that are painted green. Ideally, these are buildings that are constructed. Have you been into a house? If you're in the house, you have to put your lights on now and then for you to see. Hello? Have you been to those houses? Have you been to a house where even the ventilation is not there? Hello? Are we together? So if you encounter such a building, is not a green building. A green building basically is the one that puts into practice, for instance, they're using solar instead of using even generators to light up. Buildings that have got water efficiency, they have like a water harvesting mechanism on board to ensure that they reduce the runoff or wasting water through the runoff, so they are able to harvest water and use it later on in other areas. Buildings that do recycle the wastewater and ensure that there is minimal wastage in terms of all those aspects. Then we have water resource management. Ideally, this is where we are able to manage those riparian areas, the rivers, clean them, and ensure that we have that a complete ecosystem ongoing. E-mobility, I don't know how many have seen electrical vehicles so far. Mnajua gari ya stima? Have you seen it? Okay, this is where we are heading as a country also, and I'm happy for that, because we are trying to do away with the diesel-powered or petrol-powered engines to go the cleaner way, less emitting. I hope the murmuring is discussion of the points that I'm mentioning. So circular economy, here we are looking into putting into use the waste, for instance, the waste we have produced, we're able to put it into use. For instance, if you do have, let's say, plastics, they're able to be recycled, put back into the market, and we have that continuity. Then another key area, I want you to be very keen on this one, it's under tree growing. This is an area the bank really, it's very keen on it, and I'm sure you have participated in one way or the other within the school that we have been able to do the initiative of tree growing. How many have participated? How many have planted trees in their school in the name of Equity has donated? Okay. Next slide. So if you look on those photos, you can see scenarios that we have in our schools, right? In most of our schools, okay? The first photo, ideally you can see a heap of firewood. Huh? Trees have been cut, and ideally those trees are very young from where I sit, barely 10 years of age. How many are 10 years of age? Okay, I can see a few hands. Okay. So how long does it take a tree to grow and mature? Hello? I will request that we concentrate, okay? Hello? This is very key, and you'll be asked to do it, okay? So be very attentive. So how long does it take a normal tree to grow? So you'll agree with me, the fastest tree to grow, it will take a minimum of 10 years. Okay? To reach even a stage where it can provide shade or even firewood and all that. How long does it take to cut down a tree? It depends with the mechanism you're using, all right? Even it takes a second, 1 minute and all that. So the first photo ideally depicts the kind of environment we do have in our schools in terms of the biomass we're using for cooking. I know each one of us can reflect back in our schools and see the kind of an area this one resembles. The second photo ideally resembles the kitchen. Hello? Okay, I'm waiting for us to be on the same page. Okay, thank you. So the second photo ideally shows the scenario in our kitchens that's running on biomass fuel, that is wood. You can see how it's suited, and walls are black and all that. So you can imagine working in such an environment. And I want you to take this one now to our household level. I'm sure when you're taken to your the home kitchen and you're using firewood and it has got a lot of smoke, you'll find it difficult. Cindy? You'll end up crying, having eye problems and all that. So ideally, even when running on firewood, there is that unhygienic kind of environment because there is some ashes all over, the furias are sooted, the walls are sooted, and it becomes very difficult. Next slide. So once we have like the key scenario in our schools, can you see any difference? Are you able to see any difference? So this is what we have solutions for schools, even where you're schooling. I'll show you in subsequent slides on how you can even do the same at a household level. So for this one, what we have done as the bank, we have partnered with the service providers who are able to transition the school kitchen to a cleaner sources of cooking. Should it be biogas or LPG, that's the normal gas we use. So you can see there is a cylinder there, our cook there preparing, that's githeri, okay? And it's being prepared on gas. Then we have the lower one with some piping. You can see the yellowish somewhere. Yeah, so that's kitchen where we used to have firewood. Now is where we have now the pipes and burners inserted, and we have the retrofitting done. Then the last photo, you can see the blue flame, okay? That's gas that is using to cook now the githeri you are seeing up there. So ideally, that's what we are doing to transition the school's kitchen to cleaner solutions, okay? So you can be a champion. I'm sure some of us come from schools that have already transitioned, and you can be able to tell the same story that I'm telling here, right? Okay, into the next slide. So this one actually shows a situation at a household level, right? Are you familiar with these photos? Are you familiar? Yeah, so you can see our maybe mother or guardian preparing some food. You can see how the sufuria is suited. Okay? They are using firewood. There is some two boys or two siblings reading with a kerosene lamp. Then the others kuna group discussion. Remember they mentioned you choose wisely your friends, okay? So there's some discussion over there using now at least a modified one, but still with kerosene. Now the last one you can see firewood being fetched, okay? And I'm sure this is what we do, right? So what can we do to have this one, like what can replace what we are saying here to ensure that we are having a better way in terms of cooking, in terms of lighting, even for our own reading. And according to statistics, you can see over 600 million people in Africa still live without electricity. And recent research, even within our country, Kenya, you'll find the statistics shows that 51% they're able to access electricity, but 49% they are yet to access electricity. So what could they be using is what we are seeing here, the kerosene lamp, even the at least modified lantern to use. So the next slide actually speaks into solutions that we do have in terms of energy access. Mshaienda kununua mboga kwa kibanda, you see the mama mboga with the solar lantern hivi. Have you ever seen it? Or does any photo from whatever is being displayed resembles what I'm talking about? Yeah, actually this one, it goes for 500 only, and it's something that is very efficient. It will save you from eye problems because I'm sure you use kerosene lamps, and once that smoke from that kerosene as a result of combustion enters your eyes, you'll have some even breathing problems, health eye problems, and you're able to do it when you switch. You can see the first photo, that's a homestead. See, lazima ikuwe permanent house or permanent structures for you to have these solutions on board. The first photo encourages you because this most depicts most of our homes, right? Hello? Are you able to see the first photo where there is a mud house with lighting on top? Yeah, so there's a house, lighting under solar. There is a smiling girl over there with a photo of a solar, which is very efficient health-wise in terms of lighting. Then the jiko that I was mentioning about, you can see it has got a modification, right? Yeah, so these are the things that I want you, when you go back home, kindly be the ambassadors, at least be in the know that you can have a better solution for reading or revising while at home, even for lighting, to improve your health, even the parents' health and all that. Because the more our parents or guardians are exposed to this smoke and the sooty environment, the more we are shortening their lifespan. So we can improve their lifespan through such solutions. So into the numbers, you can see the kind of impact we are trying to create. So far, 397, 660 reached out with clean energy, impacting 1.54 million people. Over 504,000 trees saved by transitioning households and schools to clean energy. So once we transition you to use cleaner sources, it means now you cease from cutting our forest, okay? And it's able to be like, whenever you go to even to fetch you yourself, whenever you go to fetch for that firewood, you cut down a tree and all that, you're participating to environmental degradation. But the moment you switch and use cleaner sources, you're able to conserve the environment, and now you're participating to the numbers we are talking about. So quickly I'll talk into the next slide, which is very key. What can you see? So this is an area of tree growing or tree planting that we really encourage scholars to participate fully. Somebody asked a question of how you can give back. And this is a major area that we encourage scholars to be in forefront in establishing tree nurseries. I know, I think, is it last year or this year's agricultural related project for schools was to establish tree nurseries, right? Have you seen tree nurseries in your schools? So the biggest question is, how well can we be in a position to help the schools plant all these trees? Because we as Equity, we are able to offtake those tree seedlings and still supply to your schools. But if you promise us, you'll be in forefront to ensure that you are able to participate in tree planting, adopting those trees, and ensure that you nurture them to maturity. I know by the time you plant a tree when you're a Form 1, by the time you're finishing Form 4, those are 4 years. If you have nurtured this tree for 4 years, it means that it's of age to be on its own and nobody can cut it down, right? Yeah, so that's very key. So our target was to plant 35 million. So far we have been able to plant 22.8 as per June 2023. And whatever we've been able to manage to plant within the schools, and you have seen you raising your hands when I mentioned about schools that have participated in tree planting. So far we have planted 19 million within institutions. And we are grateful for that, and we thank you for the support. But the biggest question is, because for trees, it's not a matter of, you can hide the impact. When we say we have planted, we need to come to the ground and see the trees, because it's evident we'll see the tree growing, right? When you plant a tree, you can come back, even if you leave it here. When you come back 15 years, 20 years later, you are able to say, this tree I'm the one who planted in the year 2023, this month, okay? So that's a very key area, and I encourage scholars to kindly participate fully, come up with initiatives to conserve the environment, particularly in this area, and we'll be more than willing to support you, even through your BMC clubs. Another key area is waste management. And in this one, we have difficulties in managing. Even when I'm standing here, I can see a lot of bottles in front of me, plastic ones. What happens when you finish your water? You throw the bottle wherever you want, right? Yeah, sometimes you find it's the chocos or the street guys or the street boys and girls, they're the ones who normally picks them up, right? So we challenge scholars through the BMC clubs. Are you in a position to come up? Because the first photo, you can see, ideally that's a river, which has been, the boats have been dumped in that particular river. The photo down on it, you can see there is some sort of bricks. Ideally that's a brick out of plastic. So it shows you the kind of ideas people do have. It's a matter of just stepping up. So, and remember, these bricks are stronger than the ones you know, the one made from concrete or whatsoever. The plastic bricks are very strong. Then the other one, you can see plastics being under a mesh, okay? There's a mesh that is constructed, and then they're able to dump there the plastics. Then the last one, it's I think the industrial processing or recycling of the plastics. So what we challenge you is to come up with initiatives. Through the BMC clubs again, are you able to segregate a place, collect the plastics, and then come to us? We'll be in a position to link you up with the best recycling factories or industries or individuals, and you're able to generate some monies or monetary attached to it, and you can be able to take yourself for a trip, even for academic trip, and say, okay, fine. Through the initiative we are having to conserve the environment, we are able to generate X revenue, and we're able to have our trip on board. So we want you to shift your thinking. Instead of throwing the bottles all over, collect those bottles, have a central place. Once you collect them, we are able to link you up with the recycling industries or individuals, and they're able to even give you some revenue that you can be able to run your club, BMC club, as you continue to protect the environment. So last but not least, you can see on the far end, we have dangers for plastic. We are talking about land pollution, water pollution, destruction of marine ecosystem, because even right now, I'm sure the closest lake here is Lake Victoria. But if you go to its shores, you'll see that there is a lot of waste that is floating towards the shore. So, and again, it's hampering with the marine ecosystem. Then clogging of drainage systems. I think this is something that you have seen. Next slide. Another key area water sanitation and hygiene. I'm sure this particular area receive plenty of rainfall, but go to the northeastern, talk about the Wajir, Marsabit, talk of Samburu areas. Can you imagine some of your students, your fellas, take like 2 to 3 days just looking for water? So these are key areas, the way I've mentioned. Kindly ensure that you have ideas in place. For instance, if at home you have like an iron sheet roofed house, you can have the gutters. Then get a collection point, you're able to harvest this water and use it for future, instead of like even wasting time to go to the river and fetch for the water. So you can come up with a mechanism. We have filters just to ensure that you access clean and safe water for use. So the benefits you can see: reduced global burden for water-related diseases and death, because once you have access to clean and safe water, you'll have like less illnesses, you'll be using clean water. Water-related diseases won't be a problem to us because we'll be in a safe and a clean environment. Talk about food security, because even our agricultural activities depend on, for a maize to grow, for our beans to grow. What does it depend on? It is water, okay? So just ensure that even as we continue, and even it better school attendance. The reason as to why this point is here, we are the people who fetch water, right? Mzazi akitaka maji atatuma nani? Si ni wewe ndio utatumwa? Yeah, so once you have like a mechanism to store water that you have fetched or you have rain harvested, it's way better. It safeguards your time. It like have you do other things. Then improved productivity in communities. So with the photos there, you can see the women over there. These are from Machakos when they were being given water tanks. And then you can see what it has. So on to my last slide, kindly. So you as scholars, how can you participate? What is it there for you when you are like you want to participate in this action of climate change and ensure that you safeguard the environment? So there are key areas. Number one, talk about tree planting and growing. Are you in a position to plant trees of your age? Okay? Hello? I'm almost done, huh? So I'll challenge you. If you're 15 years of age, I know averagely 14 years of age is the average age over here. So plant 14 trees this year. Next year you'll be how old? Oh, kutoka 14 and 17. Math hapa. Okay, so next year you'll be 15. I'll challenge you to plant 15 trees. The following year you'll be 16. Do the same. So how many trees approximately will you have planted when you're 30? Hello? How many trees will you have planted when you're 30 years of age? 35. Okay, whichever number. But if my math serves me well, you'll be close to around 450 that you have planted on your own, nurtured. So how many are we in this hall? 1,500 roughly, times 450, that's the number that we can create. What a huge forest cover that we'll be talking about when you just take that initiative of planting trees. So another key area where you can participate fully. Hello? Let's be together. I'm winding up. Establishment again of free nurseries. This one I've mentioned is very key because as the bank want to plant trees, but it becomes difficult to source these tree seedlings. Are you in a position to come up with the initiative to ensure that you come up with the nurseries and we are able to? Hello? Kuna watu wanaongea. I don't know if discussion ni mingi. Okay. Thank you. So, if you do that, we are able to have it sustainably, whereby we are able to have that continuity. Even the generation after us, when they come, they find a very suitable environment to work in, to school in, and enjoy each and everything. Another key area, and I even have attached to it the benefit and even the monetary value, is collection of plastics. Even if you remember those who are very keen and following the World Environmental related issues, this year we celebrated on 5th of June, World Environmental Day, and the theme was beat plastic pollution. So ideally, we were looking on ways to do away with the plastics, or even if we have the plastics, how best can we recycle the plastic so that we have that circular economy to conserve the environment. So sit down, come up with initiatives to have this done, and be sure of the full support from our end, because we are looking at the same thing from wherever you are sitting. So another key area is awareness, creation and environmental conservation through environmental clubs. And I'm sure going forward, the curriculum that the government is trying to at least put on board is really keen on environmental issues. So going forward, don't be surprised when it's mandatory for you to have these environmental related issues, because climate change is real and it's really hitting back on us. Then another area where you can intervene, we are talking about encourage your parents and guardians to use clean energy at home. You have seen the solutions that we do have. Hello? The kind of GCOS that we're encouraging you to use, the kind of lighting system you're encouraging you to do. We're not like telling you to go and have the most expensive one, but at least you can have the affordable ones for even for your reading, okay? You can have the best solution even for water harvesting, just to ensure that you're accessing clean and safe water, so that you are not like having health issues when even doing your own things. Then the last one, conserve water and encourage parents and guardians to invest in water harvesting and storage facilities. This is very key, okay? For you, it might look like it's easy. You can run to a river, you can get like there is raining. But if you go to area, or if you happen to school in an area that has got issues with water, you will see what I mean. Go to Turkana Girls. It's not easy. So ideally that marks the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. Looking forward to seeing you being environmental ambassadors. I'm not saying that you do environmental related courses for you to be an environmental ambassador, but just to give you a challenge. We have scholars, hello? We have scholars who are benefiting out of these initiatives that we do have under environment, and where the world is heading, more funding goes to environmental related projects. Climate change is being heavily funded, okay? So feel free to have it in terms even of courses, do courses related to it, and be sure you're in a good space. Last but not least, I want to encourage you, you are at the right place, be authentic, and remember, you are on your own, okay? You are on your own. You might sit here as a group. The panelists who are here, all of them, like they benefited. Different universities, different locations, underwent the same program. So be yourself, be authentic, but most importantly, remember you are on your own. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the events.
Thank you, Mr. Austin Angulu. A round of applause for Austin. Thank you very much, Austin. Mpigie tena makofi. As I earlier informed you, that Austin is the longest serving chaperone in Kenya. Longest serving chaperone. When the Equity Group Foundation started this initiative, they never had mentors. So there were those who were willing. So imagine Austin supporting it from 2010. 23 years of service. Tumpigie makofi. Finally, Muslim brothers and sisters, you can leave. Muslim brothers and sisters, you can leave. Thank you. I'm a bit disappointed. Most of us were murmuring when Austin was presenting. And you know, this is one thing I do tell scholars. This thing is a cycle. It's a cycle. Today you are a scholar. I was a scholar. Austin was a chaperone. You see where Austin now is. I'm a chaperone. Tomorrow you will come here begging for you to be inducted back into the system.